가보자고.
네, 하면서.
너무 아파! 와! 가자! 앞으로 있을 두 번째 과제도 여러분 함께 하면서 저희 같이 티어 올려봐요. 파이팅!
두 명이
피디님이 근데 그러네. 다들 롤치 하시네요. 이렇게 보냈는데 선생님이 벌써는 이거 지금
아이, 봐봐요.
돼지가 벌써 보이잖아.
아, 그래갖고.
이거 봐.
이렇게 줘갖고.
제가 같은 오늘은 저번에 현황 3연승 걸치기 실패하셨기 때문에 그때 저희가 살짝 얘기했잖아요. 이거 실패하면 뭐라도 해야 되지 않겠냐.
네, 그렇죠.
그리고 유빈이 또 라방에 또 부담도 갖고 계시고 라방의 전초전
네.
플러스 걸치기 벌칙으로
어떡해. 저 너무 떨려요.
에피소드 8 훈수 좋은 날 설명. LCK 관계자들로 북적이는 라운지 한가운데 홀로 솔랭 중인 은빈. 뉴비 등장 소식에 훈수들어 아저씨들이 마구마구 모여드는 뒤 이 아저씨는 누구단가? 여튼 악토는 오늘을 계기로 또 한 단계 성장할 수 있을 것인지 자 개봉박두요잉.
어떡해. 저 너무 떨려요.
뭐가 떨려?
게임에 집중을 못할 것 같아요. 아니 근데 제가 어제 작가님한테도 말씀드렸는데 무관심보다는 그냥 오시는 게 나을 것 같은 게 그게 더 창피할 것 같은 거예요. 나 거기서 게임하고 있는데 아무도 관심을 안 가지고.
만약에 어떤 선수분들도 있고 뭐 관계자분들도 있고 많을 텐데 아 이분한테는 좀 피드백을 한번 받아보고 싶다.
오늘 그 디아블 선수도 오죠. 디아블 선수랑 바이퍼 선수 오나요? 디아블 선수는 제가 한번 그 인터뷰에서 POM 인터뷰에서 물어본 적이 있었어요. 제가 요즘 원딜 열심히 하고 있는데 저처럼 이제 원딜을 막 시작한 사람들에게 해주고 싶은 말이 있다면 무슨 말 해주실 수 있냐고 물어본 적이 있는데 자신감을 가져라 라고 해주셨거든요. 그 제가 자신감 있게 오늘 플레이를 하는 걸 보고 또 말이 바뀌실 수 있잖아요.
자신감을 좀 빼세요.
자신감을 너무 가지면 안 될 것 같은데. 그래서 좀 디아블 선수가 무슨 말을 해줄지 그게 좀 기대가 되고.
오늘은 선생님은 멘트를 할 거기 때문에
선생님 뭐 하셔요?
선생님은 선생님으로서의 합당한 벌칙을 줄 거예요.
오늘 그럼 못 만나요?
끝나고 만날 수 있어요.
아 끝나고.
누구 어떤 일?
와 진짜 너무 본격적이야. 저 뭐예요? 저 시선 경탈. 자, 여기서 솔랭을 한번 즐겨보도록 하겠습니다.
박민쌤,
박수 한 번만 더.
하나, 둘, 셋.
우리 그동안에 깡님이 없어.
여기.
뭐지? 나 이대로 새 굿바이인가 이거? 굿바이 픽을 한 번 더 보는 거야 이거?
사실 오늘은 작가님한테 들으셨겠지만 오늘 픽을생을 위해서 특별한 맨 채널을 저희가
맨체인 좋죠. 막 뭐 이상한 거 아니에요? 막 취두부 막 이런 거 아니죠?
아니에요. 특별한 맨션을 위해서 저희가 좀 잡아놓은 데가 있어요.
오?
마트 말고 밖에 나가셔야 되는데 지금 혹시 뭐 가방 가져오셨어요?
아니요 오늘 안 가져왔어요.
안 가져오셨어요? 지금 뭐 갖고 계세요?
주머니요.
예,
뭐 갖고 있냐고요?
예. 다 꺼내볼까요? 네, 역시 스타는 또 얼굴을 가리고
아니요 이거 집 갈 때 이거.
뭐야?
야 집키 열쇠.
카드는 이거는 교통카드?
아니요 이제 그냥 신용카드.
이거?
뭐야?
근데 오늘 왜냐면 돈을 쓰실 이유가 없어요.
아.
저희가 다 준비를 했기 때문에.
오 왜요?
네, 특별한 만찬은 은빈님이 기록한 분량에 맨 마지막 0자리를 하나 빼고 입금을 해드릴 거예요.
아 진짜요? 아니 뭐 돈을 입금해 준다고요?
네, 그걸로 우리 GOPD와
네.
최고의 맨찬을 즐기시면 되겠습니다.
아니 잠깐만. 막 1,700원 막 이럴 수도 있잖아요. 17,000이면 1,700 아니에요?
선생님은 그동안 그렇게 잘 가르쳐 주셨는데 분량을 뭐 17,000만 하겠습니까? 참고로 말씀드리자면 은빈님은 선생님 뭐 하시는지 전혀 모르고 있고 자,
이게 무슨 맨찬이에요 이게?
난 조건은 벌칙이 끝나는 동안 롤파트 안에 들어오시면 안 돼요.
아 진짜요? 진짜 이건 아니지. 아닐 거야.
우리 오늘 맨 처음에 함께한 GOPD 같이 나가서 멘트를 즐기시면 되고요.
근데 최근 누나는 뭔 잘못이에요?
멘트 말고 뭐
아니 근데 잠깐만 이거 손해네 내가. 아니 혼자 먹어야지 많이 먹을 수 있는데
맞아요.
입이 2개가 됐다고? 여기서 한 명이 사라지면?
거기서 혼자 하는 거 아니야? 나중에 혼자 돌아오는 거 아니야?
식사를 언제 하고 있었어요?
슬기 작가님이 먹지 말라고 해가지고 아무것도 안 먹고
기억이 없어. 나도 나쁜 사람이네.
아침이랑 점심 먹지 말라고 했어요. 많이 먹을 수 있다고.
독감 작가님 오셨네.
아니 제깨님 아니 술쨍쨍님
음식을 드시지 말라고 했던데?
네, 피디님이 저한테 그렇게 말하려고.
제가요?
네.
제가 언제 그랬어요?
이거 야 여기 빡세구만. 야.
알았어.
아 진짜냐?
자, 롤팝금 금지입니다 이제.
하나 둘 셋.
아, 나 떨려. 미치겠네, 진짜.
아, 지금 하시는 거예요, 솔레만. 지금 하시는 거예요, 솔레만.
네.
오신 거예요? 안녕하세요. 앉으세요.
앉아야 돼요?
주 선수.
제가 근데 이미 그 영상을 봤는데.
보셨어요? 이거 켜주세요, 마이크.
얼마 전에 올라온 그거 봤는데, 아카데미 그.
네네네.
요네랑 진이랑 그 맞다이 뜨는 거 보고 살짝 놀랐어요. 사거리, 요네랑 진이랑 그 사거리가 똑같아가지고. 여기 혹시 티어가 어디예요, 지금?
저는 아이언 4니까 비슷하지 않을까요? 아이언 4 혹시 주변에서 보신 적 있으신가요?
챌린저보다 보기 힘든 것 같아서 아예.
맞긴 하죠.
이거는 세라핀이 잘해야 되는 구도라서 이런 원거리 서포트 구도에서는 서포터가 잘해야 된다 생각합니다, 저는.
그쵸? 서폿이 중요하죠?
네네. 이거는 이렇게 미니언을 다 맞으면은 안 되긴 해요.
아이고 아이고. 아이고 아이고. 아이고. 아니 잠깐만요. 저 진짜
아니 진짜
저
괜찮아요.
선수분들 오시는 거 안 될 것 같아요. 저 원래 이 정도는 아니거든요.
아 그래요? 아니
네,
제가
네,
그
저
영상
진짜.
봤을 때 이 정도던데.
아 아니에요. 저 그때보다 많이 늘었어요. 진짜로.
제가 가야 될 것 같아요. 제가 가야 될 것 같아요.
안 돼요. 하지 마. 저 진짜 잘해볼게요.
아 제가 나쁜 말을 잘못해서 이거는 뭐 수학이나
아 제가 이게 가는
아,
게 있어가지고
포션 혹시 안 사시나요?
안 사는데 살까요?
아 진짜요? 포션은 보통 필수라서
이미 와버려가지고 그냥 가보겠습니다.
정말 파이팅 하시고 저는 이제 대회 중
알겠습니다. 네 고맙습니다.
파이팅 하세요.
감사합니다. 아 이거 선수분 오시면 안 될 것 같은데요?
어릴 수 있을 것 같아요?
아 저는 말을 좀 일단 아껴야 될 것 같아요.
왜요?
사람의 그 가능성은 이제 열려 있는 거니까. 목표가 혹시 골드 아니었어요?
맞아요.
파이팅.
방금 궁각 좀 괜찮지 않았나? 아 진짜 아닌가? 아닌가요? 계속 회색 화면이네? 피디님! 첫판 이슈예요. 나이스!
뭐야 하드 캐리하고 있는데?
야호!
와.
해주셔서 감사합니다.
발전했어. 점수는
승리!
딜 한번 보자.
이겼다!
여쭤보세요. 방금 이렇게 막 찍으시던데 왜 찍으시나요?
승리 비하인드라고 이기는 날에 올라오는 영상에
아니 너무 이쪽 저쪽 갔다가 이쪽 갔다가 이쪽 갔다가 막 작품을 찍는 것처럼 찍으셔갖고
오늘 경기 이기면은 저희 유튜브 채널에 줄 수 있어요. 승리 비하인드라고 여기로 올라오는 영상인데
네.
은빈님 하시는 건 어떻게 쓰실 생각이세요?
소리 아마 들어오면서 보지 않을까요? 그러면은 뭔가 한마디라도 던지고 있지 않을까요?
오 한마디 해주고 가세요 은빈님한테.
피드백도 괜찮고 가서 한마디.
아 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아 감사합니다.
아이고 아이고. 아 시작부터 망했어요 우리 팀이. 아 나이스. 장난 아니죠? 아무도 없을 때. 누가 오면 안 될 것 같아요. 저 진짜 심장이 너무 벌렁벌렁 뛰어요. 안 돼. 저 더블킬 했어요. 안녕하세요.
되게 잘하고 계신데요?
여기 앉아주세요. 저 용 칠게요. 저 지금 잘하고 있어요. 어때요? 아, 안돼 아니네. 어떡해?
근데요?
어떡해? 오자마자 죽었어. 저 600골 있었는데.
근데 이번 판 되게 잘하고 계신데요?
근데 왜 안 끝날까요?
방금
죽어서.
탑 죽어가지고 그런 게 아닐까요? 근데 탑을 보고 있는데 혹시 왜 레오나가
네.
왜 탑에 혼자 있는지
그러니까요. 저도 이해할 수가 없네요. 오라고 할까요?
뭔가 제가 오자마자 잘 안 되는 것 같아요.
이거 지겠는데요?
뭔가 느낌이
아니요? 이기려면 어떻게 해야 되는지 알려주세요.
다 같이 모여가지고
네.
한타를 한번 하면
다 같이 여기로 모이라 할까요?
그게 나을 것 같은데요?
어떡해!
근데 저 초가스가
너무 커!
볼 수 있나 저거? 뛸 수가 있나? 한 100대 정도 때려야 될 것
와,
같은데요?
진짜 이거 절대.
안녕.
지금 거의 다 이긴 판을 이렇게 지고 있는데 어떻게 해야 이길 수 있는지.
제 생각에는
네,
저 티어는
네.
일단 이기고 싶으면
네.
채팅이나 핑을 좀 적극적으로 치셔야 돼요.
아, 진짜요?
그냥 원딜이시니까 내가 없을 때 싸우지 마라 라든지
아,
금방 같이 레오나가 탑에 가면 그냥 백핑을 그냥 머리에 계속 찍는 거예요 그냥.
왜 거기 있냐?
그렇죠.
너 뭐하니? 이렇게?
근데 심기를 건드리면 안 돼요. 이
아,
친구가
심기를
이
건드리면 안
친구들은 꼬아서 듣거든요.
맞아요.
너 지고 싶어? 이런 느낌으로 받아들이기
맞아요.
때문에 잘 달래줘야 돼요.
지금 그러면 어떻게 하면 좋을까요?
일단은 지금 가장 중요한 거는
네.
지금 바텀에 텔 탔잖아요 한 명.
네.
그러면 미드에 지금 5명 모이면 순간적으로 탑에 오란 말이죠.
오케이.
근데 지금
뭐야?
그 친구가 탑에 있잖아요. 이럴 때 이제 구속꽃한테 백핑 찍고 미드에 헬핑 한번 딱 이런 식으로.
멀티가 안.
근데 연습하셔야 됩니다.
아니 저도 알려주시면 안 돼요? 저도 좀 알려주세요. 지금
아니, 지우스 얘가. 아니, 이거
아니,
지금
저
미친 거
초가스가
아니에요?
한
아.
100대 정도 때려야 죽을 것 같은데.
이건 지우가 와도 못 잡겠는데. 와.
아니.
아니 바뀌어도 못 이기죠.
제가 했어도 못 이겨요.
나 이거 졌어요.
플로의 입장에서 이런 게임 어떻게 보시나요?
일단 저는 좀 뜬소리 좀 하자면
네.
좋아요. 간절하시지가 않다. 웃음이 나오면 안 돼.
아니 제가 이렇게 우셨는데 또 울 순 없잖아요.
레오나가 탑에 엄청 오래 있었단 말이야.
네.
몇 분씩 있었는데
너 뭐 하냐?
분노를 느껴야 돼요.
아.
내가 부캐를 3대스인데 얘 때문에 못 이기잖아. 한 명 때문에.
맞아요.
4시간 30분.
그러면 채팅 그럴 때 한 번씩 쳐주면 되나요? 너 때문에 졌다 이 자식아.
이 자식아.
우리 아기 토끼가 진짜 아기 토끼가 됐어. 아 그러면
네, 이 감정을 겉으로는 표출하되 이 친구들한테 보이면 안 돼.
그러면은 잘 달래주면서
그렇죠.
우리 같이 한번 미드로 모여보는 거 어떨까?
좋아요, 좋아요.
내 옆에
그런
붙어
합법.
있는 거 어떨까?
그런 합법 좋아요.
키게 선수 이런 사람인 줄 몰랐는데.
고맙습니다. 아무튼 저 파이팅 한 번만 해주세요 여기.
파이팅.
화이팅! 감사합니다. 오늘 화이팅입니다. 고맙습니다.
열정적으로 지도해 주셨는데 어떠셨어요? 솔직한 마음이 듣고 싶습니다.
이게 혹시 기간이 어떻게 되죠?
정확히 한 4주 남았나요? 3주? 4주?
정도 나.
3주 남았어요.
네.
그러면 정말 황골 탈퇴의 각오가 필요하다. 정말 올리고 싶으면 어쨌든 5대5 게임이다 보니까 기본적인 공식들 있잖아요. 예를 들면 상대가 여기서 이런 명이 다섯 들어간다. 나는 신문지를 그렇게 기억하고 있다가 그걸 딱 들어간 다음에 그걸 어필도 하고 그렇게 해야 되는데 아직 좀 묵은기도 되게 많으시고 팀원들이 못하는 거에 대한 분노가 아예 없으시더라고요. 그래서
오. 민님 탑으로 가면 알려주실 생각 있으세요, 킹님? 아니 잠깐만요.
어디가 있어야 돼?
서점 이런 데라도 갈까요?
서점이요? 저랑 안 맞는데? 담배 하나 피면 안 될까? 첫 번째 장이 이제 돼지, 세 번째 장이 이제 토끼.
되게 지적으로 보이는데요?
우리는 그럼 이제 어디로 갈까요? 뭐야, 비 온다. 저희 어떡해요? 어떡해요? 비도 와, 밥도 먹어야 돼. 아유, 어제 새벽 1시부터 아무것도 안 먹었는데. 끝났다. 오, 2만 딜. 2,000원이 잠깐만, 2,000원을 뭐 할 수 있지? 그러면 이거를 그러면 우선 아낄까요? 아니면 이거 우선은 아껴야 될 것 같아요. 적어도 그래도 3,000원이 모이면? 와, 저거 신기하다. 메시지요? 아이고, 아이고, 해야 돼.
촬영하셔야 되면 촬영하셔도 돼요. 아니 저 그 완전 팬이었어요.
아이고.
메인 그룹이 여기서 왔는데 이제 꿈에도 몰랐어요.
아이고, 예.
고맙습니다.
감사합니다. 창피해. 창피해요. 아니, 나를 왜 알아봐? 진짜 맨첸이라고 해서 안 먹고 왔구만. 이게 뭔 맨첸이야. 지금 눈으로만 먹고 있잖아. 더 배고파, 아주. 그러면 막 약간 베이글 좋아하세요? 베이글? 스타벅스 베이글. 근데 괜찮지 않아요? 3,300원. 먹을 수 있잖아요. 오, 이겼다. 14,000. 몰빵하자. 갈갈보로. 어떻게 갈갈보? 저 목 내릴 거예요. 안 내면 진 거 갈갈보. 진짜. 카드 주세요. 카드 주세요. 못 먹는데 여기라도 앉으실래요?
앉으세요. 출연자 배려해야지. 우리 야무지게 먹방 해보시죠.
아, 근데 네이프가 없네. 아, 이거 네이프가 있어야 되는데.
리프 달라고 하는데?
갔다 오세요, 뭐요? 저 이거 먹을 준비해야 되잖아요.
찍어야지.
나이프를 가져와야 돼요?
배가 찍고 있어야지.
오케이. 뭐야? 그 이번이 있는 거 뭐예요? 뭐야? 반이 없어졌다고요, 반이.
네?
안 해봐요. 안 해봐요. 아니, 이걸
원래 이렇지 않았어요?
같이 고생하고 있으니까 좀 드릴게요. 이 정도도 감지덕지지.
예산 그러면 어떻게 할지 플랜을 좀 짤까요?
그러니까요. 펀치 할래요? 펀치는 1,000원. 오케이, 스트레스를 날리자고요.
And welcome to the greatest rivalry in the greatest esport in the world. It is another chapter of T1 versus Gen G. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid for the final time from LOL Park, because all the matches after this are in Inspire Arena. That is what these teams are playing for.
I can't wait. And I can't believe that this is the match. This was supposed to be the finals at the start of playoffs. It's just a classic T1 Gen... No classic T1 Gen G. KT beat Gen G. Hanwha Life swept T1. And here we are in the lower bracket.
So we are gonna have only one team out of these two in the Inspire Arena. Which means it's crazy because they've always been in a huge arena for the huge games, but now it's last game at LOL Park and it takes so much. Like, I think the take for this game is like so huge.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fans out there right now over inside LOL Park. We can see him over by Bilgewater Cafe. This is the marquee matchup in the marquee league in the world, Gen G versus T1. Very unique circumstances, as both Chronicler and Wadid already mentioned. The fact that both these squads lost their upper bracket matches means that the stakes are a little bit different, but the matchup between these two squads, definitely not. It has been a solid head-to-head between these two teams because this is the matchup that put the scar on Gen G's perfect record in 2025.
Yeah, we do. We also just this is this year. This is only this year.
Oh, 8 times.
It's every
time.
Is
8 times.
Every time I see it, it just completely blows my mind. And guess what? We are already guaranteed that these two teams are going to be at Worlds, so I wouldn't be shocked if we get even more of it there, as T1 Gen G just always delivers. Do note, yes, Gen G has the winning record as would be expected this year, but when it comes to game score, it's a lot of games being played.
Oh yeah, except the LCK round 2. Every game went for like game 3 or at least game 5, and today it's going to be BO5 fearless draft, and yeah, we all know what's going to happen. It's not going to be simple 3-0, I think.
Yeah, well, let's start with the form of these squads because they've both had different journeys here in the playoffs, despite having both wins and losses. I guess Gen G hasn't won yet. Gen G hasn't had a win yet, but T1 has. And we'll start with Gen G and their struggles in their first matchup against KT.
And this was the biggest upset that we have had in playoffs. And we've had a couple of really big performances from players, from teams, but the fact that Gen G, and especially in the fashion that they did, lost against KT, was still the big shock, ended up completely throwing the expected bracket into disarray. And to me, it came down to the performance of two members, Chovy and Canyon, a mid-jungle duo that has been terrorizing the LCK for so long. In this series, I think both of them, the worst performance that I can remember, and it's not that rare to have an off game, but for both those players to really struggle that much for an entire series, I can't recall happening in like the last, I don't know how many years.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't doubt them like about the fundamentals and the basic skills. I think most of the issues comes from the draft. Like especially, I really didn't like the strategy in the draft that they had for KT games, because like I don't want to see Trundle, Casio in the same team, for example, you know. And also like they had the champions that which work in a really hard situation, because like I think many times Gen G had a simple draft, you know, like simple, straightforward. They just look for the team fight. But I think especially in the BO5 against KT, they had such a like, I don't know, like random team comp, I guess. Like it's sometimes like they have the better matchup on the bot side, but sometimes like you have some weird champion in the mid lane. So I feel like they had to finish out if they want to like do the simple one or the complicated one.
Yeah, well, one thing that has definitely cropped up here in play-ins and playoffs is the resurgence of the jungle role and how important it's been. And for T1, it's back to form for Owner after a tough outing against Peanut in the Hanwha Life Esports match. He was able to bounce back in his last series.
This play to me might have been the play of the playoffs. Like this setup on Jarvan, absolutely exquisite. Yes, Sundered Sky's broken, but we don't see every single jungler putting in performances like this. Owner was the player that over the year for T1 has been the biggest contributor. There were a couple of weeks, and I do also think in the series against Hanwha Life he was neutralized, but he's the reason that they're here today.
I think you are kind of stupid to not ban Bard against Keria, but also just ban Jarvan against this guy. Like I think whenever he plays Jarvan, he's the damage, he's the playmaker. He always do so much more than anyone else, and but still T1 has something that they need to work on, especially on the isolate deaths. I think Doran and Faker both, they are dying so much in the side lane, and I think that's quite crucial for T1. And also, they're pretty not good at playing around the AD carry, so I think their teamwork issue has been, I think, issued for so long, and I think you gotta fix that whenever you're playing against Gen G here.
Because at this point it's a meme, right? Like Faker is quote-unquote caught in side lane,
man.
but it's actually something that Hanwha Life was able to do very successfully. And it is something that they're gonna have to rectify here today, because my expectation is that Chovy will be back, at least in a better form than we saw him last. And that means that you can't afford to give over these deaths. We know if T1 is playing well, they're able to kind of turn that around, right? It's always the you think you got me, but I actually am setting up a multi-man collapse. But it is a high-risk playstyle, and I think that Faker, if that isn't working out at the moment, needs to scale it back a little bit, because giving over free gold to Gen G is going to make the matchup a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, when you go down the list of these players, there's raw talent everywhere. So we think, as an analyst desk, a lot of the focus in this series and where it's going to come down to is the draft. We have a couple of examples here for you.
And what I want to highlight here is a couple of things. Hanwha Life had amazing prep. Universally agreed upon, yes, I think that T1 was a little predictable, but it's really the fact that Hanwha was able to get such mileage out of it was due to their own preparation on these picks. We saw T1 grabs towards the Xayah, Renata, which I think even at that point didn't really inspire a lot of confidence, feels unnecessary in a game 2 of Fearless especially, and they got punished extremely heavily by the Ziggs, and obviously T1 against Ziggs has been a talking point, which is why I loved, even though they lost against D+, I think picking up champions early on, if you're not certain about whether or not the draft is going to work out for you, and I think that the tail end of that draft also wasn't the best, even though the opening 3 were great, actually is a really good call. Even though I think T1 as a team doesn't play that well around Ziggs either, denying it to your opponent just means that you free up bans down the line, and if you're a team like T1 that has been in basically infinite high-pressure, deep series, I think dropping a map might not be as big as a deal as having flexibility in draft later.
Yeah, you already put so many positive points on the T1 draft. Then I'm just gonna put some negative points as well, because I feel like most of the time T1 drafts are kind of predictable. I think they don't really bring in some pocket picks. I think especially Genji, I think they try to do something in a mid lane so you can have more space in the 4-5. But T1, I don't see any cases of like them having a free space in the draft, because I think they still struggle to find out what's their playstyle when it comes to AD carry. Do you really want to put Guma on the like carry champions, for example, like Zeri, Kai'Sa, but it doesn't work out. So it's not the Guma thing, you know. I feel like it's the team thing. They really don't know like how to play well around the AD carries, and I think it's been like the issue for so long, and now I think we already figured out they cannot really fix it at this time. So I really think that T1 just need to stick to the plan where they were already good on, you know, just play for the priority, play for the lane swap, play for the tempo.
And it's also something like we also, I think Zeri and Kai'Sa are very different from like the traditional hyper carries, right? And we know that T1 can play like the front to back hyper carries. Jinx, I think, is always the key example. Obviously, have a world skin on that. But we have seen them struggle with the Kai'Sa, with the Zeri. On the flip side for Genji, I think that we did see them sometimes dig into, which we know these player of Jeep champion pools, into their drafts a little bit deeper. But for them, really, it comes more down to me to play style, because I think that they just need to play better, right? Like with Genji, you shouldn't really overcomplicate it. Chovy and Canyon just weren't playing well. If they play well today, I think they'll look completely different.
Well, Genji and T1, that has been a matchup set for the finals multiple times. This is the first time since someone who started college and then graduated where there will not be either T1 or Genji. There's a potentiality that it's there, but it won't be happening in the finals.
It is just bonkers. Obviously, beforehand, we didn't have the double elimination bracket, but since the introduction of double elimination, like, there has never been a meeting of these teams this early in a lower bracket, and it's all thanks to KT. Shout out to them for making this possible, because otherwise, I think it just would have been business as usual. Right? But because of that giant upset, we now have Hanwha Life waiting in the finals, and one of T1 or Genji is going to be our 4th seed, which just, I can't get over how cool this. That was our top 2 teams for the entirety of summer.
I know, BO5 is completely different series, and I think the stakes are really huge for this game.
Absolutely. Again, the way that Worlds 2025 will work, it's the play-in stage, one match. The 4th seed from the LCK against the 4th seed from the LPL. And if you lose that, you are out of Worlds. Your Worlds was just a play-in stage. That is the unique stakes that these teams are playing for.
I can only imagine that the LPL is watching this series with great interest and it's like, oh my god, Genji, please lose! We'd much rather face you! Don't let us face T1!
Hey, all right. Well, we've got the coaches standing by for an interview right now on this match.
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정수입니다. 패자조에서 만날 줄 몰랐는데 그래도 이겨서 우승해야 되는 만큼 오늘 꼭 T1 이기고 올라가야 될 것 같습니다. 뭐 일단 오브젝트에서 계속 사고가 나는 건 플레이적으로 피드백했고 뱀픽에서도 저희가 좋다고 생각했던 챔프 주고 상대해야 된다 이런 거를 지고 나서 많이 생각했던 것 같아요. 그래서 그런 부분 좀 수정해 왔습니다. T1하고 할 때는 저희가 바텀 쪽에 항상 신경을 많이 쓰는데 저희가 상체 쪽도 조금 생각해왔고 그래도 항상 저희가 맞춰서 준비한 건 바텀 쪽 챔프를 많이 신경 쓰고 있습니다. T1하고 최근 다전제에서 계속 3대2로 나왔던 걸로 기억하는데 오늘도 쉽지 않을 것 같아서 아마 3대2 나오지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 그냥 반드시 이긴다는 생각밖에 없고 선수들하고 일주일 동안 잘 피드백해왔으니까 오늘 경기 꼭 이기겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
안녕하세요. T1 감독 김정균입니다. 네, 이렇게 다시 경기를 할 수 있다는 거에 굉장히 긍정적으로 생각하고 있습니다. 이전에 이제 하나생명전 끝나고는 뭐 이제 방향성 같은 부분을 일단 좀 다 잡고 갔던 것 같습니다. 선수들이 워낙 다재다능하기 때문에 이제 세트마다 어떠한 픽들도 할 수 있다는 게 굉장히 강점인 것 같아요. 워낙 젠지가 강팀이기 때문에 중간중간 세트 중간중간 뭐 수정도 중요하지만 그래도 오늘은 교전 부분이 가장 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 3대2 예상하고 있습니다. 오늘 경기 꼭 승리해서 이후에도 꼭 경기를 더 하고 싶습니다. 그래서 오늘 경기 꼭 승리하겠습니다. T1 파이팅!
Both coaches understanding that the stakes of the situation And again, a huge, huge matchup here. So time for predictions for us here in the space. We'll leave the rest of the LCK votes for the cast. And I'm here with 2 Gen.G believers and myself, a 3-2 believer. I can't believe you guys don't even see Silver Scrapes! No Silver Scrapes!
I don't want to take anything away from KT. I think KT had exceptional performance, but I'm not going to believe that Chovy and Canyon are going to play 2 series in a row as rough as that. I think if they bounce back, it should be a comfortable victory here for Gen.G.
All right, well, time for our one-liners. What are we focusing on when we go into this series? And for me, it's down on the bottom side of the map, and for the longest time, it's been, remember, you're not Keria. But when I think about this year and unique picks and Joker picks, and even what did brought it out, T1 doesn't always do it, and they haven't done it this year, it's been Duro. The Blitzcrank, the Pike in Game 5. Maybe this year it turns into, remember, you're not Duro.
I trust that the Polar Bear will wake up. I think that Canyon had a really rough series. Owner, to me, is the heart and soul of T1. If Owner gets to play his game the way he did against DK, I wouldn't be shocked if T1 wins, right? They're undeniably of great quality, but if Canyon can play his normal game, I think that the rest of Gen.G have T1 beat.
Yeah, for me, I already mentioned in the pre-show, like, I think draft matters the most. So I think draft 70% and gameplay is 30%. So whenever I think about the draft between these 2 teams, I think Gen.G is way ahead of T1 because they already have so many pocket picks, and also they have a great strategy into the draft. So I feel like it's Gen.G's favor.
All right, well, there you have it. This has been our expert opinions on our 4th place matchup. This is a battle that has spanned multiple different organizations, World Championships, LCK Finals, and a player who's been on both sides of this rivalry. It is the greatest match in esports. It is Gen.G versus T1 for a spot at Inspire Arena. We'll see you after game number 1.
Makes me stronger.
아무것도 안 됩니다, 젠지는.
아, 진짜.
정말 드라마틱한 경기력이었습니다, KT 로스터. 젠지가 지기나 할까? 뭐 이런 얘기들이 나왔었는데.
이 LCK 판도를 바꿨어요.
레전드 그룹 1위를
호랑이 젠지를요
잡는다고요. 서커스로 응수한다. 와!
아니 한타 뭐
뭐예요 T1? 이거에서 많이 본 것 같은 T1의 모습인데요. 디펜딩 챔피언이 월드를 못 간다고요? 이건 말도 안 되잖아요. 젠지도 지금 화가 엄청 났잖아요. 미쳤어요 젠지. 젠지의 반격 정말 미친 않다. 진짜 미쳤어요. 아 이렇게 젠지가 일어납니다. 잠에서 깼어요. 완전히. 누가 결승에 갈지 그리고 LPL 4번 시드를 누가 만나게 될지 양보 없는 대결 기대도 될 것 같습니다.
젠지 제발 이겨줘.
T1 파이팅! T1 파이팅! T1 결승전 가자! T1 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Uribank 2025 LCK playoffs. It is one heck of an auspicious day. Not only is it T1 versus Genji, as Digon so rightly said, the greatest matchup in esports. There's also a couple of extra things, Wolf.
There's a lot of stakes.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Oh.
It's, so do you remember? It's the 21st of September right now.
Oh my
God. A day about chasing clouds away. And there is a team that gets more Cloud Souls than any other team, and that is T1. However, on the other side, it's also a Sunday. So the church is in session. There is so much for both sides. So much to get into. Today is just, oh my.
It's a big day.
It is a huge day.
My mind is aligned with what Chronicler said earlier, that perhaps it was a fluke against KT Rolster with Canyon and Chovy underperforming, and that this should be a relatively quick series with Genji being the victor. But my heart is telling me, my waters, the vibes are telling me that this series is going to go down in history. I have a feeling this series is going to be epic. It is going to have everything you could ever want. In a series where we're fighting for 4th seed at Worlds or skipping that play-ins match, but also, arguably more importantly, which one of these two teams is going to be making that run potentially to the grand finals that will be facing off against KT. The winner in that lower bracket finals could have that rematch of T1 and KT, or we could have Genji looking for revenge to take KT out to go to the finals. So really cool storylines we've been blessed with here in this bracket. Take a look at this matchup here. This is a really fun one between Owner and Canyon. Notice their win rate head-to-head here. 44 and 43, incredibly close.
And if we do get Silver Scrapes and T1 wins, it's going to finish off even between the two junglers. Absolutely ridiculous. Of course, Owner looking unbelievable. In their last matchup, there was absolutely nothing DK could do. It was, I don't know, it was one of the most impressive jungle performances in a best of 5 that I've seen from a single player in a very, very long time. And maybe the last time I saw it was when Canyon was in peak form, but that was not him the last time out, as Ruler is closing in on 3,000 LCK assists, which will put him actually put him ahead of Aiming.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aiming, he won't be getting any more here in LCK this year, so Ruler very likely to pass him today and move up to top 3. He's only really right now about 37 behind Teddy as well, so very, very close. Prediction time though, because this is one of the most contentious predictions we've had this entire time. Our team leaning pretty heavily towards Genji. You can see Ox, Digon, and G-Sun though on the other side. On the KR side, it's all Genji.
It is, and I have some good company. I was feeling the same way, Wolf. I didn't get the nervousness after my warders told me that it was going to be a swift 3-0, because I was envisaging the way Chovy and Canyon felt after that series against KT, and they're not going to let that happen again.
I don't think so either. I think it's going to be a very, very different look. And, you know, the setup here for this series between these two is so unreal because they normally face off against each other in the upper bracket final, right? Not the lower bracket here. So we're going to start walking out our players, starting with Keen, who has been the most consistent top laner here in the LCK across the year. Sure, you could argue that Zeus and Doran have at times had higher highs than this man, but in terms of consistent form, each and every day he shows up to this arena, it's been Keen.
It certainly has, and in their last series, he was still extraordinarily good. I don't think there were very many notes. Keen just didn't quite have the same support from his mid and jungle in that series that he's been used to throughout the entire year. Keen is just incredibly good. The best thing about this series, though, is that it's not looking over at Doran and saying he's going to have a tough time. This is a man that really found incredible form this year. Doran has been probably one of the most impressive players that I've watched improve. Even though he's such a veteran here in the LCK, he's still just gotten so much better.
He's just changed stylistically to fit T1 better, but I love how sacrificial he's been on picks like the Aatrox, the Renekton, absorbing so much pressure on flanks. He's been aggressive and allows and sets up T1 for success. He's been a critical part of their roster this year, even though at the beginning of the year people had their doubts. Like you said, massively improved.
Yep, looking fantastic, and this is a guy that needs to look more fantastic. I think Canyon wanting to bounce back after that difficult series their last time out against KT. Obviously, we're able to take a couple of games. It was a banger 5-gamer between the two squads, but not the expectation that Gen G had. Losing to KT was just not on their bingo card, right?
It's been a meta that's been shaped by, playoffs really, that's been shaped by jungle play, has been shaped by Sundered Sky, and Canyon just did not have the same performance that Cuz had in that really critical series that dropped them down here in the first place. So we're hoping to see a bounce back from him. This man on the other side of things had a huge bounce back in his performances when he was able to crush their last series with an incredible KDA, destroying D+ Kia in so many skirmishes. Jarvan in particular, a pick that he has really run the rift on. Known for his Xin Zhao as well all year long. He was the best Xin Zhao player. We were surprised at how many times he was able to get his hands on it when it was the S tier top, like Z tier jungle pick. And right now, we come into the series with expectations that he's going to be the stronger jungler, but hoping that Canyon will bounce back. If Canyon does, it changes everything.
I think so too. I think that the next role that we're heading towards is also going to play a huge part. Chovy was a bit of a passenger in their last match, but we know this guy as, you know, the best performing mid laner in the world at this point in time. I think one series is probably not enough to slap him off that pedestal. And as I mentioned before, this time it's a Sunday. Last time it was a Saturday. You know, we went to church this morning, and I imagine that people are going to be feeling better about how the Church of Chovy is looking on a day like today.
I think so. And his opposition on the other side, they've had serious questions about the laning phase of League of Legends' greatest player of all time, Faker. The most famous player to ever touch a keyboard and mouse in esports history, has been slumping in lane, but outside of lane, the impact is always felt. The side lane pressure, where he's been pinched oftentimes, is where they utilize him to pull pressure and look for team fights and skirmishes. It hasn't been as consistent in their last few series as it has been in the past. They've been playing a lot more around 5v5s, where Owner is really the catalyst in the setup, but we'll see what Faker looks like today, because if Chovy is back in form, this could be a critical point for Gen G to get ahead.
Yep, and I think that the difference between these two mid laners is that it's responsibility. I feel like Faker takes it. If he decides that he needs to win, he'll take responsibility and he will win that game. And that is actually kind of similar to this guy on the bottom side of the map for Gen G. Ruler, I think, has been really stepping up, had a difficult start of the year with Gen G, but has since found some incredible form. But we know that he also takes things on his shoulders and will try and make things happen, even if his role doesn't necessarily allow that to work out every single time.
When I think of Ruler, I think of a snowball rolling down the hill.
Yeah.
He and Duro get ahead in lane. He is one of the best AD carries, if not the best AD carry in the world, at taking a small lead and ballooning it, exploding on picks like the Corki, the Kalista, and just taking over games himself. Gumayusi, his opponent here, they have faced off so many times, but Gumayusi now coming into this series in a Jhin meta. You can see how many fans are here for him. This is probably like the most dense group of fans I think we've seen for any of our players walking out today. A controversial year for Guma, but I think finishing strong here at the end. And so far, looking to be very consistent in his series. We've seen, Keria drop the ball a little bit sometimes in the 2v2s, but Guma has still come out of the laning phase to make a big impact in team fights.
Yep, I think there are still some question marks around how the team plays around Gumayusi. I think they really sorted things out. On the top side of the map, Ona really playing towards Doran, allowing him to do exactly what he needs to do, Faker augmenting that. But playing around what Gumayusi wants to do is something that we did brought up, I think, really well on the pre-show. And I think that that's what they're going to have to focus on, is now we're going to head towards the support role. And I loved Dagon's reference earlier, like, you're not carrier is something that we talk about all the time. Duro, he came into the LCK saying that he was going to be the next carrier.
Yeah.
And he has done a pretty good job trying to emulate that, I reckon.
That's literally the first thing he said in his first interview. And I don't know what it's going to take for this guy to get the credit and the acclaim that he deserves at this point.
Are we going justice for supports already, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to say it because he's been overshadowed by many, even Delight, but I think he's overperformed both this man here and Delight all year long. Keria this year has had so many strong picks as Nico, incredible, but has taken a bit of a dip, I think, at the very end of the season here. The Bard predictability felt like, at first you're like, okay, this Bard is insane. His Bard is the best in the LCK, but now it just keeps getting banned, or it looks really predictable here. So I think we're going to have to see Keria show a little bit more depth. I think we're seeing a return to that in their last series against T+, but I want to see it go a little bit higher if T1's going to get the upset tonight.
Yep, and we'll see whether the draft is going to look a bit better as well. Things like picking that Xayah Renata bot lane face up into the Ziggs draft earlier on. That was a couple of series ago. They've been able to iron out some of these kinks in the draft, and I'm hoping that T1 will look like they are well prepared for this series. I think already making that, making a lot of changes and a lot of differences were seen in their previous series against DK, which did turn out to be a lot easier. Draft decisions there were more glued on the other side of the rift, one could say, but I'm going to just try my best not to think about Rammus support today.
No.
Unless Keria picks it and shows us all what it's capable of, that would blow my mind. But also, I just hope that it doesn't happen. I just don't think.
I don't think it's happening.
Real. I don't think that's real.
So we have two teams coming into this best of 5 on opposite spectrums of momentum. T1 getting the win over D+, and with the performance from Ona that was phenomenal. On the other side, a loss for Gen G to KT. Taking another zoom in here on the bottom lane very briefly. Notice the lane stats here for Ruler in terms of CS. He ends up getting massive leads, but his gold difference is not as high. That's because T1 often utilize lane swaps incredibly well to get Guma massive amounts of gold early on, even if they aren't getting the duo 2v2 kills as often. See the KDAs here, pretty different. Guma playing a lot more back at safe. Ruler kind of getting up into the thick of things. And of course, Gen G coming off that loss against KT isn't going to do wonders for Ruler's stats, but I want to go back to the momentum thing because we haven't seen Gen G since that KT series. Our expectations is that Canyon and Chovy will be back in form, but I think game 1 is going to tell us a lot. That's where we're going to really be able to reframe and reshape expectations because it has been a while since we've seen Gen G. The series against D+ wasn't dominant per se, but it was from Owner, right? And when that's one weak point for Gen G that we saw most recently versus an insanely strong point, it gives you hope as a T1 fan that maybe that upset could happen tonight. You're hoping they don't show up in this best of 5.
Exactly right. I'm a little bit distracted, Wolf. I'm not going to lie to you. The Artie that was barbecuing the Gen G Tiger was just really unsettling. And we've seen a lot of these fan signs. I should be getting used to it. But that was real.
Imagine
scary.
what Adi did to Bunky then to get rid of him.
Oh, by the way, another fan sign that we have translated for us here is it's Inspire Arena. So Gen G boys, it's time to show off your arena skills. And we know that they've been playing way too much arena. It makes it very difficult to look at solo queue stats because every stat is arena.
When you see those stats at the bottom of the screen, Legend first, Legend third, the fact that we're in playoffs lower round 3.
It's insane,
and
isn't it?
T1 was considered vastly superior to Hanwha before playoffs began, despite being just below them, just a few games below them, not getting them that second place is insane. As the Bard and the Nico will be respected immediately here for Gen G, taking those away from Keria. Have questions about where Jarvan will land. I think Jarvan could start to replace Pantheon and some of these early bans.
Yeah, I actually think that whoever gets... It feels like Jarvan really does sort of meld a series around you, right? Like, we've seen... like, and it's going to be banned here by Gen G, really targeting, right? Like, these are the two picks that Keria has the most impact on, and the Jarvan was the way that Ona started that snowball rolling in their series against DK. I think that the Demacian Prince is going to be someone that we'll be looking out for throughout this series
100%.
to see who manages to pick that one up, and I think that it will be first pick priority. Let's see what this last ban is going to be, though, because Yunara is up, guys.
Yunara is available. Pantheon is banned instead here with no Wukong. Feels like a pretty strong Yunara angle here for Ruler. We've seen teams have answers to this in the 2v2, or at least attempted answers, like the press the attack smolder we saw from Ruler himself.
Yep.
And so I think T1 very willing to give this up. This is not a, uh-oh, I guess we accidentally gave Yunara. I think they have a plan here. We don't know what that plan is just yet, but they will also have jungle priority pick here as well, since Gen G did take that away. They have red side, so it's a great way to try to utilize red side as well as remove Yunara from play for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about is, will Gumayusi go towards the Smolder pick, right? That we've seen be the handshake option into the Yunara. It doesn't really feel like a Guma champion to me. And otherwise, we've seen a lot of other picks not really work. Like, is it just a Felios? Is that what he's going to be playing into it as sort of his hyper carry of choice in the matchup? As the Orianna, massively high priority and does go over to Faker, that is a big deal because he's been so good on this champion. And this new Bruiser Orianna that we've been seeing has been... yeah, looking pretty broken, and that is going to be Xin Zhao for Ona. Needs no introduction there, I don't think.
I mean, I think he was considering the Nocturne potentially to lock down the Yunara in the back line. Great ball carrier, but don't know what the rest of this draft is going to look like just yet. Another option we haven't talked about in the bottom lane, but is now very difficult to lock in, is the Lucian pick, which we have seen attempted to take out the Yunara in the bottom 2v2, but now on red side, you can only get one part of that, and the other parts will be taken away. And see the Vi Galio to come through here for Gen G now. So a lot of frontline and engage to set up this Yunara to clean up team fights.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like the idea of playing around Ruler here in game number one, because I think Ruler and Keen were the two that were, I think Duro as well. It was mainly Canyon and Chovy that was struggling. So put them on utility and then allow Ruler to carry and get that momentum rolling, maybe get some mojo back into the jungle and mid lane. But there is that Corki like you were talking about.
To me, Corki has been Ruler's best champion this year, and you take it away for the series now. So now you don't have to worry about Ruler's Corki. For the rest of the series, you won't have to worry about his Yunara. You will have to worry about it here in game one, but feels kind of similar veins to what Chronicle was talking about with that Ziggs pick that they showed us earlier on in playoffs, where you just take it away. Rakan going to be removed here now for that lane sustain, and also the amazing follow-up he has with the Vi and the Galio. The Alistair, one of the stronger pairings for the Corki in this lane, 2v2. See what ends up coming through here finally for Keria, because I feel like even Rel could work in this draft here for T1.
Yeah, there are so many support bans so far. Like, we already have 4 taken away. So that pool is getting a little bit thinned. There is still things like Liliona, the Nautilus, stuff like this that they can look towards, but maybe one more ban is going to come through. I don't know about the Rel situation, but instead it's going to be the Renekton taken away from Doran. I think Keen wants to play Ambessa.
Do you want to save counterpick for Doran or for Keria? I think probably for Doran in this case, as if you could just lock in Nautilus or Leona, you're fairly safe here. It's tough to dive because of the stuns and the roots that those champions can pick up to defend said dives. He's just going to take the Ambessa away.
I like it a lot. And I actually think Keria having counterpick is really important, because if Duro just locks in a melee engage support, you can Lux it. You can throw a Karma in that lane. You can really punish the lane, the 2v2, in a way that can help put that Yunara behind, which is looking like the sole carry at this point in time in Gen G's comp.
2 ways to play this as Gen G. One, you just slam a tank down, you front to back with your already insane front line, or you go for like Aatrox, Camille.
Man.
You go for the aggressive pick, you go for the lockdown backline access, and when you have Galio already with Vi, it just becomes so simple. And even if you don't kill the Corki, it doesn't matter. You just kill anyone. And then you have such a front line that the rest of T1 won't be able to compete. And with Orianna in particular, she's more burst-oriented. Her ultimate is really the main part of the fight. If you can kill the Corki, the Orianna will never be able to compete with the damage that this Yunara is putting out later on in the game. And Genji are basically setting this up to be hyper carry ruler with so much frontline. You'll never be able to touch that, Yunara.
Absolutely not, and that is a Braum that will be locked in alongside this Yunara this time around. Duro not going to be going the full engage route. You know, engage Braum is something we've laughed about a fair bit, but the Poppy left up and available. This is something that's been banned quite a bit during these playoffs. Will get through here, will be the final lock-in for Carrier. Not exactly the most lane power that you can get, but still going to be very, very powerful in breaking up these team fights and denying the sort of we're just going to collapse on top of you and hope that you all die style of composition that Genji does have.
T1 kind of misread what Genji were looking for here. They banned the Aurora, don't want to lose the top lane, don't want to take away Doran's ability to get prio there, but instead Genji are like, we're playing for composition here. We're going to get this Camille. We have Camille, Galio, Vi, and Yunara. Team fights are so free for us. And now T1 end up with a Poppy, which feels almost like desperation as a get-out-of-jail-free card for setting up on objectives. For example, if you can knock some of those champions away, you might be able to get that fair fight. For team fights, when we get to 3rd Drake, 4th Drake, when we get to Baron, it's all about can T1 win the fight practically instantly, or do they lose it? There is no in-between. There is no late game where we're going to see Gumayusi barely clean up the fight. That is so rarely going to happen when these two compositions collide.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it's going to be a difficult Poppy game as well, right? Because there's quite a few champions that just don't really care, right? Galio, happy to get knocked away. He can just fly back in almost immediately. Vi presses ult. You can't move her around anymore. And the Camille has the ability to go untargetable as well if you can time it correctly. So going to be a tough game to really get the most Keeper's Verdict value. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1 of this do or die best of 5. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Genji versus T1, the El Clasico here for our final day in LoL Park. And it's kind of insane that one of these teams does get to go to the Inspire Arena later on next week, and another team is just going to be going home. And not only that, but also has to face off against the 4th seed of the LPL in the first best of 5 of Worlds. They could have, like, there could be 3 games and then you're just home again.
Yeah.
For T1 or Genji, what?
It's crazy how we went from it's always either T1 or Genji lifts the LCK trophy, and there's different times in different eras where we're like, oh, it's definitely either Genji or T1, like one is so favored, to Hanwha Life lifting the trophy last season in summer, to now one of these teams gets the chance to play the lower bracket finals, and we still might not have either of them, actually. Yep. It could still be Hanwha Life versus KT in the grand finals. So just crazy to see a big shift here in the LCK right now. As this bottom 2v2 is going to be quite volatile here. Duro going to be playing this Braum into the Poppy, which also kind of hurts Lucian picks, by the way, for the future of this series.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. Kind of does make that a little bit more difficult. We have seen some experimentation, like the Janna Lucian that we saw the other day. Wasn't exactly our favorite. Well, I mean, it was mine because it was Beryl that played Janna, but
he did some cool stuff.
He did some cool stuff, even if it didn't necessarily work out. But I think you're right. I think the Braum coming out now might really change up how this series is going to look. As Doran and Kane trading blows back and forth here. You can see Doran pretty happy with his release date, and Keen just doing his very best to weather the storm. It will get to a point where Keen can just sort of nuke people by, you know, pressing Q and stuff like that, as Chovy finding some Winds of War against Faker here.
Faker having a great start to this lane, avoiding those Winds of War at level 1, just constantly applying that pressure, ramping up those auto attacks, pushing Chovy out of the lane, harassing him with his Q. Canyon is 8-1 on this Vi, but more impressively, I think, is Chovy's 12-0 Galio.
Yeah, that is a score line that he has right there. Not too bad at all. Things looking pretty good over here on T1 side as well, outside of the pretty surprising lower win rate here for Gumayushi's Corki. Hasn't necessarily found as much success.
Now notice the junglers are both path different directions. This top lane is very gankable for Canyon to come up here and look for absorbing that pressure that Doran is looking to put on here. You mentioned the release state difference. It's just a really hard matchup for Camille early because Doran has those shields, has all those dashes, so could just maneuver him essentially in the lane, but this is a gankable lane where the Vi has power. Bottom side, looking for a little bit of a trade here. Not as gankable for the Xin Zhao, I would say, though.
Yeah, not so much. Bit of Slurkle value there on Carrier, but not too much more. Do want to say thank you to Valdez yesterday for really vindicating the Slurkle, and I appreciated it so much. Just needed him to know that.
Look at this, by the way. Like, we mentioned it briefly. Like, this is across, now 15 across international events as well. 2 times at EWC, that win at MSI as well. This is for all time.
He's pretty good at Galio.
He does have the most famous Galio play of all time as well before it was changed.
He does.
Because of him.
the good old Flash Taunt.
Yeah.
That was DRX against Gen G.
Yeah.
So that was BDD. I think BDD was playing Zoe in that series. Kind of crazy stuff. I think I went back and watched that play like a few months ago, just because I was like, there's so many phenomenal Galio games for Chovy. I remember the 4-man taunt, but I couldn't remember the context all that well.
I remember it very well because it was on my caster audition for the LCK.
Hey, I was there for that too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my memory of that isn't quite as good. I have to admit, I did a few of those auditions. As Chovy and Faker still just laning it out here, both of them having teleported back in. And CS numbers looking fine as Chovy is going to be able to justicely punch his
Faker
way
has
through the wave.
Constantly applied pressure in this lane, and yet still Chovy is only a minuscule number of CS
good
down.
At red dots.
He really is. So we do see the lane swaps coming in here at the same time. Top laners teleporting down to the bottom lane, so it's really just a zero-sum lane swap. End up being the same matchups both sides, which means that this Dragon, since there is no big lead in this bottom lane, may go unattended for a little while here in this game.
And there is still the chance of a Cloud Soul, which is absolutely fantastic. I just really think that the Earth, Wind, and Fire vibes, it's the chasing the clouds away part of it that I think is the most important. And so a Cloud Soul in Game 1.
It's the 21st night of September, right?
Yes.
We're still a little bit early for that, so, you know, it's 3 p.m.
I'm sure it's the night somewhere.
Yeah.
You know? I don't quite know where.
Like, maybe if it goes 5, you know, we get that Cloud Soul in Game 5?
Yeah.
As yet, Yunara does cover lanes.
Okay, Gumayusi taking a lot of damage. Has to barrier here underneath the turret, but has already taken a lot. Is now Carrier in a bit of trouble. Voltbreaker comes in from Canyon, who's been pretty active, or at least has found a bit of an angle to be useful here towards this top side of the map.
So it's Dragon here for a barrier of Guma and some potential plate gold here. He's going to lose some farm as well. He's already a little bit behind in that regard. So this is a pretty big win here for Gen G, but at least T1 is able to stack that first Dragon on the other side of the map. Grubs are not spawning for 2 minutes here, so they'll have time to reset and look for that as well. As Doran is continuing to put pressure on in this lane, but won't really find himself with a CS advantage. And the Camille, like I said before, is really just about team fights later on. It's the setup with the Galio they drafted it for, not because they think it's going to smash Ambessa in this early game or gain Prio.
Yeah, I do still think that Keen will have a great time in side lanes as well later on in the game. It's one of the reasons why Camille has been so good is that she does team fight really well, gets that backline access, but also just kind of nukes turrets.
Canyon's going to have level 6 here. There is a control ward on that Tri-Brush, but this is a nice setup for Gen G.
Yep, there's the hook shot to come in. Hextech Ultimatum comes down there as well as the public execution tries to come out here as Doran has to flash, but the flash forward from Keen! And this Camille looking for a first blood, although doesn't have a lot of mana, but the Winter's Bite is going to land. Doran in a lot of trouble, but still dashing away. Oh my goodness, just the Ambessa things, and Doran is actually gonna be okay.
The craziest part of all this to me is you lose so much because Ruler's in trouble now here on the top side. It's gonna force a TP here from Duro. He will get back just in time, but also the fact that Canyon was just chilling the whole time. Like, he was down there, and I guess he just assumed they had enough to kill Doran. So he's like, I'm not going to waste my time coming over there to secure the kill. But because he doesn't show up, Doran does get away, is down his flash now, and is going to lose a plate here. But it was a dangerous moment there for Ruler topside. Hits level 6.
Yep, that is going to be the stun onto Carrier. Ruler's still there, though, and does have a lot of damage. As the flash forward, and Ruler will find it, dashes after the Corki, and there is first blood, but it's for the Yunara.
Yeah, the Yunara ends up getting the huge value out of the level 6 spike. You're not going to have that as the Corki hits the slow there onto Guma. Guma down barrier from the previous exchange. has to flash, but Ruler has the follow flash and takes him out. Canyon gonna take this prio opportunity to start up grubs, grabs the first one. Any grub you can get for this Camille side lane is gonna feel fantastic, and it looks like they might just get all 3.
Yep, Canyon will be able to at least grab 2 of them with the help of Ruler, who does pick up a bit of extra money for that one. So far here for Gen G, things going exactly the way that they want them to. Money is where it's supposed to be. Chovi's health bar not looking fantastic here, but he is just going to Justice Punch his way through the minions, get himself back to base. And being a wave behind is absolutely fine here for the Galio. Still hoping that he finds some more impact later into the game.
Look at this calculation here from Ruler, knowing he's going to hit 6 off this minion. Goes for the dash forward first. That cooldown is bleeding, right? And he goes for this arc here, grabs the slow, forces the flash, gets his dash back at the last possible second. Dashed first, he gets it right at the end, and that's what is able to close the gap there on that Corki to secure the kill.
I do love as well that as the Keeper's Verdict comes out and Ruler is just knocked away, yeah, well, Braum is just, okay, we've got a little bit more of an engage here towards the bottom side. As now Ruler may immediately get punished, does have the barrier, some sidesteps come through, public execution, and he puts Ruler down. Duro not able to find the Winter's Bite this time. The immediate answer comes on through, and this time around, Ruler not quite as okay as he was indicating in that replay.
That's going to be a big swing of gold back here to T1, putting them in the lead here as Doran picks up his first kill of the game. Now, he does have teleport as well, and will be able to come answer this top wave. If he didn't, this would have been a costly endeavor. There's still going to be Keen getting a little bit of damage done to this turret because he has 3 grubs. Not enough to actually grab the plate on this wave, but that was a great moment there, very calculated by Doran. Knows he can TP to patch that whole top side as Guma is heading back down to the bottom lane. Yeah, take the Yunara out. You can see on the minimap here as well, they're already prepping that swap back. So Doran wants to find an all-in here with Keria before he goes to the top lane with his teleport. And Ruler plays this well, actually, with his ultimate, but Doran is just so quick to snap him up with his R button right as he dashes away.
Yeah, just waiting for the dash, knew exactly what was going to happen. And of course, as soon as that one's down, public execution is too easy.
Yeah, Ruler flashless, of course, after the previous exchange topside. He knows there's no way to dodge it.
Very nicely done. Bit of a Venn diagram here displayed between Keria and Chovy, but not too much more than that. As Gumushi doesn't quite find that rocket. Slurkle connects though here from Ruler, who is still frightening, although he did just miss a cannon. That doesn't feel great. Ona making his way in though. There, the flash out of the shockwave. Very nicely done there from Chovy, but still a big cooldown invested. T1 successful gank in the mid lane.
That was very impressively played by Chovy. Still has to flash, but does not lose his life. And down here on the bottom side, we continue to zoom in on it because there's always, with Yunara, there's always an all-in angle.
Yep.
And our observers are very aware of it. Also, Vi on the bottom side, Canyon surfing around here as they clear this vision away. He is still unseen. Doesn't like they're going to be able to punish this flashless Corki. Instead, will turn their eyes towards the dragon first.
Yeah, looking like second dragon gonna get picked up here by Gen G, unless there's something that T1 can do about it. Chovy looking a little worse for wear, which might make this a little bit more dangerous, but with Ona not in the area, just finishes the Sundered Sky, but Canyon already had that one in his back pocket, so feeling pretty good, and utilizing that Sundered Sky window to grab the Drake. So that is going to be 2 objectives taken here by Gen G, just 1 more to lock down that portion of the feats of strength, and there it is, guys. It's wow. It's Earth, Wind, and Fire value here. We're chasing the clouds away. It's a Cloud Salt here in game number 1. Sometimes, you know, your faith does get rewarded, and it just feels fantastic.
Atlas is from the future. Or he just wills Cloud Souls, or both. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just a fan. Anyway, Keen and Doran doing battle here towards his top side. Duro picks his moment to come in, but it looks like Doran will be absolutely fine. And we'll just be able to shove this wave in as much as he would like. The fact that he did get that extra kill, though, a big deal, because it's going to take a long time for Keen to get to that point where he can stand toe-to-toe with the Ambessa if Doran continues to have a performance like this on the best champion that he's had this year, I think.
Yeah, it feels like the jungler of Gen G in this game is Duro, because he's constantly going around the map as support, roaming and trying to find value for Ruler or for Keen in this game, whereas Canyon has just been hard farming, hasn't been involved really in all too much this game. And it's really interesting to see how that roaming support can get high value, especially when you have the Camille set up for the Braum. really powerful there, but Doran reads it well. He's got a bunch of dashes. Duro's not going to flash for that one. And we reset back to a quieter game state here once again, as now do see the AD carries start to head towards this mid lane.
Yeah.
And the side lanes begin a very, very close start to this series. We've had a lot of blowout games this playoffs, but this looks like it's not going to be one of them.
Yeah, not a lot of funny business happening in this one, as Chovy does avoid the dissonance quite nicely there. Now phase rushing after Faker finds the Colossal Smash and looking pretty good on this Galio thus far. Still has a fair bit of health bar to get through, but does have that first item completion, a whole bunch of extra tankiness here for Chovy.
Yeah, he's still down his flash, but you know, not going to be too impactful in this side lane unless a gank does happen. And it's a lot of caution, I think, that both teams are showing right now. We're not seeing a lot of heavy commitment from junglers to ganks or big skirmishes just now, and since there's no objective up, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Owner has control vision here.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a window perhaps, as Gumiushi on the Cloud Rift super runny fast patch. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, something like that.
It's not a circle, it's a fast call. A very big circle.
It's a ground cloud.
Yeah, there it is. But it's also a speed up.
Yeah, I don't know how to like,
because like you've been up a mountain, right? And
Yeah.
you're in the clouds. I don't go faster. I just feel a bit wet.
Yeah.
You know, that's sort of what happens. So I'm a bit confused as to why it happens the way that it happens, but I prefer not to question it.
The champions just turn into like their planes zooming.
Yeah, maybe
going
that's
through
what it
clouds.
is.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like, even if that's not true, that's the way I'm going to think about it from now on, is Doran finding a little bit of harass here against Keen, but it looks like things are going to go okay now that Trinity Force has been put together.
Ruler
fighting
is
against
just-
two. He's feeling a bit strong, I could imagine.
Every time he presses Q, you need to get away from him.
Yes.
And you can see he has a somewhat hefty gold lead over his opposition here, but it's the top lane where T1 shore up that advantage. They have a technical gold lead themselves, like overall here with the lead that Faker has over Chovy. But I think all these things don't really matter that much. We're sitting at a 1-to-1 Drake game here, no double dragon, very, very even stakes. It's going to be that first team fight, that first skirmish that we're going to see around this Herald right now that is going to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, I think this moment is going to be incredibly pivotal, or a team just handshakes and then we just don't know yet. But I think the first team fight, whenever it happens, is going to really tell us a lot here, as Canyon looking to clear out some vision.
Guma wanted to back, I think, but there's just no time. He's down items here on components here to Ruler. And remember, for T1, you want to win the fight instantly here. Blow up a single member, then you can clean up. But if Ruler's the last man standing, you've completely lost it.
Ooh, bit of Slurkle value here, as Keen finding a good trade against Doran. The health bars of these top laners actually does play a factor, as they both have teleport. We're going to try and make their way up. And Chovy and Faker will be still ping-ponging some waves here. The Rift Herald now down to about 4,000 as Gumiushi Carrier in the area. A bit of a rotation down. The Keeper's Verdict comes through, but it's immediately buffered by the ulti from Canyon. And the heroic entrance comes down there as well. Justice Punch, fantastic. But the Yunara is dead. They've taken down the Poppy, but that is not enough value. And Keen will be wiped out as well. Doran continues the fight. This guy's Ambessa is absolutely absurd as he picks up the triple. Can it be the Quadra? He's tanking up the turret, and he will allow Ona to pick up the kill, although Chovy may not. So he's just going to get himself out of there, but he is the last man standing.
He's the only one alive on the side of Genji, and like I said, this fight's going to blow the game open. T1 with flying colors take the fight here, as Genji are set up to secure Herald. T1 are set up to fight. And look at the buffer there, it's fantastic. The ultimate does come out here, but when you look at what happens next, the Yunara is actually caught. Doran gets into the
shockwave value.
and the shockwave is massive. And once that the Yunara is down, you just don't have damage, whereas T1 have a Corki, and the real damage dealer of this skirmish is the Ambessa. Doran just runs them down. Chovy with an impressive escape here, does have phase rush and will get the hell out of there, but he is the only one surviving that fight. T1, massive win.
Yeah, Doran is now a huge problem for Genji. 4-0-1, 1.7k gold lead just for himself. And the first Cloud Drake will go over to T1 here. That'll be their prize.
Cloud Drake arguably, I mean, if there's an investment in this game, I'd argue the Cloud Drake is higher value for Gen G even individually because of the melees they have and how reliant they are on them, and the movement speed would be so beneficial. So even each individual Drake Gen G doesn't pick up really hurts how this composition could have otherwise functioned here. T1 with one more big win on top of the skirmish on the top side.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive as Faker will pick up this wave. The Chovy shoved towards this top lane. Runan's picked up here for Ruler, but does really want 3 items before he's very strong. Gumayushi still looking for item number 2, but it's 2 items that you feel great on when it comes to the Corki. So they will be feeling better and better as the next, I reckon, 10 minutes, 7 minutes perhaps goes on. And that will allow T1 to really sink their teeth into this advantage that they picked up. It is, as you look at the top of your screen, 1.6k. It's not end of the world type gold lead, but we said that the way this first team fight is going to look is really going to set the tone for how the rest of this game is going to be, and T1 looked pretty good.
It's T1, you could play through shutting down this Camille side lane win con because yes, she has grubs, but your Ambessa is just so much more powerful and is going to be hitting big spikes early in this game with the gold that Doran just picked up. So they're going to actually look to gank Doran himself.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Public Execution comes in as Carrier is going to evict the Camille. And now it's only Canyon and Duro that are down here underneath this turret. And Doran once again is going to survive.
Doesn't even have to flash in the exchange. Carrier getting huge value out of the Keeper's Verdict there to save the play. Now Owner's here and Duro's left alone.
Yep, he's going to put down the door. Tries to flash his way out, but there's a teleport coming in. Ulti from Duro coming on through here, and I think they know that this Braum is dead. Keen still gonna go in, but Faker's teleport. Now Keen is in so much trouble. Ruler comes down, protects with a Slurkle. And that is going to be it. Oh, never mind the edge of the Shockwave, and it's a double kill for Faker on this Orianna.
Saves the ultimate for so long, knows he doesn't need it for the initial kill, and then finally is able to lock down Keen on the edge with the Shockwave, takes him out there, and T1 now poised to take this mid-turret, are running away with game 1 of this series.
Yep, you've got Chovy now rotating down, but that will be feats of strength. Oh, never mind. Gen G did lock down feats of strength by taking the top outer turret while we were speaking. But still, being able to break open the mid lane, a huge deal. Chovy now lying in wait in this brush. And we'll see whether he can at least stop the back here, and he does. Canyon moves over, though, as Owner is in perhaps a bit of trouble, but he does want to brawl, as we can see. Ruler's still doing a fair bit. But the problem is I feel like T1 showed it in that team fight. They can just say that Ruler's dead and he will die.
Yeah, 100%. And this, Doran's ability to absorb pressure has been iconic for him as a player across his career. On all 3 teams he's recently been a part of, right? And you consider he draws them all in, then they stick around way too long here. Owner shows up, and then you have this teleport from Faker with this really deep ward that's in the brush. Doesn't Shockwave here, even though there's a possibility he could have catch Keen. He's like, nah, not gonna go for that one. Waits till the possibility of the flash of the Shockwave is gone. Gets the flash here. Keen has no recourse, no way out. Catches him on the end, picks up the double.
Yeah, and right on the very edge of that Shockwave range as well. Absolutely fantastically done there by the GOAT. And that's going to move them to about a 2.5k gold advantage here at 21.5 minutes into the game. T1 really getting this snowball rolling down the hill in the first game. And we do need to say, Gen G, they had side selection moving into this first game. They chose blue side. T1 winning on red here in game 1 would be a huge deal, especially when the Yunara is invested, when Chovy's Galio, his undefeated Galio, is invested. There is a lot of those fearless bucks that they've used in this first game.
Now, in defense of the game state for Gen G, they still have this Yunara that's heading towards 3 items. They still have incredible setup for it. Even though this Camille is now practically made of paper, she will still have the ability to ult with Galio when Chovy goes in on top of Gumayusi. And if Ruler is able to have, with all this front line, that may even just be taken out by a Shockwave relatively quickly, if he's able to get into a game state where he can front to back with 3 items, this gold lead 2.4k here for T1 is not enough to say this game is finished, but if they can control the map with the tempo they have right now, continue to stack these dragons, and Gen G never gets that fair fight, T1 are feeling great about their position, and I think they should.
Yep. Ravenous Hydra is now done here for Keen, but I don't think it's going to be enough to deter Doran in a side lane for now. As you can see, he already had his 2 items completed. Some cheeky cloth armors there as well. And Cloud Drake, this would be sole point for T1 if they're able to lock this one down, and it has been started already. Full information over to Gen G, but what can they do about it is going to be the question.
They just have to give it up. They have that control vision in the pit, and they're just very aware that this is not going to be a possibility for them, and they're just going to instead try to look for a collapse on the Doran. But look at how much defensive vision he has here. He's just going to completely let this wave push in. He's going to back away, and it will be just a scuttle crab in exchange here for Gen G. Give it to Ruler. He picks up 100 gold off of that, and starting Otacon is a risky endeavor, but they're going to try it. They're going to try to pull T1 in. They are going to get Faker's teleport for this.
Yep, that's what they're looking for here, I guess, is the teleport is going to come on through. Keen finds the hookshot angle. There's a Hextech ultimatum. He delivers the gargoyle on top. Gumayusi taken down immediately. Now Kerry is going to turn up as Ona with that crescent guard is looking for Keen and will be able to find him. It's a 1-for-1 AD carry for top lane, but T1 still looking for more in the 4v4. Carrier dives forward, but Duro's able to get himself out of there with all of his summoner spells. And I don't know whether this works for Gen G, because they gave up a Drake and then went 1-to-1 in a fight.
Yeah, they went 1-to-1 in the fight. Duro loses his flash on the exchange there as Doran is able to force it with an ult there. But at the end of the day, the start was great. Like, this concept of pulling Faker's TP in and then collapsing onto Guma is exactly how this composition can work, because the Orianna isn't that strong alone, but the teleport angle from Faker is actually so threatening. It's hard for Gen G to then force a chase. Chovy looks for the taunt, doesn't find it here. Keen is taken out from the outset, and then Duro here forced to flash. So at the end of the day, good start on the play there, but the teleport angle from Faker, I think, really threw Gen G off, and they just had to retreat. Now T1 in Otacon control.
Yeah, Canyon is just on the Krugs, and Keen's in the bottom lane. So this Otacon is it just belongs to T1, and Gen G are not going to contest. So dropping the ball a little bit when it comes to being able to hold on to these objectives here. And T1 can also then augment that with this outer turret. Gen G just bleeding all over the place. Haven't been able to find a team fight that works for them. I felt like their coordination a bit off in that last fight as well. Noticed the second time around that Canyon threw his ult onto a corpse. Because of course Gumayusi was very dead prior to that one working, so he was sort of on his way in there, and then it sort of fizzled out. So he didn't have the access to that for the next target in the fight.
T1, I believe, had like 3 or 4 petals before that Otacon. They're at 14 to okay, it was 4. I got the confirmation.
Thanks, Jason.
Gen G's 12 here, so it's not like the most high value of all time Otacon takes here for T1, but it's just one more thing in their list of objectives they have. The grubs that Keen picked up have been very irrelevant in this game thus far. See, he got a little bit of side lane pressure here, but isn't able to touch the turret. Still a playable game here for Gen G. The gold lead hasn't really changed, but the map control is still 100% T1's.
Yep.
This could be an angle.
Possibility, as Ruler is still very, very strong. Going for Lord Dom's third here, because feeling a bit of a pinch, especially with the fact that there are some armor items being built up here by Doran. A little bit, a smattering, but it's just sort of base armor that is going to make that item feel pretty valuable.
Yeah, cut through that Zhonya's value there.
Yeah, there you go. That's armor. That counts.
It does count. I think that for Gen G, your best bet is to all in on this next fight. And hopefully, if you're a Gen G fan, you're hoping that Ruler gets that LDR before this dragon does spawn. It's going to be pretty close, whether he picks it up or not. He is backing right now. We'll see if he does end up securing that. Because this is the fight you can turn the game around on. You do have flashes back up on everybody but Duro. You have Canyon, Chovy, Keen to lock down Guma before the fight starts. If you can set up vision, even dropping a wave to set that vision up feels fantastic. Mortal Reminder picked up here for Ruler on that third item actually instead of the LDR, which makes sense in this draft. He's got that now. 3-item spike is hit. This is where it's do or die for Gen G. This is your last real big team fight here. You win this fight, you can maybe even turn it into a Baron. Oh no, Duro!
Yeah, Duro's going to get caught out, not stunned up by the heroic charge. That is a big deal. Ruler was there with Slurkle support, which does allow him to get himself to safety. Keen trying to pick up this wave in the side. And you can see Canyon makes his way back. We'll see what he can actually purchase here, as there are 40 seconds until this Cloud Drake. Chovy level 15, wanting to hit that extra level if he can. Don't know whether he's going to be able to. Oh, he's so incredible.
Yeah,
He will hit level 16. There it is.
Okay. this is it. But unfortunately for Gen G, because Duro was caught there, they had to play defensive around and they don't get any vision on Dragon. They're actually setting their eyes here on this Baron instead first, try to draw T1 in.
Death Dance completed here for Doran as well. He is
So
a full item ahead of Keen.
And, you know, you look at Chovy's items here, he's gone for the utility of that arm guard. It's all Ruler. It's Ruler or bust in this team fight. That is all that matters, is does Ruler get it done? Can you set him up? And T1...
Soul for Baron.
Yeah, T1 need to pivot over to this Baron.
Well, I mean, Soul is going to be pretty important as well, but Gen G, they are doing a fair bit of damage to this one, looking to clear out vision as well as Chovy slinks back into the fog of war. T1 is still very dangerous, though, as Keen looking to rotate up. And they have vision that this Dragon is not being taken. This is going to need to be a turn from Gen G. As Keen, he's just going to walk over here and look to start this one up as T1 just searching for where Gen G went. This little runaround, this do-si-do that Gen G did will be able to deny the soul.
That was
very
a really
cute.
high-value blue trinket here that actually identified that Doran got off the Dragon. They then scried where he was and came over here while pulling T1 to the Baron. And Gen G just quite literally ran a circle around T1, playing around vision really well. They don't have to force an awkward fight. They're all able to escape, even Canyon, who was on the wrong side of that pit. And they get the Dragon. They deny it from T1. And they get some more time here before we get that big 5v5.
Maybe some tempo vibes being pulled back in the Gen G direction. Them in general still belong to T1, absolutely, but a little bit maybe making it feel a little bit closer. And the gold advantage is not really there for T1 anymore. Gen G have been able to pull that one back relatively well. As you can see, 2,000 gold at 30 minutes into the game.
And the turn off of Baron is kind of awkward for T1. It's going to be so reliant.
Oh, yeah. Public execution comes down. The flash forward from Keen, and Doran gets over the wall, but Keen follows him with the ulti. Canyon comes down, but I think this would have been a solo kill for the Camille, and I'm pretty sure she's online, but the jungler was in the bottom lane.
And that means they just have to hard send it in the bottom lane and try to get as many turrets as they can. They're going for mid first, and they're going to try to get that bottom outer as well.
Yep, the Baron comes up. The catch from the ulti out of Duro is fantastic, but the rest of the cavalry are turning up, and the outer turret is still getting worked on. Faker's still alive. Down goes Canyon as Chovy's heroic entrance doesn't look exactly like that, but Keen is still a monster. The Crescent Guard comes in from Owner, but he still goes down. Double taunt from Chovy, and the Winds of War will be able to take another one down from the grave. Faker is going to be able to shut him out, but Gen G get rid of so many Barons.
It's only Guma's Baron that remains. They make the call to not push for that bottom inner turret, instead collapse on the teleporting Orianna. It all starts off here with Keen down an item, hitting, look at that damage on that first Q.
My
Doran
God.
then gets ulted over the wall by the Hextech ultimatum, and is just unable to compete here with this Camille. You see that Keen, or rather Canyon, shows up.
1,000 gold for Keen as well.
Faker is caught here, but his timing on his Zhonya's is phenomenal. Unfortunately, though, there's just so much setup here for Gen G with all these melees, and Ruler isn't even here yet. Watch what happens when he shows up as Keen goes into the backline here. Ruler's ultimate getting so much work down, or buys some time with his ultimate, and then Chovy, the double taunt, almost escapes with his life there, and Guma's the last Baron standing. So again, Gen G is kind of running circles around T1 on the map, utilizing this Camille pick, even behind. Now only, it's actually ahead, in fact, of Doran gold-wise here, and look at the dent in the gold difference over time graph here that just hit.
And the ridiculous thing is the amount of shutdown gold that Gen G just got from all of those kills, because it was only Guma that survived, and he was the one that was behind. He was the only one that was already behind in this game.
And like, the GA is completed, and now it's item parity for the top laner.
Yeah. And it's just kind of absurdity. I wasn't expecting to be talking about this, or the fact that it's 7-11 in kills. It's a very convenient kill score at the top side of the map. As, yeah, Gen G looking to defend on this bottom side. Chovy will be able to push this wave in towards the inner and mid lane. But it looks like T1 want to find themselves a fight as Keen is off on the side, that GA in hand. The double siege minions are looking difficult for Gen G to do anything about, as Canyon charging that Vault Breaker. The engage Braum comes in from Duro, as they're looking to split these fights, but Canyon is so difficult to deal with. Doran getting into that backline though, as now Ruler's doing his best to kite him out, and the public execution is ignorable, and now Chovy finds 3. Justice for Ona, as it's a double for Canyon, and the Genji freight train is burning down the bottom lane as Ruler picks up his 3,000th assist, and I have a feeling the Camille scaled in this game.
I think so. Down goes Guma. It's the full clean ace of T1. And when we go back and look at how that play started, I think a lot of it is Doran late on the TP. He thinks that T1 is still safe without him, and they're sure the engage problem won't do T1. We're safe. They're safe to continue to siege and push. They have the double cannons. But look at where Doran is on the map. I think if you want to play this far up and play around your double cannons, you just got to bring your Ambessa. Instead, they decide to 4-1 it. And Genji are like, no, you stepped both carries forward. Yeah, both carries caught. Your Faker first, and then look at Ruler's damage here. Doran shows up, and he's just shredded immediately as they try to buy time for the rest of T1 to get out. But Keen gets in the back line with Chovy, has GA, so it's not even a sacrifice of the Camille. And when you have this Yunara in the late game, okay, sure, he hit 3,000 assists, but they are assisting him. He is the main character of this draft. And Gum will be the last to fall. And T1 now incredibly far behind in this game.
Yeah, the problem is that Genji have kind of hit the things that they needed to. GA back again here for Keen. There is another one now on Canyon at the same time. And T1, there is still Cloud Soul available for them if they can lock this one down, but things are looking so much more difficult. All of the ultimates still there here as Genji look to see what they can do. T1 still formidable, still scary as the Slurkle comes in. Keen just halving the health bar of Ona as he dashes on top, but it's not a full commit here from Genji. They're making sure they have the vision. They are still respecting what T1's going to be capable of.
So hard to get something done with Shockwave here when they have choke point control. Banana Brush, they're constantly trying to put control words in it, but just feeding them to Genji as they're cleared out repeatedly. This means Faker just doesn't have any agency. And I think that T1 are just going to have to give this up.
What is the Galio poke? What the heck was that about?
Big damage.
It's actually doing a fair bit of work. Here's Keen, finds the angle. He gets on top of Ona, but it's Ruler's damage that we need to be wary of. And he takes down Doran. The Crescent Guard comes in, but Chovy just says, no, you're not allowed to engage. Duro and Canyon dealing with Ona off to the side, and the rest of the fight is going to be there as Keen gets out of the way of Faker, and Faker will overextend, unfortunately. Chovy able to take that one down. Steadfast presence just doesn't feel very steadfast at this stage of the game, and Genji just think, nah, it's not really about the Dragon when we can kill a Nexus and take game one.
Yeah, I think the eyes were for Dragon. T1 get caught by the Keen flank, and their eyes are now for Nexus. Is Keen so far behind this game? How many games is this guy going to be? Like, remember, his game was 1-4 on Gwen, and just pops off later. This guy is taken over.
Well, Carrier now trying to be a hero, but that charge ain't going to work. Guma just dies in the blink of an eye, and the Nexus will explode. Genji looked. They gave up so much in this game. They looked down and out and are able to turn it around and pick up game one in this best of 5. And if all the games are like this, I might die.
I think that Wadid is going to have a lot to say about that 70% of The weak cons for T1 were there. They were a lot more narrow, though, and they had control. And when you constantly have control, when you're able to shut that Camille down, you just hold on to it. I felt like, okay, T1's got enough pressure here that they will win every subsequent fight with the vision control they have. But all it takes is one mess up. All it takes is that incredible moment there where the near solo kill comes through, and then Camille gets a little bit more online. They get so much gold. Also, their wraparounds, like the fake out with the Dragon or the Baron, and then they go to Dragon while T1 drops Dragon, then comes to Baron. These moments just bought Genji enough time for Ruler to become the Fountain Laser, the god tier damage that Zunara can be, and I think T1 will probably regret giving that one over now.
Yeah, but the thing is, it worked. What T1 did worked, but then they gave up so many shutdowns. It was a mistake that lost them that game. I don't think it was the draft. And I agreed with what Wadid said, you know, 70% draft, 30% gameplay. Draft was a success, just wasn't quite enough as Genji were able to close it out in the end. We are gonna go to a short break. When we get back, the space is gonna break it down, and then we could have 4 more games of this. Hell yeah.
뽀삐 공도 없어서 다 연수 없다. 그냥 터치면 돼.
최대한 라플 하는 거 막아볼까?
라-
공만 생각해.
네, 라플 내가 폴키 공 앞에서 맞을게.
저거 내가 방풀
오케이. 내가 맞게.
라플만 못하게 하자.
라플만 남아.
그냥 때려 박자. 막았어 한번. 그냥 적자. 홀 빠졌고.
그냥 터.
나탱.
나한테.
나이스. 좀 빡세게 갔네.
네, 전령을 못한 것 같아 내가.
my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you made. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm
everyone. Welcome back to the space for the greatest series in esports. It is 1-0 Gen G over T1, and most of the time, we're like, hey, get to the matches. No, this time, get your pens out, get your notepads out, because we're going to teach you something about macro, because the two of the best teams in the world just taught us a whole lot, plus an animation cancel that Wadid caught in the middle of it. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. What a way to kick off this matchup.
This is what we wanted, right? And obviously there were a couple of key plays that T1 fumbled, which is why the game kind of got turned around. But we'd also be doing a disservice to Gen G to not give them credit for how well they handled the losing situation in this game. And really, it was kind of the perfect representation of these two teams, where T1, when they're playing on the offensive, very often looks nigh unstoppable, but Gen G's macro and the rotations around the map are such a pleasure to watch, especially if you slow them down.
Like, T1 was winning the game so hard, by the way. They were ahead in Drakes, and the map control was just fully controlled by T1. They had Orianna, Jinzhao. Yunara couldn't do anything here. So here's why Gen G is considered as the best team in the world right now. So they know they're gonna lose a soul if they don't do anything. So they're gonna bait out from the Nasher. So T1 had to react. They cannot just put Dora on the Drake pit. So Gen G pulled the T1 members on the top, and they just get out of here. Because like, they don't have engage tool from T1 here, so they already knew that T1 cannot actually engage on Gen G here if they just bait it out.
And that's one of the big things, is that because this is Xin Zhao Poppy, they have really good snap engage if you can close the distance. But you don't have a Nautilus, you don't have a champion like a Leona that can really hard force and engage, even from a while away. So as a result, while that's happening and Gen G are faking a flank from Canyon, Keen is doing the Dragon, and Keen obviously has a crazy amount of damage available with that Q, so they get Dragon here at first. And this by itself, it's nice. You know, it's just the denial, but that isn't really enough to turn the tides yet, right? Because they still don't have control topside. T1 pushes in, but then they find another big turnaround play.
Yeah, because of Canyon dragging T1 players on the top, so that's why Camille had such a huge tempo on the bot side, so he could actually position himself to behind of Ambessa, so that's why this happens on the bot lane. And I think all these macro things happened after like that one play on the Nasher, you know? They got to kill Ambessa on the bot side. It was really huge, by the way. It was huge shot on the bot lane.
So much gold. They know they give up Nash while doing this. And this mistake from Faker, that TP in, this ends up being what I think prompts the win for Gen G here, because they immediately realized the mistake that he's made, hard engage onto him, and they are, if Keria doesn't knock Rule away, this game is just over here, by the way. Like, it's just immediate end, but because they don't have that much damage, it's a bit messy. So many of the Barons are gone.
So you might thought Gen G just lost a Nasher here, but they actually did it intentionally, you know. They were willing to give up the Nasher and get so many things on the other side, and that was just insane trade-off by Gen G, because in terms of like how they were behind in this game was just crazy.
And with both these two teams, if you make one step out of turn, like this TP from Faker was trying to hold on to mid turret, that's what it comes down to. That's the one step out of turn. That ends up, I think, deciding the game, because that means that all the Baron buffs are gone, and that means there's only a single Baron buff remaining on Guma.
Yeah, and here now they try to use the Nasher buff on the bot side. Then you're gonna see what happens here. Unfortunately, Faker is gonna miss his shockwave, but after that, look at Duro here. High risk, high return. Braum animation cancel engage here.
What is this?
So you can actually cancel your ulti animation during the air with the shield. So all you need to do is press W and E and R at the same time. So you can actually like ult during the air. So like that's what happens on the bot side. It was only one window from Duro and he makes it.
And this is, I think, also a runoff effect. There is only one Baron buff because of the previous play. Faker doesn't have Flash because of that as well. And then Gen G, off of those two moments of weakness, claw back a game where they were a good amount of gold behind, where they didn't even necessarily would have won the team fights. They're playing into Keria's Poppy, into Owner Xin Zhao, They're down soul point as well, and yet they get the win. So to me, this first game, perfect encapsulation of both these two teams, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the series brings.
That highlight was 32 minutes in game, by the way. They were actually behind for 30 minutes, and they made this comeback, which is insane.
The resilience of Gen G on full display. T1 showing that they can shore up some of their drafts, get those early leads, have great hands, but the macro play just a bit short there at such a high level. What a game number one. Let's get into game number two.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number one. And it really does show that when you get to competition at this level, it is the tiniest of moments that can really change the outcome of a game. One shockwave, one teleport, and you could really just find yourself in a losing position after they had such an incredible start to the game. You have to remember, like, you know, we were highlighting the fact that Faker's teleport wasn't fantastic, you know, putting the ult on cooldown, not necessarily great, but in the early stages of the game, he was finding those incredible picks, winning the team fights with that 3-man shockwave around the Herald. The reason they were in such a good position was that guy on your screen, but it just shows that as soon as you make one mistake, it can just mean the end of the game.
Yeah, at this level, it absolutely will. Now we're moving into game two where the drafts are a little bit unusual because picks like the Rumble didn't get touched, right? You know, the Pantheon is still available.
Yep.
But picks like Braum are gone. Camille is gone. And so it's quite unique. The Yunara being also not a factor for the rest of the series this early is definitely pretty strong for Gen G, who did end up winning on the blue side here, so a little bit more bans they can afford on red side.
Yeah, so the classic bans that we used to see, like the AYs that would always come out, well, it's going to be still an A.
Yeah, A.
As we do have double A's coming on through here. I'll see whether we get triple A, make the battery a little smaller.
Annie ban?
No, it's up. We're just going to get up happening here. As the Pantheon band on blue side is kind of curious. I feel like the Jarvan stocks are what are through the roof right now.
Gen G can still ban it in third position here now. And the Nico is banned again, this time by T1, as they don't want to B1 it, but don't want to give a strong rotation over to Gen G on red side. I think it's warranted to ban Jarvan here.
Yeah,
it's just that strong right now.
I think it's the ban that you have to be taking away at this point in time. It does mean possibly giving away Carrier's Bard or something like that, but is that first pick priority? I'm not entirely sure. We'll just have to see what they do decide to go with. The Bard will be banned. That is a lot of respect for Carrier, understandably so. But I do think the Jarvan is such a pivotal pick, and that will be snapped up without too much hesitation here by Ona.
Now, I suppose they're kind of thinking about the fact that the Orianna is gone. They're less. It feels less bad to give the Jarvan in this scenario, but a lot of jungle bans here. Obviously, the Fearless bans on top of it. I do wonder now what Canyon will play into this, as the Kiana early in the draft is a little bit scary. I was straight up going to mention I see the hover. It makes me very nervous as we have not seen this pick find success. I like Annie a lot more, but I'm still going to play Annie Kiana.
Annie Kiana sounds...
setup.
Yeah, that sounds pretty scary. And some of the issues that we've seen with the LCK Kiana is landing ultimates. It's easier to land them if your target's already stunned. So maybe the Chovy Canyon 1-2 punch is going to be enough here, but Faker is on his famous rise as the response. And T1, I mean,
Sivir.
As far as Fearless Box concerned, this is looking pretty powerful. The Alistair even coming on through there, giving Carrier so much playmaking power.
I thought we were just going to see the classic Sivir rise. Special value decently high here for T1, and the side lane pressure the Rise has, plus the wave clear the Sivir can be so strong. You already have the Jarvan on your side, but they go for the Alistair instead for its flexibility in team fights. Ooh. And Keen just gonna blind the Scion. A pretty safe blind pick in a draft like this, and we'd have the whole top side locked away here for the side of Gen G. They can protect this Scion pick now with their bans. You know, Aatrox, Renekton, these picks have been quite strong into it at the moment.
Yep, certainly some things that you can remove. I think you have to ban Sivir as well, with the fact that you can't pick it up because there's a Jarvan on the other side.
It's quite a tricky situation here for Gen G now.
Yeah, and they are pretty short range. I mean, I think everyone is short range at this point in time. The Gwen going to be taken away first, and the Rakan going to be removed. I actually half expected the Rakan to be the third pick, just because T1 had already locked away their support. You know, you could just go for it. We know that Annie Rakan is so powerful. T1 recognizing that, but surprising that the Scion did get priority locked in instead of that. Still, they're able to protect it. We'll see whether it is going to work out.
A pick that skirmishes well, and there's the Sivir, and that works really well with Genji's comp here, AD carry-wise, is the Zeri, actually, at this point in time. With the Alistar already locked in, it's kind of difficult to lock her down because she can just dash away from the Cataclysm, and they have such good frontline for her anyways, and a lot of skirmishing power for her to get online early. Like, this is another angle where you'd love to see, like, Yunara, obviously it's banned away, but it's a similar type of AD carry that skirmish as well. They banned the Kai'Sa instead here. So let's see, I mean, the other picks you could look for here with this is like even Jinx, right? There's a lot of skirmishing power here and reset potential. Ruler looks very excited about whatever it's going to be.
The Grin really did worry me there just a little bit. We'll see what he does decide to lock away, as of course they could take a support because they've already seen the Alistar, right? So Duro could be locking in his pick. Camera Guy feeling the same way as we do get a bit of a zoom in.
Yeah, and then you can wait and see, but instead it'll be Jhin.
Just the pick away of the Jhin, not allowing Gumayusi to play one of his most successful champions. If that is indeed locked in, and there it is, we wait until the very end of the timer before that one does come down.
That's a fairly risky pick here. I'm not a big fan of it. I like what it would have been for T1, as you mentioned, kind of a pick away here, but not a lot of consistent damage unless this Qiyana gets online in this draft here for Gen.G. Ziggs, maybe the answer for Guma, a pick that he has traditionally avoided, but played it recently in playoffs, and is looking to play it again here in this bottom 2v2 with the Alistar.
It's interesting because Gumayusi has played a lot of Ziggs, actually.
Yeah.
It's in sort of his like top 15 picks or something like that. He's sitting at like a 56% win rate, something like that on the champion, but just hasn't necessarily been known for it more recently, and hasn't found a lot of the pivotal game success on the champion. It's going to be Misfortune locked in instead, as the Aatrox to be the answer.
I much prefer the Aatrox here when you're running MF. Just a little bit of an extra threat, and with Sundered Sky, you can't go wrong on this pick on flanks. So difficult to kill the flanking Aatrox in a draft like this. Plus, you have Realm Warp to play around. This draft is really multifaceted here for T1. And I think it's going to be hard to sell me on this draft for Gen.G with any support pick they go with here in that final spot in bottom lane.
I'm expecting Leona.
Yeah.
Because there's an MF. So they are just going to lock that one in. It is going to be, like, if this Gen.G composition gets rolling, it is very scary. Especially with the fact that you tag anyone, then Jhin locks them down, and then you can find these picks one after the other. The follow-up that they have with this Qiyana is high. The problem is, Qiyana doesn't win. Ever.
I'm probably going to get a little bit deeper into that when we get into the game itself, because this is just draft versus draft here. But at this point for Gen.G, I think you really need to snowball this game early, and the Qiyana needs to be a massive threat for the entirety of the game. With the cost of her 2 items reduced massively, you know, she does spike quite early, and she can win those early skirmishes quite well, especially when you're playing into an MF. If you can get that access, you have the Jhin, you have all the setup, it can work. It just has not worked in our region, and I'm worried about what happens if we go to an even game state, or even worse, if Gen.G are behind. T1 just have so many win cons in this draft.
Yep, they certainly do, and it just feels like it's a little bit easier to navigate with a draft like what T1 have put together. If you go back and look at what Gen.G had last time around, it was pile-in lockdown. It was Camille, Galio, and a hypercarry. We've seen these compositions so many times. That's what T1 kind of has this time around. Plus, they have that coveted Jarvan that is so incredibly good at winning, and on the other side, it's the Qiyana. It hasn't won yet here in the LCK. Let's get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And all we want is for every single game to be like game 1. That would be great. I'd like alternating winners each time until game 5, in which case anyone can win. It's fine. We just need 5.
Well, Atlas,
that would be the best.
I think if you're the Qiyana team, you're hoping it's not like game 1, because if you're falling behind with this draft, it's not as easy to get back into the thick of things. And My personal take, we've talked about this a little bit on the space as to why Kiana is not doing as well in the LCK, is because the LCK is such a calculated region where team fights are often decided before they break out based on numbers, based on who's got vision control, based on who's set up to engage and who's not. So it's hard to just scrap with Kiana. We saw... This could be a trap.
Yeah, Duro is in a lot of trouble. The headbutt pushes him back as he gets the stun onto Gumayushi, but even though he's not going to die or use flash, it is kind of massive because these minions are already here, and the Leona already doesn't have very much health bar.
Another one
walks out.
No, I'm not going to actually look for anything with this. And the Kiana, I think we saw like one good Kiana ultimate this whole playoffs. Right?
I think Raptor had some good games, or a good game. He didn't win, but it looked like he went 3-0 at the beginning. Very Raptor-esque, of course. As Ruler is...
The game I'm thinking of is the game where Owner played Kiana into Honor Life Esports in the Smolder game, and they won that first team fight on Grubs, and he had phenomenal ult. He split the team in half. And those are the kind of scrappy fights you don't get too often in the LCK, so it's hard to generate a lead. It is going to be Electrocute here for Canyon, not First Strike. We've seen both different runes here to try to generate gold with the First Strike, but the burst damage that Electrocute gives you, I think, is just far superior, and I think we've seen a big pivot across the LCK towards that. His owner is
the level
3 Jarvan.
That's a bit scary. Hebapol does bring Carrier in there as we started off the fight. Genji get the information, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough as the flash out from Duro. The flash forward. The sidestep is not good enough, and that is first blood. The Jarvan just gets it done every game.
That's crazy what Jarvan can accomplish at level 3. One of the strongest junglers at this, and
the wave state is doomed right now.
It's actually unplayable, and Ruler... He's not going to have, like, even if Canyon tries to come down here and support, it'll mess up his farm, by the way, which needs so desperately, and I don't know if he's really going to be able to fix this, so yeah, this is also the losses that we have. 4 games at Kiana, she's 0-4. That Owner game, he had that fantastic ult early, but they got outscaled by the Smolder. I think that was the best. Jarvan, by the way, he's kind of winning.
Yeah, he's doing the other thing.
Remember that Raptor game? Remember that Cuz game? Remember that Owner game? Yeah, those was a lot of really good games with Jarvan in playoffs.
Yeah, he did get a pentakill. And it was the guy that's playing it right now that got said pentakill. I was really expecting the Jarvan to be the highest priority ban for Gen G. Obviously now, you know, they're not going to have to worry about it for the rest of the series. They already have a 1-game buffer in this one. There are reasons to let it go through and let things happen, but I'm still a little bit concerned. Every loss is dangerous, and T1, when they get momentum, are such a scary team. It is a big risk to be taking. But let's just see, as this is Gen G, right? They are pretty good at knowing how to win. They've been doing a lot of it this year.
They certainly have. Canyon going to go over here with the ward he has and actually start to steal some of these camps away. This is a great way to play the Kiana. Is just hard farm. Don't interact with lanes.
Oh, God.
Not again.
Bottom lane getting absolutely punished. The teleport in from Faker towards his bottom side as Gumayushi does have to flash, as Deadly Flourish will be avoided. The force shot not going to be enough, and he just reloads at him and dies.
And that's another huge win here for T1, set up by Keria once again on the bottom side with this Alistar pick. He picked it up early, it was blind, and it has gotten insane value here in this game already. And you know what, cross-map-wise, like, got some Raptors for Canyon on the Kiana, but otherwise not able to impact the play here. Obviously the top side, Aatrox's favorite as well. And like, Duro's just trying to hold this wave, and Keria says no, at least I'll take 1 minion away.
He is at least able to hold the majority, so that is something. And Faker did give up a fair bit. You can see it's 44-26 in the mid lane. That's why we don't see a complete ballooning of the gold. But, I mean, if at first you succeed, try again, I think is the saying. That's how it works, right? As Gen G do have vision, so they know that Owner's here. They know that he's being rude and just camping their lane over and over again. But there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Doran turns up towards his bottom side, and they don't quite manage to get the crash.
No, not quite. There's going to be a big discrepancy in farm if this continues, obviously, where the Kiana will start to really pull ahead in terms of that farm. But with the impacts we've seen already from this Jarvan, might not matter. This is just another great play from Keria. As you mentioned, kind of out of bullets.
Yeah.
Not hit the target he was looking for there. And that's a kill over to Guma. As Chovy's going to drop a bear.
Yeah, bear does fall down onto Faker here. Drop bears are real. We have confirmation. And Keria comes over, Cal versus bear. But it looks like Tibbers is going to be taken care of here. Good
So-
range knowledge by Chovy.
You have the advantage in the bottom 2v2. You have the Aatrox winning the lane into the Scion and the pressure there. Almost a stopped back there onto Ruler as well. And the early tempo lead that T1 holds right now is pretty massive.
Oh, Dura making his way over here as Carrier and Faker are just losing this 3v2 in the mid lane, including Tibbers, of course.
You know, Guma doesn't need Carrier to be topside if he's just going to push a free wave in. It took Ruler so long to get out of that bottom lane. He's going to miss a few minions here on the top side, and the lead for Guma continues to be there. And so, yes, that was a really strong tempo ult from Chovy, but Carrier just kind of bails Faker out, and it doesn't necessarily really amount to all too much.
Yep, you can see that the 500 gold lead, though, that Chovy does have is mitigating a lot of the advantage that T1 put together. It was about 800 before, now it's only 300 as far as the advantage is concerned. One away from Feats of Warfare, though, as we are still yet to see this Hextech Dragon go down. Second game in a row with a Hextech as Dragon #1. I do think that we should get Infernal Mountain Cloud at least once today. Because it is the 21st of September and it's very important to me that we do honor that. But that's okay. Maybe we can just groove tonight. It's fine. As Keen and Doran doing battle against one another. Keen kind of just getting thrown around like a ragdoll and does have the Bramble Vest, so feels pretty good about that.
Yeah, he does. At the end of the day, Doran's still going to put some pressure on him here and is actually looking to heal up a little bit and continue to do so. No jungler to impact this bottom lane. As we trade again, Doran...
It does feel like Doran has to work so much harder to do stuff.
It really does, and I think that's 100% accurate. But he's trying to get cookies out.
He is still doing stuff.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. As the Roar of the Slayer does come on down, Canyon moving in as the flash comes out. The flash to follow, but Canyon misses the stun. And Doran's able to get out. Man, his early navigation of ganks has been so good this series.
Yeah, Canyon with a bit of a whiff there, commits his flash as well. And, you know, it's just a free escape there from Doran. It still will lead, though, to Canyon being able to pick up this first dragon here on the bottom side of the map. See, Owner is rotating around here, grabbed first grub, and is now actually looking to try to take Ruler out of the picture here. Has Cataclysm.
Yep, Carrier is going to ult early, picks up the aggro, and the barrier not quite going to be enough there, as there are Feats of Warfare picked up, as Faker in a little bit of trouble here, trying to rotate up to help out, as Molten Shield from Chovy comes in. Oh, the final auto is not enough to lock down the kill. He was almost a cool guy not looking at an explosion, but instead, there was no explosion.
Yeah, calculated, I suppose you could say, from Faker there, gets away, but it's still a successful play there on the top side. Great aggro setup. The kill goes over to Owner ultimately in the end. That last tick of damage from Guma does not actually get the kill, but I think Owner kind of likes taking the kills in this situation. I don't think they feel too bad about it. We've seen what this guy could do with Jarvan. Ruler tries to get back away from the turret here. The aggro is already picked up, though, by Carrier. He's taken out by Owner with the Cataclysm. He's just a sitting duck in this scenario. See, the ulting Scion comes over to try to patch the hole. Faker does get caught, though, on rotation.
Yeah,
Realm Warp denied.
Tried to get in there, was unable to do so. It did cost Chovy his flash to make it happen, as Phase Rush is broken.
Yeah, it's crazy. He still gets out. Like, when I watch this replay, I'm like, are we sure he gets out? Does just barely get away.
Didn't quite have the electrocute back, I guess. So just wasn't quite enough damage there from Chovy. Little unfortunate. Not end of the world or anything like that here for Gen G thus far, but...
Umbral Glaive start here for Canyon, by the way. That is not normal.
That is not what we have been seeing.
Axiomarch and Profane Hydra has been the build with the reduced cost on both items. You kind of save 600 gold from what you used to, and...
Umbral Glaive is just such an incredible utility item.
It really is, and if you're trying to control the map and constantly control tempo, first of all, it's not going so well so far, but like at least I could maybe help you get back in it. It's a relatively cheap item as well, the Umbral Glaive, and pretty stat efficient for its cost. But yeah, we just keep dropping bears.
Yep. And Roulette tried to go for the invisible Deadly Flourish. Doesn't quite work out there. As Doran, this time with no flash, and he is just dead. That was a supreme display of nothing that he could have done about it.
Yep. And that's a good Kiana ult. Okay.
Yeah. Nailing the first one. There we go.
1 for 1 so far, and that's putting her a little bit further accelerated in this game.
As there's the Cataclysm onto Chovy. Remember, he used that flash earlier on. He's trying to get Tibbers to get some value here, but it's just not going to work out. That's a very strong Jarvan to take down the Annie. Canyon a little bit slow, picking this one up. They'll take themselves the plate, and Canyon will be able to clear out these minions. I mean, but it's still looking good for T1.
A third kill, gets Tibbers, gets a plate. So yes, Canyon had the successful play there on the top side, but this was a big win for the side of T1. Faker gets the assist, gets a little bit of plate gold as well. That gold deficit shrunk massively after Chovy is shoved out of this lane. And, you know, another successful move here by Owner. Sees the opportunity with Canyon there deep on the top side to find an angle. Knows the flash is down. Looks like a back was stopped here, I believe.
Yep, another back interrupted. Nicely done. So we're going to check this one out one more time.
And look at where Owner is right now, by the way. He's just a little bit too far away to actually save Doran, and then he just runs straight to the mid lane as fast as he can. And Chovy underestimates his engage range here. Look at how far back Chovy was. Still not far back enough. And he was trying to let the wave push into him, but ends up dying because it's a cannon wave to grab the plate as well on top of it.
And it just shows picking the Annie into the Jarvan is a risk, because he can just press R on you.
Again!
As, another bear comes down and another knock-up comes on through here from Owner as Chovy just free food for Faker. That's 5-1 in advantage here for T1.
And your
0-1 for Owner.
Your big gold lead is just completely gone now. And now it's a lead for Faker in the mid lane. And this Jarvan, once again, I mean, you said it. We thought we'd see this one banned pretty much every game. Incredible that in this best of 5, Owner's able to get his hands on it, and he is just making such a huge impact once again. This immobile, flashless Annie in the mid lane.
And it's not like they have like the Yunara from last game to bail them out, right? It's a Jhin, it's a utility pick in the bottom lane for Ruler.
Exactly.
He is not going to be that secondary carry. So much was on Chovy's shoulders already, and Annie was already a little bit more of a utility pickup, right? Like this game is now resting on Canyon's shoulders to get this work done.
And I just don't think he can in this game anymore. And like, it's a lead for Keen on Sion. You know, that's something.
There you go.
Right? But where's the damage going to be? That's the big question, as Faker's going to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on. And like,
I've seen this one before, as Chovy didn't have flash, but is able to walk his way out of it this time around. They're now looking for Duro, who does have a blast cone to help him out.
I don't know if that really Faker will really miss that realm more before this upcoming fight, because they have full prio, but a bit of a whiff.
Another bear comes down here as the Rune Prison comes on in. Owner moving back though, so Canyon is going to back away. Some Spell Flux connects, but otherwise not too much more. The Flash 4, and it's going to be the bear coming down. Faker will be punished as Carrier comes on through. Owner just gets out of there though, protecting that shutdown gold. And Carrier is going to have to flash, but I just don't know whether that's going to be enough as he's running, and that is going to be able to get him to safety. Guma was just left alone though, with this bottom out of turrets.
He is going to get some plate gold here, and with this wave thinning out, I think this is going to be a trade up in terms of the turrets here for the side of T1. Canyon, of course, starts this dragon up. Owner does have flash and could look for a steal potential here. Duro's holding the gate, though, not allowing him to get in. Guma comes over, really greedy here.
Yeah, that is going to be the dragon coming on through. No Xanath Blade to land here from Duro, who is a bit far up, but it isn't going to be too much of an issue. But every time Gen.G are going for something, there's someone on T1 breaking their stuff.
Exactly. So Owner doesn't go for the steal there, is unsuccessful at stopping the dragon. They walked up with the misfortune. I was a little bit worried as well. We're not done yet.
Yeah.
Okay, we should be done though, I think.
I think we are. Yeah. Just going to be able to take down the Grump.
But yeah, like the bottom turret goes over. Feats of Strength get picked up here by T1, and then Doran smacks the turret and takes 2/3 of its health bar away with the grubs that he has in the ensuing play. Initially here, Faker is totally fine, right? Does have his flash available. The combo comes out from Chovy, he just walks away. But then here, walking back up with Owner, bit of a bridge too far, I think, on this one, as Duro is also here, and it's a big stun from Chovy. Bit greedy here on the side of T1's mid laner.
Yeah.
They've just walked towards the dragon to look for a setup play instead. Punished by Chovy. But then, you know, the misfortune in the bottom lane picks up a ton of gold. Aatrox gets some serious work done on the top side, and T1 are set up for this Herald now.
And this is going to be a difficult one for Gen.G to contest. Deadly Flourish onto Carrier, but he's not too worried about that. Has the Unbreakable Will, as now Canyon looking for an angle. He's getting in amongst it. The curtains have been called as he flashes out of the way of the Cataclysm. Duro going down very low. Gumayushi doing so much work. T1's health bars are getting lower. Keen right in amongst it, but Chovy not quite doing enough. Ruler just getting soloed out by Doran, and he will be able to finish that one off. Chovy in the back of the pit is just dead to the bullets of Guma, and T1 are just running the rift outside of Keen, being quite frustrating, but he'll be zombified and taken out himself. A monstrous win here for T1.
Yeah, very haphazard setup from Gen G as well. When we watch the replay, I want everyone to watch Canyon's ultimate as he goes in onto Faker. Like, this Kiana pick is 2-0 on 2 items and is just not able to get anything done in this team fight. Guma's untouched, massive value with his ultimate, and just his straight up auto attacks do a ton of work here. He's 3,000 gold ahead now of Ruler. Watch this angle on the Faker Kiana finds. He's like, carry in the backline, I've got him. Faker's just like, I'm not really that interested, actually.
Yeah.
That's the best you got?
And if you don't hit terrain, it just doesn't feel like it does very much of anything at all.
Ruler doesn't have access to follow up, so now the fight is just completely split. Doran isolates and kills the AD carry by himself, while the other side of the fight is a complete wash. And this is why, to me, the LCK setups are just too strong for the Kiana pick to work. Why we're seeing it, in my mind, continue to fail. As you don't have a great target there, you don't have otherwise great CC or lockdown. The Jarvan setup, he's got tons of mobility, great CC. Now as Sundered's guys had it for a long time, and Owner is super fed in this game, and they're gonna get this mid turret. T1's 3rd turret of the game.
Man, look at all those Banelings. It's a lot of devastation here being provided by T1. 5,000 gold is the lead as Carrier is going to interrupt a Q. That was pretty cute. Gets a headbutt onto Keen here at the same time. He does ult to get himself out of the way. Carrier taking a fair bit of damage, but it's another charge from Shelly.
Yeah, maybe if he hit the turret, it could have been a little bit more high value. As Kiana, 1v1.
Yep, I'm not against Doran. That is not going to work as he does break the chains this time around. But yeah, Doran is so scary on this Aatrox right now. Level 12 and 2-1-0. He's got a little bit of a gold advantage against the Scion now as well, as Duro is dead. Faker Realm Warps in, but it is just going to be the kill going over to Ona. And, I mean, this is much worse than the gold lead that T1 had in the first game.
Yeah, in the first game, it surfed around like 1,500 for a while, got up to like 2,400, and it was a lot of win cons for Gen G that were kind of sitting in the incubator, right? Like that Ruler late game, Yunara was brewing, the side laning Camille was there. In this draft, you got a 2-0 Kiana that looks invisible, and you have a Jhin that's 0-3 and 3,000 gold behind, but I don't know if the Scion or the Annie is really going to patch those holes, and it's a lead in gold, but it's also a massive tempo lead, and there's just so many more win cons in this draft for T1 than they had last time. They've got the Realm Warp, they've got the side lane angle, they've got triple grubs they've been utilizing incredibly well in this game, really from their AD carry as well as their solo laners this game, and Gen G are just so far behind the 8-ball. Like, Duro keeps getting caught just trying to get any semblance of vision as Faker may be caught.
Well, the flash is going to come on through. Double teleports invested as Owner is going to find Canyon here. There's the headbutt over the wall. Ruler in so much trouble. Deadly Flourish goes wide and he is just dead, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like it was going to be a play from Gen G, but T1 just turned it on its head.
Another ult from Canyon that just completely does nothing in the attempt to try to peel for his teammates there, but Carrier's flank. Chef's Kiss on this Alistar, 8 out of 11 KP this game. He has run it from start to finish. The rift belongs to him and all of these fed T1 members as Faker takes a gold lead over Chovy with the destruction of that turret, and now it is all T1 colored around the map. No semblance of control for the map here outside of a small side laning Annie here for Chovy. As it looks like initially like, oh, Faker's caught, but this is the traditional Faker overextending question mark. Haha, now we win the fight, we baited you in.
Triple TP, everyone teleporting into the fight, and Carrier just takes the AD carry, and Ruler, I mean, I don't think he started playing the game, but he's definitely not going to play the game in this one.
And has Canyon played the game in this one?
He's farmed. He has almost the most farm on his team, only losing out to Chovy, and he did have a slight lead in that department a little bit earlier on. It's kind of ridiculous. So if the game is Farming Simulator, yes, he's been playing the game.
Yeah, it is...
Oh, it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's my bad.
Power Wash Simulator has been You know, it's been the talk of the casting team recently. Some particular casters really enjoy that one.
I mean, that's the Achilles game.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna name any names, but
have we just outed him as the Power Simulator guy?
Nothing wrong with enjoying Simulator.
I think I've never thought of him as being feeling ashamed about it.
I mean, like Canyon, I've considered Farming Simulator actually like about twice a year. I do consider to pick up Farming Simulator 2025. Like, it looks really fun. I don't know if I really have time for that, but it looks really fun.
Yeah, it's something satisfying.
I don't know if it'll make a positive impact on my life in any way. I like to play more narrative-based games. I'm playing through Metal Gear Solid right now, but
oh really? Bit of a blast from the past. Oh, the newer one?
No, the old one. The PS1. You know me.
That's far.
Well, I play new games.
That's far more wolf. I know that there was a new one though that came out.
Yeah. Which is why I'm playing the first one, because I want to do 1, 2, and then hit Snake Eater. But Turret Eater is T1 down in the bottom lane as they give Otacon up. They're going to get the Constellation turret here. They're scaling.
Yeah.
Just don't know if they should be. And they're so far behind.
Oh, Deadly Flourish comes on in. It is going to be Otacon picked up by T1 very, very soon, but Gen G are at least getting something for it.
Yeah, I mean, if they get double turret, that's a lot of gold, actually, over to Gen G.
They will be losing this inner turret towards the top side of the map, so I don't see it necessarily being a phenomenal outcome.
It's not.
Gumayushi does take this.
It's not losing the game outright by trying to fight on Otacon, so keeps them in this game, so to speak. They're still 5,000 gold behind, and it's not a trade up, but I mean, they got Chovy some money.
Yep.
That's a good thing for, you know, maybe some miraculous comeback where we see a big ult from the Kiana here from Canyon, or, you know, Chovy's able to just output so much damage in the team fight where maybe Guma is caught or Faker is caught. You got to hope for that if you're Gen G in this game, is maybe a big overextension. We saw that error from Faker decided the game in game 1. I think it's going to take a few more of those errors to get the lead that Gen G pulled back in that comeback in game 1 this time, but maybe they'll make a mistake, and that's what you kind of have to hope for here as Gen G.
And Canyon is very strong, just with the amount of farm that he has picked up. The fact that he is only 300 behind Ona, who is 405 right now, is kind of mind-blowing.
It's hard to kill targets, though, when you have this Bloodthirster MF. Faker obviously going for the Seraphs in this game, and will probably build Zonia's third.
Yeah, he needs the follow-up, absolutely. As all of Gen G are grouped up, let's see whether they can actually find a target. His owner off to the side has been spotted. Keen tanking for a long time, though, and he's not going to be starting any fights at all. Cataclysm comes down. Owner just flashes out of the way of it. It's a lot of burst damage here from the Annie, but not full commitment. And Doran turns up and says, "No, you are not allowed to fight," and they agree.
This time Doran learned from not TPing until it was too late last time. Is like, I just probably be there just in case, and you know, if they walk away, I'll just go side lane in the top lane. And look at the map. Like, if you toggled the vision for Gen G, they can see like nothing outside of the base except Canyon dying. That's what they can see.
Canyon is the bullet. Oh, that was pretty cute. Getting the zoom in there as well, as Canyon is very close to dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's an understandable Yuumi.
Perfect KDA in this game, though.
Yeah.
Hasn't died yet.
He hasn't. You don't actually die very much in Farming Simulator, as it turns out. Not a very violent game.
Yeah, it's
not a violent one.
No real game over screens.
Not so much. Does have his Edge of 9 now, so 3 items complete here for the Kiana.
And the MF, top damage in the game, that's not a good sign for the team that's playing into the MF.
Yeah, I would say that we put that in the Gen G cons column. Absolutely. Also, him having all the money, also a bad thing, I would say, for them. Definitely a good bounce back here from Gumayushi, who had a bit of a rough one in game 1.
You know, owner's 600 gold ahead because, yeah, Canyon's been farming the jungle. He's been farming the champions.
Yeah.
And now there is no jungle for Canyon. He can't get out of his base.
Sometimes violence is a little bit more lucrative. That's what I'm learning here today. As Duro's going to face check, he has to be the one to do so, and unfortunately he's dead. Very dead. If there were certain degrees of dead, he would be one of the high degrees of dead from that one. As it turns out, I'm pretty sure it's just, it's just dead.
So
or not.
maybe this will be the last Kiana game of LCK playoffs. That's what I'm hoping for, Atlas.
No, I just don't think it is. If it's still being played now, I think it's just going to keep getting played. It just must be really fun. It must be doing a lot of good things in scrims. You know, that's what I'm expecting. But also, it's doing a lot of winning in the LPL, right? Like, we know that it can win.
In other regions where they play very differently, I think it's very strong. And I also think that with how LPL teams play, if they clash with LCK teams, they'll have a better understanding of how to utilize the pick. Unfortunately, LCK just has not figured it out yet, and
it does kind of go back to the stakes of this series as well. If the playstyles are so different between regions, it's very dangerous for either T1 or Gen G to be playing in that play-in best of 5, because you could just travel to China and then be there for like a few games and then go home. Like and for Gen G or T1 to be one of those teams, that just sounds ludicrous.
One of those Chinese junglers might teach you how to play Kiana on your way out as well.
Yeah. You could just ask Kanavi perhaps, something like that. I hear that guy's pretty good at playing carries.
And I mean, you could just see, unfortunately for Gen G, like they are just catching waves and hoping for T1 to make an error, and T1 is just not going to give them the pleasure. Keria will avoid this Q. Let's see what else he can avoid.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish actually doing a fair bit of work here, but Keria not even pressing the ult button, just looking to try and set up for a bit of a catch on the Keen, perhaps. He's put into the Cataclysm, flashes out immediately, breaks the chains. They're now going to need to go back, and doesn't have his flash now for the upcoming fight. Baron going to be on the minds of T1. They're doing their very best to lock down vision control. There is a cute little ward here in this brush, giving Gen G a little bit of information as in goes Ona. Deadly Flourish just to spot what's happening in that brush there, but it looks like Gen G are not going to be face checking just yet.
Okay, this is...
Oh dear, never mind. Maybe they will go in. There's the Zenith Blade from Duro. He didn't really want to be there, and Ona is going to be able to take him down. The Supreme Display of Talent is decent, but not quite good enough, as down goes Tibbers as well. Chovy doing battle against Faker here, who flashes to pick up the kill on his opponent mid laner. And now Keen finds his way into the fight, and he's going to take the death exit this time around after being a zombie for just a little while. And the curtains are not being called for Ruler. I think they will actually be called for Ruler, as now Ona is going to be making his way over and looking to try and take him down. The Realm Warp comes in. The Flag and Drag doesn't do too much of anything as the Aatrox delivery comes on through. And Gumayushi's like, guys, why don't we just win the game?
They're helping and keeping the players from going back so they can win the game. That's what's happening. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something like that. As they're doing their very best to kite Doran around here, who doesn't actually get the heal from the redemption, as Canyon looking to block off the next two that are making their way over. Deadly Flourish is decent here, as this is some yakety sacks coming on through here, as Canyon trying to get himself out. They have regrouped though, and in comes the cow! Keria going to be able to deliver a double kill over to Gumayushi, and that was a weird little passage of play, but ultimately it's going to be even more winning for T1, as it's given players like Duro the opportunity to respawn before they win this game.
It almost feels like a psychological warfare move here from T1 as they just smash them over and over again before the Nexus falls.
Yeah.
And Atlas, we knew we would, but we have a series on our hands now.
It was already all over our hands after game number 1, and it is now being confirmed as T1 will make this one a best of 3. Game 2, Ona on Jarvan. We saw it last time out. Gen G, I reckon, will be sweating after that performance. A real bounce back here from T1.
Yeah, Ona on Jarvan, but Keria on Alistair as well, making such an impact. His TP play and that bottom side skirmish, his early laning phase, the trap he set up for Duro, and this was a huge swing of momentum here to T1. The Kiana pick continues to look invisible here in the LCK, and T1 with a stronger draft. In my mind, there was no question they had way more win conditions than what Gen G had, and Gen G did not get ahead enough, and then the map was just dark. They couldn't see anything, they couldn't leave their base, and it was just a matter of time until T1 either cooked the Baron to win the game or Gen G had to go check. And Duro kept checking, kept dying, and Doran does a ton of damage in this game. It felt like Doran in teamfights could just pick a target and chase them away and or kill them every single time.
Yeah, and it also just shows what happens when you've got the AD carry that's getting all of the work done. And that's what happened for T1 this time around. Gumayushi really enabled by T1 to do all of that damage, get all of that money, and really secure the win here. It felt so much more comfortable for T1 with the advantages that they put together here, because they have all of that consistent DPS to lock down Gen G. Also, like you were saying, draft a little bit confusing on their side because Kiana doesn't win, Jarvan does, and we'll see whether that will springboard T1 into a better standing for the remainder of the series or whether Gen G can fight back. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
내가 잡아 내가 잡아. 가야지 가야지.
야, 레오나도.
하나 깨는다.
레오나도 맞아, 위.
다시 끝내러 가자 이거. 집텔 탈게. 미드 가자 미드. 미드 이방 라인 끝내줘. 나 쳐야 돼. 레오나 노플이야.
얘 봐라.
미드 라인 시켜. 할 필요 없겠다.
2, 3초.
사이언 노플일걸? 애니플 돌아야 돼. 애니플은?
사이언 노플이고 애니 전에 있다.
사이언은 그냥 무시해도 되긴 하겠다. 가겠다.
애니 노플.
사이언 잡을래?
사이언. 애니 노플이야, 애니 노플. 전에 있다, 걔. 치치 잘.
싸워 쳐야 돼, 싸워 쳐야 돼.
무시하자.
싸워 내갈게.
치치 무시. 애니 노플이다.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Proved them wrong and changed my life, then told the story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence, do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust, still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough, dedication really ain't enough, affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence, cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
Last game, we had a macro masterclass from both squads. This game, you had a jungle masterclass from Owner, putting it on, making sure that T1 claw back game number 2. It's all tied up here, 1-1 between Gen.G and T1.
I'm just so happy because I've always been told year after year, better jungler wins. And then early on in this game, I was like, Owner's doing really well, but is it really? Yes, it is enough. The better jungler does win, although I guess the better jungler didn't win last game. I get this one.
Whoa.
I think Owner has been just playing out of his mind. It's kind of insane how he's consistently able to have this much of an impact. And a lot of talk will be about the Qiyana. I also don't think Canyon's Vi was that good. Like, to me, this match thus far is having a similar performance of Owner, which shouldn't come as a surprise, but I really expected Canyon to kind of step it up, although the draft also left somewhat to be desired here for Gen.G.
Oh yeah, I don't think Gen.G's draft is optimal, especially in terms of the damage. I think they lack of damage. I think all the damage is actually from Qiyana, and they had to really be far ahead in the early game, which was kind of blocked by Owner because he spam ganked every single time in the early game, and he success with the early ganks.
And it really is, I think the Gen.G comp works if they never fall behind.
Yeah, it works.
If they never fall behind and you can play with Leona, Annie, and Qiyana, that sounds great.
Yeah, but what happens in the early game is that Keria actually land a huge trade onto Leona, and then after that, the follow-up
they
with
can
the
come back
Jarvan
from
gang.
that, right?
Yeah.
No, Owner sit. Okay, he's dead.
Don't fall behind.
Okay, bot lane's behind, but mid lane, Chovy had like double the CS.
Yeah.
Okay, he was doing great.
10
He was
XP
winning this matchup. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Chovy knows too.
Oh, yep. He didn't have flash because of an earlier play that didn't kill Faker, and guess what? Not done.
Another gank. There's no counterplay with Ryze. So I was kind of surprised that they gave up Ryze and Jarvan together, because I already mentioned this even before, that T1 is abusing Jarvan and Ryze combination in the mid jungle, which is easy setup and really easy to snowball. And they actually banned Jarvan in the game 1. And if you open up that Jarvan to Owner,
yeah, and especially
know what happens.
So the comp already struggles when falling behind, especially if you have such a big deficit in the early game. But there's also the fact that, so you have a tank top laner, and then you have Qiyana, Annie, and Jhin that are trying to kill Aatrox and Ryze. Like, these are notoriously really beefy characters that are so hard to chew through. You can't go for Alistar either. So really the only one you can go for is Guma, who this game positioned very safely, and really wasn't ever at any threat because there wasn't that much dive. So it was just kind of a smash hit on all fronts for T1.
And, just going back to what you said at the top, I wanted to talk a lot about Owner. People are going to talk about Canyon here on the Qiyana. This is part of this next highlight over by the Herald. It's just, I'm not 100% sure what the angle was here.
So yeah, it's all about Qiyana. Just look at Qiyana's damage here. He's the main dealer, main DPM for this team composition, but right now he used all the combo onto Ryze, and he's not even close to die here.
What really gets me is that he uses his root not on Faker, and then, because maybe Chovy could have killed Faker, but he uses it on the Herald instead. So it is just a really disjointed performance here. And then from this point on the game, like, if they get maybe a crazy fight here, they could kind of try and fight their way back. But from this point on, the game is just done. And obviously continues. There's like a kill or two that they still get. They stall it out because they are Gen.G. But that game was basically over like 10 minutes in. And it was all thanks to Owner on Jarvan. So truly 1v9ing his way, I think, for this. And obviously Carry had a good game. We're not pretending, but I really just want to put in perspective how impressive it is what the jungler is doing here.
Yeah, and if we think about game 1 and game 2, this is kind of similar. It is T1 taking early leads, being proactive, and making plays happen. And then Gen.G were able to claw back that last game through that macro play. This time, it was just a lot of suffering until it ended due to the draft.
And what for me is the big difference maker is that in the previous game, Duro could play the game. Because Canyon hasn't proactively been that great, I think, this playoffs thus far, which is a large part of why they're here in this spot. And if Duro gets put behind early on, this team struggles, because this man, to me right now, is the key initiator. We saw it. He literally had the catch on Faker in the bot lane that ended up winning the game.
Oh yeah, I think again I mentioned this before that draft matters the most today, and I think the reason why they could come back after the losing the early game in the game 1 is because of their team comp, right? Like even though they're behind the early game, they still have the Camille with the side lane, they still have the window with the Galio Camille combo. But right now in this case, you can't really do anything with those team composition when you fall behind in the early game. So I think Gen.G they should just draft around the, insurance, like they should have the late game some kind of champion that you can actually do better on the team fight. But here they went for the early game, but they couldn't win it. So
please, guys, we should be getting used to level 3 ranks again. They happen 15,000 times.
Oh man!
Can we please adjust our timings? Ward better, because when it was Raptor doing it once or twice, I'm like, that's okay. But we have seen half the games now have level 3 ganks, and they always work.
Yeah.
What's the last time a jungler went for level 3 gank, gets spotted, and waste his time?
And it was so clear as well, because Kiana cannot cover that level 3 gank on the bot side, and it's Jarvan. It was just so clear that it was actually shocking that Gen.G got the level 3 gank on the bot side.
Yeah, because the plays on mid, I think were a credit to both Owner and Faker. That was just well done. But bot, that shouldn't have happened.
That shouldn't happen.
And part of that is because the early pressure with the Leona just kind of face checking at level 1 before the minions even got there. I think they were just so focused on trying to regain control of that lane that here comes Owner, slides on in, and the game snowballs from there. It's 1-1 in this best of 5 series. Again, a spot at Inspire Arena on the line and try and avoid being the 4th seed over at Worlds. Let's see how things shake up in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, I think they hit the nail on the head. Certainly some drafting issues here, but this guy on your screen right now, the king of their last best of 5, is once again on the throne. And this guy still looking a little bit iffy.
Look, if Canyon's going to play farming jungle, give me the Karthus.
Yeah.
I'm not going to settle for anything else, or Nidalee, okay? But Gen.G do have blue side back. I completely agree with everything Wadid said about scaling. I think with how these early games are going and how the early games for Owner have just been phenomenal, both games, and obviously in the previous series against D+ as well, just scale. Where's the Smolder, where's the Zeri, where's the late game win cons, where's the, as Wadid put it, insurance policy? I think that we saw in game 1, obviously we did not see in game 2. The Bard continues to be banned here, the Jhin obviously Fearless banned, so That's good for Gen.G in terms of the champs that T1 has relied so heavily upon.
Well, Trundle going to join the ban list here. Nico is still standing out quite a lot, as Wukong and Pantheon are going to be the big ones to look out for in this game, I am pretty sure. Especially with the Troll King joining the ban list. So let's see what T1 do decide to take away here. It could just be Wukong now, so you can ban both of them and really limit that jungle pull. And that might be what they're looking for here.
The Rumble pick is still kind of lurking. I wonder if Gen.G ban the Aurora again. They could be fishing for it first here. Although they banned the Trundle, which would leave open the Ornn counter pick for Dorn if T1 wanted to go that way. There's the Aurora ban. So interesting to see that on T1's side, perhaps looking for it themselves. They keep banning this away from Keen.
And it does mean now that the Wukong Pantheon would need to be a trade, or they're both just going to be left up. And it looks like at least one of them is going to be getting left up here as the Rakan is taken away instead. I feel like Gen.G are looking for a Kai'Sa draft. I have no idea why, but that's just what I'm feeling in my waters. My waters have been weird, though, and I did predict the 3-0 that is now impossible.
I think they just are respecting Keria super heavily. And Keria, we talked about Owner a ton, obviously, in Game 2, but Keria's Alistar was insane, as Chronicler did mention.
There it is.
And looks like T1 feel the same way as you did there. We'll ban that Kai'Sa away from Rulers, so...
I did get a bottle of water from the same fridge as Tom. I did watch him get his bottle of water out of the same fridge. So
we all get
the
our
waters are the same.
We all get bottles of water out of that fridge.
Then why didn't you feel the Kai'Sa angle?
Because I got hot water out of the water.
See? You didn't even go to the fridge. Don't be like that. Okay, the Nico is going to be the consideration here for the first pick, giving Duro a lot of extra engage potential. That is going to be a big one. Also, removing that one from Keria could be a great idea as well.
You've got to get the Wukong here now as T1. You don't want to give Wukong and Nico over to Gen.G. The question is what comes with it. Sivir,
okay,
quite strong angle here with Jarvan removed, and tons of great wave clear. It's a safe scaling pick here for Guma. Pantheon going to be the response, and I'm okay with this pick. I think it's quite strong, but I think it needs to have a strong side laning champion with it so that it can be able to deal with, because Sivir is going to be constantly pushing those waves in mid. You need to be able to find value with this Pantheon pick in sides. Yeah. Needs to be empowered by something that is going to win those side lanes.
I kind of just want to see...
And that Gwen fits the bill.
Gwen could be fine, as...
There's no Aurora.
There is a Rumble for Doran to hop towards if you would like to. We've seen Wukong Rumble get a lot of value, but Gwen isn't... It doesn't feel as bad in the Rumble matchup these days. Did lose some armor, not necessarily the magic resist, so isn't too worried about that one. Keen is also, as you've mentioned before in this series, Keen very good at going like 0-2 and then just not being phased. This guy seems pretty untiltable, but this is a big pick for Doran.
I mean, he could have gone
fighting on the Jax so good.
He could have gone for something completely different, right? He could have gone for the Rumble you mentioned. He could have even gone like Jace or Gnar.
Yep.
But he's like, no, I'm going to fight fire with fire. Super confident to lock this one in. And his Jax has been phenomenal. All of our top players have had such a great Jax that's kind of been teched into some of these drafts, and used to be kind of a thing that was tied to Sejuani, but no longer here in the LCK. So we're still looking for the mid pick here for Chovy. We don't know what that's going to be just yet. Same for Faker, right? But I want something that has good wave clear. Zeri, we're going to be banned away from Ruler.
Going to deny that one, as of course Sivir Zeri has been picks that have been traded in the past. Ruler's champion pool is going to take a bit of a hit here already with the Kai'Sa being banned away. No Zeri as well. The Sivir already locked in, and Gumayusi feeling happy about that one, as Lulu will be taken away from Carrier, so his champion pool is what's going to be pinched on the side of T1.
It just empowers so many different scaling picks, and it's kind of a scale off here, I think, for the bottom lane in terms of what we're going to see.
Yep.
And like with the Lulu plus Wukong gives the Sivir such free laning here, and then, you know, the ability to then blow up champions when the Wukong gets wild growth is just too strong. So Smolder, I guess it's a scale off. They're like, no, we have Sivir, taking away the Zeri, taking away the Smolder. There's no Corki. What is going to be the pick here for Ruler? I mean, Ezreal feels pretty safe here, to be honest, for Gen G.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Jinx, personally, but we just don't really see that much Jinx these days. Jinx used to be a pick into the Sivir quite often, although Mega Inferno Bomb can be spell shielded. It is just the range advantage feels pretty good, but the Nautilus is going to be what they decide to take away.
I mean, there's an angle where they do the opposite and try to look for like an extremely strong laning pick. The Lucian doesn't have Braum, but
Nico Kalista?
Nico Kalista was the one I had in mind. Like, you have to snowball the game. Win conditions narrow. Like when we talked about, it's not the late game scaling option we were asking for, but certainly is an option they could go for if they don't want to go for the Jinx or the Aphelios or the Senna, God forbid.
Yeah, and you do have ways to snowball things early, and then Gwen can work as some late game insurance, as Faker will lock away the Taliyah. And let's see what Chovy's answer to it is going to be. A lot of the choices were in the AD carry position. The Xayah going to be the consideration here for Ruler.
I don't like that as much. Lucian doesn't have Braum, though. You don't have Rakan either.
I just don't feel like Xayah necessarily gets a massive amount of value when there's so many different ways and forms of CC.
Like, Nico Xayah gets you through the laning phase because the Nico is so incredibly strong in the lane, but Sivir has Spell Shield.
Well, this is the Showmaker special that we saw the other day.
This kind of works because they're so reliant on their Jax and Wukong to get on top of the backline that you can protect the Xayah with this a little bit more. It helps empower the Gwen. It's a lot of burst damage, but Spell Shield's value, it just keeps going up here for the Sivir.
Oh, we're still hovering it here as Duro. Let's see what it will just be the Ahri. And that actually makes me feel a whole lot worse. Sona is going to be hovered by Carrier. We'll see what he does actually decide to lock away.
I mean, it's not that bad here, actually. When you consider this movement speed plus Sivir's ultimate, kind of crazy. Karma, a little bit more reliable, a little bit more common. And hard push.
Yep, we've seen the Sivir Karma so many times.
Yeah, it's kind of a barrel special with aiming. They're really the team that played it the most. For the Xayah, you're playing into Shove's Wukong ultimate Counter-Strike, so you don't need an engaged support here as T1. You already have all of that front line. This gives you kind of a guaranteed answer to the Nico in the bottom lane. And Genji's draft has a lot of pick potential and a lot of frontline with this Gwen, so the Xayah can come online. But I think you, once again, kind of have to control the game from start to finish. Otherwise, the Sivir scaling kind of gets out of control. They also have the global of the Taliyah, so they can play with this Sivir's wave clear really, really well. The Pantheon has the Gwen, so if you're winning that side lane, if the Gwen is pushing through turrets, can play to that as well.
I'm feeling less bad about this for Gen G, but
way less bad as game 2.
Yeah, way less inspired after the last 2 picks. I think the Xayah Ahri really did not do it for me. But the kite back is going to be there. It's just a lot more of a difficult game here for Ruler this time around, playing a short-range carry into so much CC and dive potential.
How do you kill the Sivir when we get to late game? That's a question they're going to have to answer, because they're going to have to go through so much to get to the Sivir, try to charm her. She might just block it. It's going to be a tough time here for Gen G, but definitely a playable draft.
It certainly is. Jump into the Rift here for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Faker with the opportunity to lane up against his skin on the Ahri, which is pretty cool. Nice of Chovy to show him that one, as of course, Faker does not use skins in the mid lane. Also hasn't played Ahri in a while, although it is a pretty iconic champion for the player, as is all of the champions in League of Legends.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I kind of caught myself on that one. I was like, hang on, we can't list it because the list would be too long and the game would be over.
I mean, like, you're like, hey, you wouldn't say Lulu, right? You're like, well, actually, in fact.
As it turns out, one of his most played, to most people's chagrin. Is now Faker in a bit of trouble, speaking of which. Keen running with scissors, we know that's dangerous. And he is going to have to go back. The minions should crash.
Yeah, I don't know if he has to TP here, but it's not ideal.
He is Taliyah, so he does run a bit faster.
I think he... Let's see what he decides to do. He really doesn't want to TP. I think he just barely gets back and loses like a little bit, but not too much here. It's going to be fine. So that could have been a disaster. Doesn't have to flash ultimately, but is going to put him significantly behind in this lane.
Yep. He'll miss out on experience from one minion, which can actually be annoying.
The thing is, if he TPs and then Chovy just procs electrocute twice, then he's like in an even worse spot, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. As Keen dashes out of the way of the counter-striking Jax. And we are just going to see these two top laners hit each other a bunch of times and try to hit CS at the same time, is basically how this one's going to look. See how Kane is able to navigate it, especially with Gwen in the position that she is now. This used to be a matchup that we saw quite often when Gwen was a whole lot stronger than she is now. So it could be more difficult for Keen to navigate as Doran hits that level 2. Leap strikes in. Stun does go down, but he gets into the brush in time. So I think Keen might be all right.
Doran.
Another leap strike. Man, Doran is really putting the hurt onto Keen here in this early laning phase.
You know, there are some days where you're like, Doran is feeling himself. He's in complete control of the lane. It's not the day where you're like, I'm not sure if Doran is crazy or a genius. It feels like today he is calculated, Doran. He's completely locked in. As this has been pretty favorable for Taliyah.
And it's only Showmaker that can win this matchup, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because we have seen this
little Rise group stat.
Yeah, we have seen this attempted so many times, though, be it the Rise group or the Legend group. This is what a whole lot of players feel is a playable matchup, is the Ahri into the Taliyah. But we haven't really seen too much of that proven. As Keen down to 200 health here, Doran shoving this wave forward.
Shouldn't matter too much since it's very impossible to dive, I think, at this point. I mean, Doran may look for something.
Yeah, does do a lot of damage there with that Empower. And only needs a little bit more. As the circle comes down, the answering flash is good. Doran didn't pick up the turret aggro. But Doran, I think, has enough of a lead to be able to get himself out of the way here. So Canyon just going to protect Keen while he picks up these minions.
That was very scary for Doran, and does have to flash, so his advantage kind of washed away there off of that play. And if Canyon flashes and stuns him there, if he's a little bit faster to rotate over, then it could have really backfired, but he does get away with his life.
Yep, Genji get the information that there is a monkey in the area, but we can see that the monkey did go home. Still, fair bit of pressure here on this bottom lane as the Karma Sivir doing exactly what we expect, and that is shoving wave after wave into this Xayah Nico. really nullifying the Nico's early power as Seismic Shove going to be able to find Chovy here. Faker being able to bounce back relatively well, even though he is still behind by a little bit.
Canyon going to come down here to the bottom lane. Won't be able to clear these Krugs, but might actually look for a gank as well. This pressure does continue as, like you said, the Karma is just really controlling this one. That's one of the only things that Nico doesn't just kind of auto-win against in so many matchups because of her ability to help push waves. And
wow, this minion wave is very large.
It's pretty big, this control ward. High value.
Yeah. Keen, I think, knows that there is something happening here. As he's just, can't even get the cannon. And Doran very happily picking up all of this farm. Really nicely played as Keen is able to move down, clears out this control ward, and realizes now that he can move a little bit further up. Does have a level advantage, which is kind of crazy, as Chovy walks over some rocks once again. Faker throwing a whole bunch of them around here in this lane. Nice charm will connect. Orb of Deception there as well for some extra damage, but you can see Faker is feeling fine.
Turo hanging out up here, but I don't think there's really anything he can do unless Doran makes a mistake. As we are going to see the backs to come through.
Yep.
And you see Ruler is heading back down to the bottom lane. And so it's just going to be a complete reset here. And Duro as a minion will return to the bottom lane as well. And Faker laning here pretty well, despite the early level 1 shenanigans where he was forced to back. Didn't really end up falling too far behind. And it's a quiet early game here. You know, we had the attempt from Doran there that did not work. The lack of flash hasn't been punished yet. Put the wave in a really good spot, so ended up really denying some farm there from Keen again.
Yep, Duro dodging a Q, unfortunately, as the tether is still going to land. Carrier taking a bit from the Blooming Burst, but you can see Ruler looking a little worse for wear himself. And this ricochet damage in these fights is going to be really, really important to look out for. If you're a Gen G fan, killing Gumayusi is going to be really hard because he's got a lot of tools around him to peel, but also like
Spell shield
because
flash.
everyone's so short range, the ricochet value is just going to be immense.
He's just always going to be doing oodles of damage when we get to the late games. Canyon not quite going to be able to steal this one away.
Yeah, he's charged up a spear, so looking a little bit scary, but Shape Splitter gives information that there is an owner and a carrier in the area. Looks like Canyon not going to go for anything, as no neutrals have been started up just yet. We have the grubs in about a minute, but the dragon has been somewhat ignored for now.
This top side is just continuing to be an issue for Keen. Like the deficit, it's not massive, but it gets like it's a little bit bigger every wave. It feels like here, as Doran is now having this wave pushing over. Faker does have his ult, and they could look for a play. Keen potentially caught.
Yep, there's the counter-strike. It's actually going to get the value here as the Seismic Shove pushes him back. No flash available, and there's first blood going over to Doran's Jax.
And a great play from Faker there. And even with the Global Pantheon, Canyon's just too far away. The observers instantly pan to the Pantheon that's on the wrong side of the map to assist Keen. And that's just a great call there from Faker. Comes over and sets up the play there with Doran. No summoners needed to get that pick onto Keen, who was flashless from that earlier exchange. Big win for T1 in this early game. Starting to get this Jax online. We'll watch it again. Look at the rotation over from Faker here. And the Weaver's Wall is not going to cut him off. The Counter-Strike certainly will. There's just nowhere to go. The rocks are down. The shove is good. Kill goes to the Jax. Just been putting on that pressure all game long.
Man, got pretty close to having the dash back off cooldown again, but just unable to make that one work. And so the Gwen was not immune, and that means that Doran is just going to be so scary. Canyon started off these grubs. As Ona comes on in to try and grab this control ward, will be able to do so. The grubs are going to lose interest relatively soon, and there they go. As Keen does pick up this wave here in this mid lane, avoids the boomerang blade here from Gumayusi as Duro.
No level 6.
Level 5, yeah.
If he has 6, this is a very different situation. Still, Keen is already hitting a little bit.
Yeah, this the snips, when they get charged up, a little bit frightening.
Faker doesn't have his ult to cut anybody off since he used it for that play on the top side, but I still think T1 have a really strong core here as long as they don't get themselves caught in this choke, because Owner has flash and ult. He can access almost anybody.
Yeah, Ruler in a little bit of trouble here. Does have Featherstorm, but does not want to use it in the 1v1 against Doran.
Has flash and his ult's back up. Like, that was very scary.
Yeah. And now you've got Ruler having to go back home. Doran actually might be able to get a fair bit of work done towards his turret. As Ruler, of course, using his own skin. Very cute there. Didn't mention that earlier on, but of course got that one in 2017.
That should be Dragon in exchange here for T1. You have to think his owner is clearing his jungle on his way over to that full control they have on the bottom side. TP is going to come through from Keen, who was holding the mid wave here, but so many plates, like you said, go over, and they get the Dragon. Denying the grubs for the Jax is a big win, and also if Keen gets some time to hit turrets, which he should later on, this is going to be a big win for Gen G, but in the immediate game state, definitely feels like a trade up for T1 and take a small 500 gold lead here at 9.5 minutes, plus the Dragon.
Yep, not too bad at all. Seismic Shove going to connect onto Chovy once again as well. Hasn't pressed his R button or anything like that, but is a little bit frustrated about taking a bit of extra damage. So it is going to be 3 grubs traded for 1 Dragon, but also Jax with a lot of spare time and almost 400 gold lead here as well. But it is a CS lead that's actually been put together by Keen with that extra time that he picked up in the mid lane as well. Good lane management by Gen G to make sure that that one happens. But the one who paid the price was Ruler. Who's down 20 CS in comparison to Gumayushi, who has just been running the wave, running the lane alongside Carrier.
It's not going to be fun to catch waves into Sivir for the mid game, which we're heading to here very shortly. But still going to be a threat later on. Is down an item right now. He hasn't actually been able to back and purchase one. Faker, not quite able to get that minion, fortunately for him. The game is still a quiet one. It's still quite the calm early game here with some big leads on both sides, right? The grub's significant. Chovy gets shoved again.
Yeah, just kind of collecting those.
And
Didn't have
Carrier's
rocks on the
here.
ground, but is going to be able to pick up the cannon. And let's see what
sniper?
Yeah, not actually going to happen. The rock just barely out of range, and the Mantrid Q not quite going to work out there as well.
That was a really cool idea there from Carrier. He's like, I'm definitely not going to be able to see this guy. He's got flash, but trying to look for enough poke damage there from Faker to look for the burst. Almost enough there to catch Chovy, but he does get away.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough in the end.
Not really too much of a punish attempt here from Gen G on the bottom side of the map. Canyon's coming over now. Doran has flash and ult, though.
Feels like Keen is just getting scarier and scarier in this game, though, despite that first blood going over to Doran.
Isn't that just the story of Keen?
It is how it works, isn't it?
It's like Keen's like, he's having a little bit of a tough time, you know, the matchup's a little bit volatile, but then later on you're like, man,
I'm starting to get like, I'm getting conditioned by you saying that Keen's having a tough time for that to mean, oh, so Keen's going to hard carry in the late game. Oh, that's how that one's going to work. Because you didn't say that in game 2.
Yeah.
And that was the game things didn't go well for Gen G. And Keen being on a damage deal, going to be the biggest of deals.
He did have like a gold lead on the side actually last game.
Yes,
as well. He did. Yeah, he is quite scary. And we mentioned it in the game 1 with the Camille, his Gwen specifically. Like sometimes he falls behind, does not matter. See how much further he'll fall behind though with Owner showing up here with Carrier.
Yeah.
We have Duro in waiting.
Yeah, he is going to be able to spot that there is a monkey in the area. Doran is taking a bit of damage, though, as he does get himself out, but that is plates guaranteed.
Plate gank.
There we go. And those are lucrative. Absolutely. Still Keen is able to pick up all of these minions.
It's so
no
cool.
worries there at all.
It's so cool how much agency you have, though, as T1 in this draft. Like, when you have the Sivir pushing in mid lane, you know, as Genji, you're like, do we want to force something here? It's like, probably not, you know, because it's going to be a faster rotation over of Guma in this case. If they did commit to it earlier, he would have been faster on the play. Now they're still like trying to make something happen, but it's Jax who has a Karma with him. You know that Owner's in the area with his ultimate, so hard to actually make anything of this. And so still sit on that 400 gold lead. And I think Gen G really want to be ahead in this game quite significantly at this stage, and they're not.
Yeah, nice little charm is going to connect onto Faker here, but he's thrown a whole lot of rocks around. Actually flashes to get out of the way of this Grand Starfall from Canyon, and they look for the dive. There's the flash stun, and they lock down the kill. Still, Canyon is going to be taken out, so a 1-for-1 from the GOAT outside of the top outer turret.
Hashtag just Faker things on that one. Flashes instantly when he sees the ult, gets into turret range before Canyon can lock him down in a safe location for that to be a trade. Has his rocks and shoves set as he dies, and the death rattle comes through as the turret takes Canyon out. So a heavy commitment here by the jungler, who has to flash as well, still gets taken out. The reaction from Faker here is so instant, by the way. It's actually kind of absurd. But because he trades here with Chovy, he is in kill range. Pantheon finally decides it's time to come up here and make the play. Did he just actually see it? Did he flash before he even saw that?
It's kind of insane.
Like, I think
I
he did
barely
actually.
saw
I think
anything.
he actually flashed before it even came through. He was like, nah, I see the angle. Oh, actually, maybe he was on the ward. I think actually maybe Cannon was on that ward when he started channeling the ultimate.
It could have been something like that.
Yeah, I
but
think that's what it
even
was.
noticing that is kind of absurd regardless. Still going to be able to get Faker the 1-for-1 trade. It does mean that Faker is off the map and isn't able to pick up that top outer turret. Wave that did crash into the turret, so still going to be working out relatively well for Gen G.
Still worth for them. Just very impressive from Faker.
Yep. It's always good to appreciate. As Canyon is going to face check and isn't feeling fantastic about it. On the hunt is Gumayushi. His ruler going to rotate over, but it's mainly just to watch this Pantheon die. And so Canyon's woes continuing here in this early stage of this game. I guess moving towards the mid game here now.
These wards, this setup here, like assuming the ward was the reason why Faker was able to react that quickly with so high value, then they spot him and take him out again as now Faker's looking for a Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Ruler might need to ult here as the Seismic Shove is going to pick him up. Let's see whether the Pop Blossom is going to come on through. There it is. Duro going to have to flash out of the way though. The rocks go wide, but still, that is double ultis on cooldown.
Plus
as well
flash.
as a flash for this Nico.
Even a heal. Keen is going to try to get some value here in the side lane with 3 grubs on this Gwen. Will be answered by a teleport. He got some damage done. He wasn't able to get the significant punch back they were looking for.
As Doran just getting zoned away here momentarily. Needlework comes out as Faker throws an entire volley at Keen. Does have to flash as he didn't quite have his circle back available yet again. So more summoner spells being picked up by this Talia. Faker is really feeling himself here today.
You know, he didn't make the error in game 1. I think we have to acknowledge that, but otherwise he's a man possessed today.
Yeah. And Doran going to look for a little bit of an angle here. Gets the ulti out of Chovy. Actually a big deal, as he's not going to be resetting in any fights coming on up, as Double Dragon being considered here by T1. Got a little bit close to an Earth, Wind, and Fire. Thankfully, we do have an angle for it, as it's another Ocean Soul, second in a row. And that's Feats of Strength locked in for T1 as well, as all 3 games, early game has belonged to them, as Doran going to get stunned up, does flash away, but it looks like it's going to be this turret going on over to Gen G.
There's 2 turrets under threat here for Gen G at the same time. We won't see Faker commit for this one, but the Herald dropped in mid with this wave here. It should just be a trade of turrets. Doran does lose his flash, but it's not really a trade up for Gen G, and the game state for them is not where they want it to be.
Oh dear.
And this is going to be a collapse for sure.
Yeah, there's a Rift Herald on our way down here, as Faker is going to try and shove Keen. It doesn't quite work out here, as the Rift Herald is just going to bypass. They pick up the turret, and now the Cyclone on top of the Gwen. No way for him to get out of that, and that is just Ona once again taking control here in Game 3.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough like how much power you have when you have control over the map with this composition for T1, but when you have a Herald on top of it, you're just taking turrets in both lanes. There's no safe place for Keen. Like, he's like, oh, maybe I'll get back to my turret. Oh, it's a Wukong coming down to gank me and kill my turret. There's no place that's safe. He has his ultimate available, takes Keen out, and again, Faker is just making these aggressive plays. And there's always a follow-up. There's always more than just what meets the eye. When you have Faker in a side lane, got to be considerate of what could happen with that Rift Herald. Keen, it's not like Keen was playing super greedy or aggressively there, but does get caught nonetheless.
Yep. And sometimes you just don't expect a Rift Herald to come down and destroy your turret when there is no minion wave. So a little bit unfortunate there for Keen, but still was overextended and did see Ona get back into that Rift Herald, so it's likely that he was heading somewhere down, as he's looking to do the play one more time, this time without the Cyclone, but we'll see whether that actually matters as the Weaver's Wall comes down. Charm is going to miss, and Chovy has to eat so many rocks and has to flash, as now the turnaround potentially coming in here as Keen looking for the angle, wanting revenge onto this Talia. As the needlework comes out, Chovy finds the charm, as Gumayushi finds himself so far away from the rest of his team, but maybe that's part of the play as they go 2 for 1. I guess the backline ganking Sivir kind of worked out.
No, absolutely worked out in the end. I think Guma thought he has priced into it, he's going to go for the play regardless. And even though Ruler's still alive and he's an AD carry, there's just no way for, with these low health bars, Gen G to continue the play. T1 back away, knowing that without their main source of damage, they're not going to be able to do anything else there. They don't leave Gen G the opportunity to try to get anything else back there. And Guma's sacrifice does work out in this case. And it's just, look at the vision for T1. Like, they can see how far away the Pantheon is. They know that the Xayah is behind the play in mid because he's laying it to Sivir. You know, like, they have so much power, they have so much vision, they can just go, Chovy's past the river. It's not allowed. We're going to go kill him. This teleport here from Keen buys some time. And look at where Guma is. He's on the left side of this fight. He has a spell shield here. Decides to flash for the kill because he's probably not going to get out either way. So he guarantees that kill, plus a ton of extra damage as his teammates retreat.
And it was actually, it confused the heck out of Canyon as well, because he wanted to join Keen and actually fight the front line, but then there was a Sivir in his back line, like doing crazy stuff. So it meant that he was happy feeding through a lot of that team fight, and I kind of don't blame him, because I would have also been a little bit confused.
It was bizarre, but I think it was definitely a great call from T1 as Canyon maybe caught again. He's rooted.
Yeah. See if he can get himself out of this one as the Cyclone does come in there from Ona, looks for the angle, but Canyon is able to flash his way to safety. Ruler now in an awkward position as Faker is teleported in, trying to get these feathers down. As Doran also rotating around from that top side. Otacon has just spawned, which is why we're getting a bit antsy, I could imagine, on this Rift right now. 2,000 gold, not the be-all and end-all, and it looks like Gen G with a decent angle on this mid lane. And it's just a wall that comes down, so no Talias to need to get off it this time around.
Nope, just going to try to stop that push, and we'll reset here as Gen G had a lot of control. With the timing of this reset from Doran, he may have to TP in. If we see Gen G look for the Otacon startup, Keen does a ton of damage, even just on one item here. The Gwen is just going to help rush this down, so T1 have to be quick on the rotation. I think Doran will have to TP in very quickly here. There it is to the top side.
Yep, Ona's going to be moving in. I mean, T1 have full information as to what's going on here, and Keen's already down to 50% health. Ruler trying to get some damage down. Gen G are going to be looking for the turn as Ona moves on over, and now Chovy looking for the angle. Pop Blossom connects, finds only one as Faker flashes his way out. Doran avoids all of the feathers so beautifully, and it's the Nico that goes down first. The Wukong steals away the Otacon. Of course Ona does. The man's playing like a beast today. Keen does manage to find the value, and now it's Ruler's turn to pop off as Canyon trying to run his way out. The seismic shove doesn't find the angle, but he still jumps onto a rock as Doran's so scary. Finds the empower, takes down the Pantheon, and it's Chovy and Ruler left alive in the end. But the Otacon goes to T1.
The Otacon goes to T1. Canyon was on the left side of that fight, and it was a Gwen versus a Wukong there in the Otacon exchange. So advantage jungler in that case, and Gen G here kind of trying to force this flank, and look at Chovy. He thinks he has the angle here with the Nico follow-up. The stun comes through, Faker flashes away, the charm here onto Owner, and then look at where Canyon is. He's not in smite range. So it just goes over to the Wukong here. Keen trying his best to do something, maybe steal it away. Does end up getting the kill as well as he goes down. And Canyon gets the snipe, but he will cost him big with Faker and Doran here. Canyon has to walk up to avoid Faker's rotation of spells.
Yeah, just finds one of the rocks on the side there, but kind of did jump right into it. A little bit unfortunate, but still great play from T1, really showing the value of Taliyah in these team fights.
This looks like what the Legend Group games all looked like for so much of rounds 3 to 5, where if you get a small lead, you just take over the game. Gold lead-wise, not that huge here, but when you look at the fights and how T1 have been so dominant, how clean they've been looking in side lanes, the fact that the Sivir is going to scale, it's really horrific if you're a Gen G fan right now. They've been trading a little bit here in sides, and it looks like they want to try to pressure this inner turret here, but T1, 3 objectives to 0 here in terms of dragons as well, and Faker's just going to ult in.
Yeah, Chovy, speaking of ulting in, is just going to ult towards the turret. Kind of crazy as Doran here towards his bottom side. It will be the teleport from Keen to try and stop him from just bonking down this inner turret.
And I think we need to contextualize a little bit here that this is a Gen G that just lost it since LCK Cup, lost its first best of 5 to KT. But otherwise an extremely dominant team, beaten only once by T1 in the regular season, but otherwise a practically perfect year from this squad. No one was able to stop them. No one was able to take them down, and now T1, you know, it's a 1-1 series. The game's not over by any means. It's only 1,000 gold the lead. But the way we're watching this game play out, the jungle difference that we're really feeling here across these games, starting to make you feel, I think, a little bit worried if you're a Gen G fan. And Gen G fans haven't had to worry much this year, right? It's been constant winning, constant success. You lose to KT, but maybe it's just KT things. But now T1 in a commanding position in this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. They have all basically gone a very long ways. Now Chovy looking for a bit of an angle, but Gumayusi presses R. He's running pretty quickly, so not going to get charmed up this time around. Chovy just realizing that he does have a fair bit of ability haste here at level 16, so he should have that ulti back up relatively quickly.
And Keen is 1-4. Well, that's where he's at his most dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's like Nuggery all over again.
Yeah, he's got an Asher's Tooth, and he's going to use it, and we'll let the minions do most of the work here on this turret. Although, with Canyon here, I think he should just be able to get it.
Yep, there is the outer turret falling over, so that is going to mean that the gold lead is under 1,000. The problem is there are a lot of intangibles, right? There is feats of strength already there for T1. There's Otacon for T1. They have Soul Point put together. Everything on the Rift that isn't money is theirs.
And everything that we've seen in terms of team fights, the coordination, the cohesion, the side lane pressure that's been applied has been better for T1 as well. Gen.G have done such a great job of playing the macro and trading turrets that the game looks incredibly even. But what I'm more worried about is how these compositions collide later on, where now there's so many threats that are online to get on top of the Xayah, who's your main win con here. Chovy is massive, by the way. Like, he's about to get death cap, but he's still an Ahri. And he's going to have to hit his charms, right? Wasn't able to hit the charm on the prio target on his flank on that Otacon play. The whole game plan was him hitting that prio target. It did not happen. So we'll see what he can get done. He's level 16 now.
Yep. I think as well, this time Ruler now has an Infinity Edge that he just completes. Thank you, Jonah Strong, for a bit of a zoom in. And he's not Jhin. I think that that's really important. I don't think... You know, I'm sort of back to not liking Jhin very much.
Yeah, and that last comp, I really...
Yeah, it's just not a whole lot of damage. Xayah can do a whole lot of damage, even though T1 do have a lot of tools to make her life hard. If she is left unattended, can be a very difficult champion to mitigate.
If T1 botch the engage and you're going down an item as the AD carry into the Featherstorm Meat Grinder, you're in trouble. Chovy may be in trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to find the charm onto Faker here and does have to flash.
The placement of the rocks and the shoves have been so good for Faker.
Yeah, and every time Chovy's in a side lane, he just gets ulted on by Faker.
Yeah, and like he has to flash. If you put the rocks on top of the Ahri first, then force, like, she has to react, and then you put the shove behind it. She can't dash because she's on the rocks, so she has to flash. And he's done it so many times now. And so, I mean, it's really Chovy's only option with the placement there and the angle of the Weaver's Wall from Faker. Level 16 himself. Now on the Rift, as 50 seconds until this Ocean Soul will spawn. Well, potentially Ocean Soul, of course.
We may actually see a team fight once again between these two squads. The only one that we've had in this game feels like that Otacon fight that did go T1's way. Owner on such a good team fighting champion here as well. He has been in such good form today.
Ruler and Keen have to do so much heavy lifting in this fight. Keen does have that arm guard he was able to buy. Will really help him out. Same to be said of Doran, of course, but that Gwen damage is going to be massive if you can get just a little bit of time.
Oh, Chovy off on a flank angle. Does get the Warrior Trickster out of Owner, but it's not a massive cooldown. Seismic Shove going to go wide this time. Canyon able to walk that one off. Gen.G with control of the river for the moment as Doran gets charmed up. But there's the Cyclone. Into the backline goes Owner, but he's kind of alone and hasn't really used his ultimate for much. Does flash to get himself to safety. As in goes Doran now. He will go golden, but this is so disjointed, and Keen is going to get on top of Gumayushi. Goes golden himself, buys so much space, but where's the follow-up? Keen just runs and will get shoved back towards Faker and takes a huge rock. That is going to be the dragon secured with the feather pullback. And now I think Doran may eventually die, although no, he doesn't. He has Leap Strike, so he's just fine. Keen for Dragon is the trade for now.
Keen's sacrifice means that Ocean Soul doesn't go over to T1, but that's the end of the good news because T1 are full health. I mean, mostly full health here, at least. Doran has TP, so they're just going to come right over here to Baron control, force a reaction out of Gen.G. They'll get Chovy's TP. He's going to come over here and clear this wave. But there's not a whole lot of vision here for Gen.G, so T1 should be able to get these backs away for free. And the fight's a little bit split up here. It looks like Owner practically loses his patience almost with Chovy. Missing that last charm, he's like, I'm going to get on top, has to flash. That's actually really significant. I think if Owner is really in the thick of this fight with his Cyclone, it is never as close as it is now. And then T1 are able to make the correct decision to go on to Keen. And during this arm guard, Gen.G decide Dragon over team fight, which I think is correct. A lot of teams, I think, turn there and try to fight with Keen and let the Dragon go. Ruler with the feathers, you mentioned, secures the Dragon.
And Doran almost dies to the feathers, by the way.
Yeah, insane, because this is a fed Xayah on 3.5 items.
And that's why I kind of thought Gen G were going to be able to fight for this, right? Because they had the item spike before Gumayusi onto Ruler. This guy, I mean, he has a skin for this champion for a reason. He is very, very good at navigating team fights with the Xayah, even if it is a tough composition to fight into. Still something that T1 need to respect and figure out a way to deal with. Right now, there is now 3 items onto Gumayusi. He has hit that break point. These ricochets are going to absolutely tear through Gen G.
Weaver's Wall here. They have incredible turn on this Baron. If Owner hadn't had to flash in that last team fight, they might actually consider starting this, but instead they're just going to keep playing around Vision, keep getting these free backs and forcing Gen G to come over and clear Vision. Keen is going to get some alone time in the side lane right now and does have teleport, so I think Gen G are feeling pretty okay with this situation since they can now go over and clear this Vision. Keen getting closer and closer to level 16, a huge threat in this game. Even though he's 1-5, make no mistake, this Gwen is incredibly powerful and has so much staying power because of her mist.
Yeah, it's actually like, I don't know. It is just Gwen things, but it's also Keen things, so it's kind of compounded. You know, it's just a very scary 1-5 champion. We just don't see that all that often. Is Chovy going to get attacked by Baron here momentarily? Clears out the ward, though, so does do what he wanted.
Yeah,
he's at 305 CS here at 30 minutes into the game. Not too bad. It's still sitting on the same 3 items that he was on a little while ago. As T1 will be able to clear out this one cheeky ward.
You can see the tempo is always T1's. Even when Gen G clear the Vision, they have to then leave and T1 can get it back. Keen wasn't able to hit that inner turret like he wanted, had to back away in case of a T1 potential startup. He does have that teleport though, so I think could be playing through the side lane a little bit more aggressively than he is right now.
Yeah, Chovy going to be moving over here as well as Faker finds the rocks. Man, that reaction is absurd.
Faker is telepathic today.
Yeah, seriously.
Or maybe he could just see the future, we don't know, but
he also did see Chovy move on over there, but I don't know whether he could have really predicted him to immediately just ult over the wall on top of him. But maybe that's just the way.
I mean, it's a free ult, though. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, no.
He just shuts it down, and he's like, nice try. And Keen continues to kind of push a wave into the turret, but then leave. And is kind of otherwise farming hard here, trying to buy that Zhonya, so you have to imagine, as his completed 3rd item, he is backing right now. See if he has the money for it. Would really love to have that extra safety. Just picks up a piece of it, the Rod of Ages. Very expensive item, Zhonya's. But he has now the big components, so maybe on his next back he will have it.
Yeah.
In fact, just hanging out in the fountain right now, but okay, yeah, he does have it. Okay, so he was just like maybe like 50 gold off, so spinning around and gets it there.
Yeah, both, in fact, Keen and Doran completing the Zhonyas at the same time, so repairing their arm guards after the last fight. Nicely done. 50 seconds on the Dragon once again.
So crazy that Keen's on item parity with this Jax, despite being 1-5, and is still going to be able to make such a huge impact in this upcoming fight here.
Yeah.
T1 are not out of this yet.
There's also a huge shutdown on Doran as well. If they're ever able to get that kill, it is a huge deal.
Item advantage still in the hands of Ruler as well for this next fight. Death cap for Faker, as you mentioned.
Oh, man.
This could be the fight that decides the game here if it's won swingingly by one side. And we're 32 minutes in. It feels like we're not that late because this game's been kind of just a lot of side laning and a lot of pressure, but not a whole lot of really big team fights. But this is going to be one of them.
Yeah. Ruler with 4 items complete as well. Like that Bloodthirster on top of everything. He is very, very frightening and can now play a whole lot more aggressively with that extra shield, with the extra lifesteal. But that is going to be a phenomenal shot. Chovy has to go golden at the beginning of this fight as now Doran looking for the angle, tries to get the counter-strike, but they take down Chovy. That's the biggest part of it. Faker gets into the back line. Duro just melting so incredibly quickly. Keen goes golden, but I don't think he's surviving for much longer, and Ona will finish off the Gwen. The entire top side are destroyed. Ruler and Duro not knowing what to do next as they destroy the team fight.
It's a smash win in the team fight for T1. The shoves from Faker, the Talia has just been out of control this game, and now just a lone bot duo trying to defend against this massive push from T1 to bring themselves to match point.
Let's see whether they can actually finish it here as Doran going in, flashes forward to get on top of Ruler, and of course the seismic shove there. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen, and T1 have match point now for the next 2 games at least. And they could be poised to be heading not only to the Inspire Arena, but also avoiding that play-in best of 5 that could end their world's journey so quickly.
Keen tried his best to stay relevant in this game. Chovy, huge farm on this Ahri, but is just shut down by Faker time and time again. Never able to find the impact he was looking for, never able to charm the backline. And so much of this game was about the map control that T1 had, the tempo that they had, the vision, just like game 2. And it starts to feel like we might have an upset on our hands here with T1 looking like they are the stronger team here.
Oh my God.
And the gold lead the entire game.
And the thing is, I think if you base it off what we saw in the performance from both of these teams in their last best of 5, I don't think it's an upset at all. But we weren't expecting Gen G to look that bad again.
Yeah, we thought it was a fluke.
Yeah.
We were all wrong.
And in game number 1, they also weren't ahead for very much of it. We could be this feels like we're at 3-0 territory. Gen G really needing to get back on the horse in this one. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space are going to break down that game number 3. Then we'll have match point for T1. Let's see whether Gen G can make this one Silver Scrapes. We'll see.
할만해.
가자.
다야 노플 노공.
미디어 좀 데리고 올게.
끝날 때. 노플 노공하겠어. 노플 노공 오케이. 내가 먼저 박아줄 수도 있어.
나도 풀로운 가능.
이거 나도 풀 가능해. 얘 수능 살수 있어 근데.
한타씩
한번 줄게.
너는 더 나왔어. 보이면
보이면 봐야 돼 일단. 보이면 실수 줄게 일단. 보이면 그냥 박자. 수능 없어. 티코 공안 돌아. 천천히.
뛰어.
파우데. 우리 받고. 자자자자. 밀렸고. 아 나이스.
파워 좀. 나이스.
You can try to run, but me, I run this place. Bad girl with a gun, coming through. Surprise! Boom! Let's play.
everyone, welcome back to the space. It's time for some stats for Gen G that are not good. If Gen G loses one, they are down 2-1 to T1. If Gen G loses this one, they will be the first seed not to make it to the top 3. It'll be the first time since 2019 where Gen G finished below 3rd place, and it would be 2 series losses in the playoffs. It would go winless in playoffs when they've only lost 2 series all year long. One series all year long.
And obviously we're going to talk a lot about T1 because T1 have clearly been improving so much throughout this playoffs. We saw a really good example of it here as well, particularly in the drafting. We got to talk about the fact that looking at the draft for Gen G, I think that this draft obviously has its issues, but to me, the draft issues for Gen G kind of fall by the wayside because of the play of their mid-jungle. Canyon and Chovy are still not playing the way that I think we were expecting. We're not even seeing them, and they had some off games during the regular season. They're not even at that level. Like, I've seen Chovy go for 1,000,000 of those wall charms. He didn't hit a single one in this game. Pantheon had no impact. We've seen Owner get, what was it, like 15, 16, 25 kills on Pantheon? And he didn't ult aggressively early on once.
I mean, I think that's basically like you can see it from the bans as well. They mainly target for their support, like Bard and Rakan ban into Nico first pick, but they ending up losing bot lane is like so, like it hurts so much because I feel like if you aim support in the bans, like that means you have to win something on the bot lane, but you couldn't actually win the priority or win the laning phase. And I think after that, Ahri and Pantheon couldn't see the window for the roams or anything. So I feel like Chovy winning the laning phase is great, but if you cannot do anything on the side lane or like playmaking, then like what's the point of winning the priority, winning the laning phase? So I feel like I was like waiting for Veigar pick from Chovy.
Yeah.
You know? Definitely.
And I think the Veigar pick would have given us a lot more faith. I think Xayah into Jax Wukong specifically is also one of those setups where I'm like, I get that you have an ult and it feels good in theory, but those picks, I think, are some of the melee picks that actually do so onto Xayah, because once they get on top of you, if you come out of your ult, you're still screwed. Again, though, going to the level of play, the Ahri didn't convince us in the draft, but it's, again, the fact that there just isn't the impact. And I think that Chovy not doing anything is very outdated as a narrative. We've seen him do stuff all year. He has been the biggest contributor. He was the MVP of the regular season.
But the thing is, we already figured it out. Ahri is not good champion on the mid lane now. Like, we already know that Ahri is not working out, Kiana is not working out, but Gen G is still trying stuff when they have no lives left.
I mean, it's got to be the Pantheon for me. The Pantheon has to make an impact, especially if you're going to pick that Ahri to be playmaking. Here, Otacon gets started on up, and lots of different things to focus on because it was a split fight and could have gone way worse for Gen G.
And this is, I think, a better fight setup for Gen G in theory, where they are actually able to get like kind of a chaotic fight. They immediately get backline access, but Faker is ready, is able to get out. Chovy and Duro use basically everything. The fact that this fight is even close is kind of insane, and it's the fact that it's split. So you have Keen doing a lot of damage, and then Canyon and Ruler actually do a lot of heavy lifting on the left side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, we could see the value of the Talia here. Like, if they were not with the Talia, I think T1 like would have just lose this team fight completely. But again, I think this Talia pick impact a lot. They countered like most of the picks. If they could land on their back lines with the Gwen and Ahri, and I think like Gen G could win it so easily. But again, draft is issue for me.
Because there were a couple of examples where Chovy did try to go for plays, right? In mid, tried to ult in, a couple of flash plays. They just never really amounted to much, and it feels like that in combination with the fact that you just haven't been that proactive early on, Canyon, and Pantheon just isn't the champion to do that with.
No, definitely not. And then we're waiting for the play to happen. Both teams kind of jostling for position in the mid lane, and the play comes from T1's side. Even Chovy not able to react to this initiation.
And I think it's because he thinks he can walk out with Foxfire, but you just have to flash that straight up. You can ult out of it, obviously you get stunned, but at least then you're in a safer position. But this just instantly loses the fight. It forces the rest of his team, and the follow-up from T1 is amazing.
I mean, again, I think even if Chovy doesn't get knocked up here, I still feel like it was T1's game. for this one. So I just wanna, again, I want to talk about the draft. Like you said, like Canyon on Pantheon didn't work out well in the early game, but the thing is, when you have 3 losing lanes, or like in terms of the priority, what can you do in terms of like in the early game with the Pantheon? You know, it's really rough. Again, I think I could see like many tempo that the Chovy were ahead, but he couldn't actually make the plays because like both sides are losing the priority. So you, even though you have to push on the mid lane, you couldn't do anything. But on Faker's side, whenever like he has a small amount of tempo, like he can just ult top, ult bot, to make something work on the bot lane. So it was just so much easier for T1 here.
Well, there's also the fact that we did see, again, we saw a lot of attempted plays from Gen G. None of them just really work, and we do have the side selection, which I think should come as no surprise now that Gen G is with their back against the wall, which is that they are going to play on red side, and they're gonna have to figure out better matchups. I partially agree with you with it. I do think the drafting needs to be better, but to me there were a lot of windows where Canyon could have had an impact earlier on the Pantheon. And if you're gonna play like this, I want to see farming junglers. Like if you're not having a good time early on, at least play stuff that benefits from that, right? We're looking at the AP junglers, maybe that's the way back in.
And just you know what Chovy played today? Galio Annie Ari. That's not what I want.
That's definitely not the type of champions you associate with the man who makes the plays, who's been the heartbeat of Gen G. And this squad, if it goes out here, let's rehash this whole year. There were moments where we were saying, this is the greatest team in the world and one of the greatest teams ever, because they went so undefeated, MSI champions, EWC champions. They looked unstoppable. And so far, they've looked listless. This could have very easily been a 3-0 T1, but now Gen G backs against the walls for the first time since 2021 in the LCK, could possibly lose 2 series in a row. Let's go to game number 4.
Thank you very much, T-Gun, and we are straight into the draft here for game number 4. Both of the coaches in the coaches' interviews said it was going to be a 3-2.
I wanted to say that I think even though, you know, we mentioned like we thought Gen G would bounce back, like we thought Canyon and Chovy would bounce back, I still kind of feel like they can. I still want to believe, Atlas, that this can go to 5. I still want to trust that this team that's been dominant all year long can get back on the horse here, but there's no evidence yet. You know, game 1, we saw the amazing turnaround. They had the late game win con with Ruler. I think we're going to need to see another draft like that. Something like a Zeri to come through, some sort of scaling pick for Ruler. They could set up a front line for. The early game is just not Gen G's today.
Nope. I want to see some more cohesiveness in the team fighting drafting as well, and maybe give Canyon something that can scale up in the jungle or something like that instead, because the early game has not been where he's been able to make some impact. Basically, what we need to see from Gen G is what we saw prior to the playoffs and not what we've seen since. That would be very good. So then we've got a competitive series on our hands, because right now it does look a little bit like T1 has just kind of 3-0'd Gen G and are now sticking around for another game, is what it kind of looks like. And one of the biggest things for me is the GOAT. Faker,
pick Sylas?
First pick Sylas, okay.
I mean, it's a flex pick.
I wanted to talk about Faker playing really well, but now we've got a Sylas first pick.
Well, they banned Maokai, and I don't think we'll be seeing Gnar. Pretty face up here from T1.
I mean, it is a flex.
Pick. Yeah, it's a very flexible pick, like I said, like you just mentioned, but interesting. So what the response is going to be, because you don't get counterpick for it, because you don't know where it's going. They're just going to go for a safe blind top lane Cassante here. The Keen Sante has always been a staple.
Okay, this is something that we have had faith in the past, but isn't representing a lot of damage just yet for Gen G.
Still think that it leads itself towards a scaling 80 carry pick, if that's what they want to go for here. Not that you slam lock the Smolder now, but you certainly are thinking about what that scaling is going to look like. A lot of discussion here on the Gen G side. I think very thrown off by this first pick Sylas, as we all are.
Like, Sylas does make things really difficult.
That's the opposite of what we thought we might see.
Yeah, so that is just Kalista locked in. And now T1 can pick away the Renata if they would like to.
They certainly can. They will.
Yeah.
I mean,
why not?
It's also, Renata's really good into Sylas, so this feels like a really good response here. The question is what comes with it. They don't need to fight fire with fire and go for like a Draven Renata lane or anything like that, although we have seen teams do that in the past.
Yeah, could be fun.
They could like try to Lucian here, but you're playing into the Cassante. This is an old favorite of Guma's. It's not very meta right now, but I think works incredibly well with Renata. Outranges the Kalista. And this is a great setup here for T1 so far.
A very scary lane. Let's see what they are going to lock away for Duro. I expect his pick to come in now.
Certainly he's not going to be playing a Pyke or anything, you know, like that, right?
Oh, that'd be fun. I kind of want them to, like, I want them to go with something that's actually interesting, something that's a bit fun, as the Blitzcrank is going to come on through. This is one of his best champions.
I mean, I think, what else do you play here? Like, Leona is banned, Alistair is banned, Nico is banned. Like, you can't, there's not a whole lot for this Kalista lane. This is, like, to go for this greedy of a bottom 2v2, sure, it can work out, but it's so greedy. There's, like, way less longevity than a lot of other picks they could have gone for in Game 4 where your back's against the wall. Is brave from Genji, to say the least, but they have confidence in this, and that's what kind of makes me want to believe that maybe it could work, Atlas.
Well, let's see whether it does. I think, like, T1 are probably concerned about some sort of Yone type situation. I think that having a bit of extra damage out from Chovy is going to be an important one. Canyon can then play something like a Lilia, do a bit of that magic damage himself. Maybe his famous Nidalee comes out to try and get that mojo back. I don't know whether it's necessarily a great pick in this instance, but the Ornn is going to be banned away first up against Doran, and it just feels like even in the draft right now, T1 has all the tempo vibes.
Exactly. Victor is banned. We could even see like an Aurelion Soul ban, as Chovy is not looking comfortable right now because he knows he has to do something in this draft that does consistent late game damage, because the Kalista can if you're ahead constantly, but you need another win con, you need another consistent threat in this draft. Blitzcrank hooks can instantly win you the game, but that's reliant on map control, it's reliant on that or a mistake from T1, as they're just protecting this top lane pick right now so far, because they don't know where the Sylas is going. That's another problem that they can't get solved. So it might just be this red side draft is Chovy gets counter pick once they know where the Sylas is going.
Well, the Nidalee is going to be taken away here. We're having a look at Canyon. We'll see whether it is going to be a jungle pick locked away, and then we'll find out whether it's going to be Faker playing the Sylas or whether that is going over to Ona.
Man, you could see the Genji players are not looking comfortable about this situation. I wonder if there's no way he just pulls out the Lee Sin here and says, well, we're going to send it on this draft. Skarner makes a lot more sense, but it is a big ultimate to steal away.
Oh, man. Chovy's going to need so much damage.
It's Aurelion Soul, it's got to be, right? Like, what else could he play here?
Karthus. I don't know. Something that just does all... If it's a Twisted Fate, we may as well just give T1 the trophy, you know? Is what I'm kind of thinking. As it looks like Faker will be playing that Sylas in the mid lane. Oh, never mind. Twisted Fate.
Bit of a pivot here.
Yeah. Let's see whether this one is going to be locked in, as Owner is grinning as the Rek'Sai consideration. That's likely to go over to Doran, as we saw Zeus playing that one yesterday.
The funny thing is, all of these flip-throughs that they've done, all the hovers are all viable. Like, there's so many options here for T1. Like, they have so many cards they could pull out here in this draft. The Rek'Sai comes through, strong lane into the Cassante. Saw Zeus play this. It wasn't the most impactful pick, but it has been spammed by every top laner right now around the world. Find out what's coming.
Kassadin.
Oh, Kassadin.
No, surely not. You don't blind Kassadin. That's insanity. But maybe Chovy picks Kassadin. It has been picked into TF in the past, and he is going to hover it here. Let's see whether it is going to be the decision made.
It suits the Kalista part of this draft.
Does give them some late game insurance.
But it basically means we're losing the early game in the mid lane, and the top side gets a little bit wonky.
There is not a lot of being able to skirmish against T1 in the early stages of the game. It is a very difficult one, as Cassiopeia going to give them a little bit more power earlier on.
I kind of like the Cassiopeia. It's all in on their draft identity of low-range brawly, but when you're looking at the draft here from T1, sure, the Varus has a lot of range, but you can just simply overwhelm him with all the front line you have. Even if you catch, you know, the Rek'Sai or a Sylas with the Blitzcrank hook, you have all that low-range damage. You just delete that target so quickly, and then you just overwhelm the rest of T1. Because we were looking otherwise like the Kassadin, but it feels so risky in the early game. The Aurelion Soul I mentioned is really not going to give you a lot of team fighting power until much later on in the game, whereas this Cassiopeia, can kind of be stable, and then you can get to the later parts. Don't get me wrong, I still think T1 end up with a much stronger draft here, but Cassiopeia, this is one of those angles I really like it for because it works well with the draft so cohesively.
Yeah, it
the
does.
Boros is like not just going to win by default because it shoots far.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think that Ruler and Duro can certainly get some things done in that bottom lane, although it will be a little bit difficult up against double ranged and a whole lot of poke. One of the important things is just recognizing how smart it was to go for this first pick Sylas, holding onto the flex for the entirety of the draft at the same time, because Faker is, of course, like he just got a legendary skin on the champion. We know that he's pretty good at playing the Sylas, but it's largely been a jungler in more recent memory. Just kind of a masterstroke here by T1 as we get onto the Rift here for game number 4.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for what could be the final game of this series, T1 versus Gen G. A trip to the Inspire Arena on the line, as well as avoiding the play-in's best of 5 against the LPL 4th seed. It's just kind of ridiculous. It still kind of blows my mind that we have Gen G and T1 fighting to keep themselves alive here in the LCK playoffs, and one of them will be, it's either the defending world champs or the defending MSI champs are going to be the 4th seed for the LCK.
It is wild, right? Like, you know, all those stats that Degon read out on the space.
Yeah.
For the dominance we've seen from Gen G, the fact that they've always been a top team in the LCK for the last several years, and you know they're at the lower bracket early, and now down match point against them, against T1, who they consistently beat.
Going for a bit of the Hanwha tech
Hanwha
here.
life. It's Kalista solo. I thought about this when we saw the Kalista initially, that we could see some sort of weird flex with it, and it is going to really help alleviate the lane issues that they have.
Ooh.
And also, yeah, if you hit a hook here on either of these targets, this goes really well in the 2v2 here for Gen G.
So that they can actually make something happen here. This is, of course, going to really hinge on Ruler having all of the control in this top lane, because Cassante Blitzcrank isn't really a bottom lane. So that is not necessarily going to be winning into double range, especially.
Yeah, if you don't hit hooks, you do literally nothing, but you can just kind of catch the waves and play it as if it's an old school lane swap, just with a little bit of a friend hanging out for a little while.
Although, the best thing about Rek'Sai is, you know, like, if things do get tough, you can just literally bury your head in the sand.
Yeah.
And hope that it goes away. I think that's fantastic.
That's what ostriches do, apparently. Apparently it's not true, by the way, that saying about ostriches. They don't really do that.
Really?
That's what... I searched that recently. It was just like a myth or something.
I mean,
I use that like phrase a lot, you know. And
no, looking for an angle, is going to get the flash out of Chovy. Already a successful gank from the guy that's been all over the Rift in the early game. To be expected in this particular matchup, as of course the Skarner isn't going to be doing a whole lot, but just staying true to form right now is Ona.
So, one thing I want to point out in this this series, obviously Faker's had a phenomenal performance despite, you know, the game 1 error. This is Chovy's 65th unique pick in the LCK.
Wow, he hasn't
First
played Cassio. That's kind of nuts.
It's because he's a knower.
Huh. He has played a lot of, like, I don't know. Okay, the hook going to connect, but the knock-up...
Like it did.
Yeah, the knock-up is going to land. I guess Rek'Sai, just a little bit larger of a model than we expected.
Yeah, that was a very weird one there in terms of what we saw on our side, but not going to matter too much. But going back to what I was saying about Faker, he has been so flexible this playoffs. In the past, we were like, oh, they have to ban Victor because Faker's champion pool is so small. But okay, we're never going to talk about it because Doran's once again the target.
Yeah, Canyon going to look to see if he can throw a rock at him, as Doran is just traveling through all of these tunnels. At the same time, Carrier looking a little worse for wear as T1 looking to take down the Keen Sante, and that is going to be first blood over to Ona, and he should be able to survive. In the meantime, trying to get back through yet another tunnel, and Doran is just making them look silly, getting so much of the health back as well as he tunnels underground. Another tunnel going to be used. Man, he's like a kid playing on an elevator as finally he gets slammed into the wall and taken down, but he's claimed so many flashes and made them look silly.
Yeah, he made them look silly, but ultimately it still is a kill there over to Gen G. Kill goes over to the Skarner, unfortunately, as Chovy should be fine here.
Ganked by a chain lash.
Yeah.
It is going to be all right for the moment, as Faker is constantly getting poisoned and twin-fanged, which is looking a little frustrating, but nothing really happening here and is still just making bank because he's TF. Let's have a look at this dive towards the bottom side, and then we can go and have a look towards what the heck happened in the top lane.
Keria pulls this aggro. Keen goes incredibly low. They look for the follow-up here. Again, Keen trying to get to the other part of this turret. Owner's just so tanky. Then over here, like, so much has to go well for Gen G in order to get this gank to succeed. Doran flashes to the upper part of his tunnel. It doesn't even need to take it here initially.
And then borrows to get the health.
Yep, and then he, like, it's Canyon who ends up getting the kill here, actually, not Ruler, as just had too much damage there as he pushed him against the wall. Just wanted to maximize it because they need to kill this Rek'Sai, but the fact that that kill goes over to the Skarner versus a Silas picking it up on the other side, definitely not equivalent here. T1 picks up the first blood. Gen G gets something back, and still not as good.
It is going to mean that, you know, Doran's life is still going to be difficult as he does move back towards his top lane once again. Hook going to go wide. As Doran just wanting to stay in experience range if he can.
Dragon under control of T1 on the bottom side of the map with his Varus push into the lane-swapped Cassante. Definitely exactly what T1 wants right now, and we'll be able to get this.
Oh, and Canyon going for the full wraparound here. As Doran, let's see whether he can survive this as the tunnel comes on through. Duro still looking for the hook and manages to get him yet again. But I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough because he gets underneath the turret. Will the Ren stacks come through? And yes, they will. Duro survives. And it's a second kill on to Doran in that top lane. In the meantime, though, the Dragon does go over to T1 and the Keen Sante is once again under threat.
I mean, he is Cassante. He does have level 6 now. I don't think they will be able to kill him, but they get the Dragon, which is a big prize. And will be at the cost of Doran, who almost gets out, almost outplays it again. So ends up being a big win there because this time the kill goes over to the Kalista. This time Ruler gets his prize in the top side of the map. It's a play from Canyon here. And Doran, look at the setup of his tunnels. He's like, I think I can be fine. I think I can get up here. The wave state is so bad for him. They have to set up these tunnels, and then this time, the placement of the hook is correct. Doran ends up getting caught. Ruler goes under turret here to get the rend and the kill.
Yep, and Blitzcrank into Rek'Sai kind of feels all right because he always does. Like when she travels through a tunnel, she is going to be in a predictable location. Duro is utilizing that incredibly effectively, though, have to say.
Low econ top laners.
Yes.
And Cassante may be 1-8, but he's one of the better low eco top laners. And it's Keen. When he's low economy, he pops off.
Yeah, he is the counterpoint, the 75.6% win rate, as Faker is running away from the snake once again. That is something you don't blame humans for doing that. We are programmed to run away from snakes. That's how that works, because when we were monkeys, we were scared of snakes as well.
Not even like cats. You know, you put a cucumber behind a cat.
Oh, yeah, true.
Jump.
Yep. That's where all those funny cat videos come from.
Yeah.
Weird cucumber situation.
So the game state here is pretty even between these two teams. But for Gen G, at least the Kalista has a kill now. That's where you really need to start getting online for this draft to work. The Cassiopeia can scale into a big damage threat later on, especially with this composition as, Chovy may get caught.
Yeah, Destiny does come in. Miasma is down. Good position there as well, as Faker is just going to get picked up and taken down, but it is a counter ult here from Ona. Still the Fate's call to keep Duro safe. The flash over from Chovy. There's that killer instinct we've been looking for, and it's 2 on the floor for T1. Gen G looking for even more as the blast cone from Canyon picks up a rock, and Carrier finds himself in a very awkward spot. Ruler able to find it, and that is another hook landing here from Duro. Ruler just lets Carrier melt as that bailout does not work. A really great start here for Gen G this time.
It looked initially like it's another confident Faker call. He's going to look for the gold card play. He's going to look for the catch, but they had so many tools to turn it around. Owner's counter ult was actually almost enough to save it, but not quite there in the end. The Fate's Call comes through, so watch this again. Looks like Chovy is going to get caught, but they're right on top of a Skarner here. And look at this. Stun comes through first from the Gaze, then he gets the Impale to get the kill. Owner wants to go in, but the timing of the Fate's Call is phenomenal. Then Owner misses the chains here. Chovy guns him down, and then it's so easy to chase with his composition because you've got Skarner, you get Carrier's flash, but he's still not getting away. He's going to get hooked here in the end by Duro, has to flash to follow. They get an additional kill here over to Ruler. And this is Gen G winning the early game as his comp wants to do. And now this Kalista is starting to get really, really strong. Very relevant for this mid game.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see one of the Kalista games where she does look really powerful. I think we did have one of them, like the first time she was picked up again. I believe it was a Kalista Renata lane, and it was Kellen and Diablo. Kellen, of course, one of the greatest Renata players that we have here in the LCK, and Diablo is a prodigy. So that one worked out really well. We since didn't see it find as much success and was kind of left alone. This is not even that, right? The Renata was picked away. And so we'll just have to see whether Ruler can find the same level of success. As the flash does have to be used here by Gumayusi, who has gone lethal tempo.
Yeah, he's going for lethal tempo. Varus here. I think with the low range comp you're into, you just want to be able to get through these tanky frontliners, the Cassante and the Skarner. It does make sense because Lethality isn't going to get you much into those targets, and if you're trying to hit a Cassiopeia, you're going to have to follow up with damage that they don't necessarily have, as Owner is here.
There's the all-out. King going to use that to try and actually go all-out as he dashes, flashes, and is able to make a lot of distance. Doran finds himself in an awkward spot as he does ult him, but that is going to be Keen using everything in order to survive.
Chovy trying to get a plate here, knowing that the Silas is nearby. He's greeting for it.
Yep, we'll be able to pick it up.
He has a control ward in the top river entrance, so knows that he was fine to go for those last few autos and pick that one up.
Doesn't quite have his flash available, so it's a bit of a scary one. It's the hook gonna connect, Duro! Oh man, this young player playing very well, but it's a great handshake here from Carrier, just not enough to deal with the Impale, and this Renata pick away is being punished.
These Gen G Blitzcrank players, whether it's Duro this year or last year, man.
It must be the organization, man. Yeah. Tigers must really like robots.
I mean,
is that a thing?
The Blitzcrank color scheme kind of fits Gen G's colors, you know?
Hey, there we go.
A little golden tint to it. This game state is looking worse every moment here for T1, as this is just a really nice angle here from Duro through the wall.
Yeah. And the ward doesn't even quite work out, I don't think, as I think Carrier was trying to get that one over the wall, but got jump scared.
As end up trying to bail himself out, but obviously will die. And yeah, this is a 3-kill Kalista.
Yep, and it's also a 100% kill contribution Canyon.
Yeah.
He exists in this game!
I was going to mention it earlier, but Canyon has had... Like, he was the last Skarner. When Skarner fell off, he was like, no, I still play that.
He's the only one with the Skarner card.
Exactly. He's the only one who has it. And, you know, normally it was picked into Xinjiao, picked into Silas in this game, and it's working very well for him so far. He is basically making it so he can set up these hooks in a lot of these skirmishes, and obviously the Impale play we saw on Faker's attempted gold card pick onto Chovy earlier was phenomenal. Even though they're playing into the Silas is going to get the access to Impale as well. It has not mattered in these early skirmishes too much just yet. And Gen G snowballing this game. Now, it's not a big enough lead to where we could say it's a done deal by any means.
Oh, absolutely not.
But it is certainly where you want to be if you're a Gen G fan.
Yep. And remember, this is one of those compositions from Gen G that is a little bit lacking in the damage department unless they get big advantages, right? And they have the beginnings of a big advantage if they can continue to snowball this one through. Of course, 13.5 minutes, only 1,500 gold as the Destiny comes on through here. Canyon in a lot of trouble as he flashes over the wall. The Impale going to be avoided as Keen looking to try and duel Doran here, but it's a lot of damage out from Guma to help the Rek'Sai pick up the kill. And the flash hook! And it's going to be both of these top laners going down. The bailout not quite going to work here as the Impale comes through at the same time. Gumayusi is on the warpath, but so is Chovy. Finds the overextended Varus, and now it's Ona throwing chains around, but they are not going to do anything. And the counterpunch from Gen G just a bit better.
Now Ruler just going to grab a plate here in the mid lane as well. We'll push another wave in that no one can answer. And this is not the kind of composition, I think, T1, that you want to be scrapping with under turret in these situations. As Canyon is so incredibly tanky, even though he is isolated here, it takes forever to take this pick out. Like, now you're really committed in. Like, as T1, you can't just go, oh, well, I guess we'll let it go. You have to commit in and try to look for Keen, because the rotation is coming. The wraparound is coming. Doran is able to avoid turret aggro there with his ultimate, gets the kill there. But then, Duro.
Oh my god, Duro.
He's just insane on this pick. The bailout buys some time here. They're not able to get the reset, unfortunately, for T1. Owner gets in the backline there, but it's the ult there to come through the Petrifying Gaze from Chovy that helps lock down these final 2 kills. It's a massive trade up for Gen G again. And the Kalista that's pushing mid lane, also a benefactor of this.
Yeah, 3-0-2, and is able to get a bunch of plate money in that mid lane. So was actually down a decent chunk of farm, has kind of evened that up just a little bit here. Gumayusi still holding a bit of an advantage. So this Varus is still on track to being scary, but hasn't got any kills himself just yet. As T1 looking for this Rift Herald, Gen G with full information about that happening. See whether they can actually get in a position to contest. As Canyon gonna drive on in, gets himself over the wall. It will be a 50-50, but it's Ona that wins it. Duro still hunting, looking for a bit of a target. Hostile takeover comes in as Ona goes golden. Keen right in amongst it. The double knock-up from Doran's fantastic. He's being bailed out as well as Keen somehow survives. There is no way that he should be allowed to do that, and down goes Ona. Once again, every team fight is just Gen G all the way.
Yeah, and T1 feel priced into these. They feel like they're behind. They do not want to just give up every objective, especially when you consider this mid turret is so low already. And this is going to go over to Gen G. They cannot find a hook angle here, though.
Yeah, the Destiny is going to come down. They're going to look for Canyon, or at least look to tell him to leave. As he gets a fair bit of rock value. Oh, the hook onto Faker! Duro finds another one! And the attempted bailouts, but it's just too expensive. He's not leaving the police station this time. Down goes another kill, and it's a double for Ruler, make him 5-0-4 now.
And a moment ago, I said it's a lead you're looking for Gen G, but it's not enough to say it's a done deal. I think it is now. Watch this fight here. This is exactly the type of scrappy fight that Gen G wants. You got the Herald. Good luck getting the eye. Owner goes in here with the Blitzcrank ultimate, then goes golden. Also, by the way, Guma gets hooked in all of this and ends up losing half his health bar here. Doran bleeds out, and Chovy, is he caught or is he killing him?
He's killing him and caught. He's both. He's doing it. He's poisoned both of them. Doran is dealing with so many of these minions. Canyon's making his way over. Scorpion and Snake, they're both very scary, and they are just going to leave. So thankfully, if you do find yourself face to face with a Snake or a Scorpion, walk away.
Or call Atlas.
Walk away.
He's very acquainted with those species where he's from.
We do have a few of those. There are less scorpions in Australia, but we do have some.
This angle here from Duro. Watch this.
Yep. Oh my.
He's like, I got him. And like the angle made it almost look like he missed, but he's just gets him down just on the edge. And then they get the slow from the Q here from the Skarner. Canyon helps him take it out, and this is just Ruler running away with this game, and then Chovy in the 1v2 down here at this moment. Ends up getting knocked up, but like, watch the damage come through on the door, and it's actually crazy. He needs help. And finally, Owner shows up, gets the stolen ultimate here.
He just runs so fast.
Like, he
slithers so fast.
He's so fast that like Owner can't actually find the angle to ult him back. And this is Gen G grabbing another dragon here. It's Mountain Soul with the Cassante in the tank.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, if it's a triple mountain with Cassante Skarner, I think we're just calling it.
I think, like, are we calling it now? I'm almost ready to. This is.
I mean, I think we are biased towards Silver Scrapes.
Yeah,
I'm trying to work out like how much should we, because this game. Like you can see it at the top of your screen, right? 3-13 doesn't look great. 7,000 gold lead, one of the biggest that we've seen pre-20 minutes.
Chovy is 2 levels up without his Rod of Ages.
Yeah. This is the Chovy that we were promised.
Like, look at Faker's XP bar, everyone at 12. Chovy's about to hit 14, and in just a second, he's going to hit 15. Oh my. This is actually kind of an unprecedented lead.
Yeah, what? How is it? How is this
without Otacon? That's right.
How is it without Otacon and without Rod of Ages? Like, that is... What?
He is 50 CS ahead.
Oh, that might have something to do with it.
Like, the observers are watching.
Yeah, like, how does he do this?
He will be 3 levels ahead. Okay, now will he be caught by this TP?
And will this TP be enough? As now Faker trying to get on top of him. Duro is in position as Keen teleports in as well. The flash out of the way, the hostile takeover, and Gen.G not going to be losing their mid laner in this instance, but they do manage to get the ult and the flash.
Ruler just pushing mid, and T1 need to rotate over to save it. Duro looking for an angle here to potentially catch a single target on T1's rotation.
This is the most dangerous part, is trying to travel to different places.
Yeah, don't tempt fate, Carrier.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Ruler able to do a fair bit of damage here as Doran also going to get slowed down.
I mean, the carries are so fed here for Gen.G that, like, even when you catch them, air quotes, they're like, no, I kill you, by the way, and they just start attacking you.
And look at all of this vision here towards this top side at the same time. In 12 seconds time, on the top side of the map, the Otacon is going to be spawning. You thought that we had some level discrepancies earlier on. That is only going to get exacerbated.
And, I mean, now here, where do you go as T1? You have to come over to this Otacon where there's a Blitzcrank lurking somewhere, looking to kill whoever checks. That checker
and no one can check!
Yeah, exactly. It's Carrier on Renata. He's like, I'm so scared. Duro's like, I'm waiting for you.
Yep.
Here you are.
There he is, special delivery. And he will get some extra time with the bailout, but not very much. Chains of Corruption come in. That is an attempted steal opportunity here, but just slammed against the wall. The Otacon getting amongst it at the same time. And that is going to be Otacon secured by Canyon. He gets a casual kill at the same time. Double over to Ruler, and now Faker finds the gold card. Hook is going to miss, but the Twisted Fate surviving does not help. The T1 fans feel better about this game.
Yeah, I think Gen.G fans are saying, I'll see you in 5.
Yep.
I think we could say Gen.G won the early game this time for the first time in this series with a 9,500 gold lead here. Now at 20 minutes. I mean, we're past the early game now, but they took the early game lead and they snowballed it. As we predicted this because it's so obvious, the Carrier has to go in and check. He's burst first. And then the follow-up here, it's a really nice ult here, but it doesn't matter because the Impale comes through. The Ren comes out quite early from Ruler, but it doesn't matter. They get the smite because the Sylas is dead and Guma is just left alone. And then Faker's able to at least avoid the hook, but that is all you could say in the positive column for T1 as Gen.G look to set up on
track. Another one! Duro, it's okay. From now on, every single game, teams, they need to ban Blitzcrank. Even he hasn't even been prioritizing this champion. He's so good at it.
I mean, like, Carrier was the guy who caught aiming.
1-0-15.
I think aiming's feeling a little bit better. Carrier has to be the one to check, right? But
yeah,
like, you're playing Renata into Blitzcrank, which is why this is such a great pick from ahead. And that's why I said in the draft, I'm like, this is such a confident pick from Gen.G. Like, the draft was so risky, but they were confident they could pilot it. They were confident they could pull it out, and they certainly did, right? Like, this was match point on the line, LCK finals on the line.
Well, Duro's going to get a flash as he wanders on over. Chovy going to get ganked by multiple people. Petrifying gazes all over the place. But Gumayushi gets the shutdown, and an important one at that. 1,100 gold.
Plus,
they will trade their inhibitor turret for it.
Yeah, maybe some bounty gold picked up here, but this turret's so healthy. They have no wave. Canyon helps clear out the rest of that. So no inhibitor to go down, but the inhibitor turret does fall. T1 get the kill and the shutdown, but not that gold.
Can Canyon be damaged? Okay, maybe he can now as the Destiny coming in on top of everything. Gumayushi starting to get some shots over as Canyon just drives his way out. Gumayushi still hunting for it. He flashes into the enemy base, gets impaled. Now he's in turret range. Duro comes over and Canyon, yeah, he's a tank.
I get it.
Guma
knew the game was over. You gotta try something. I mean, you gotta try something.
That's called reading the room, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, he almost got him. You've got game 5. It's okay.
You know, yeah.
But as it turns out, he answered your question. Can Canyon be damaged?
No.
He cannot be damaged.
Not really. Not enough. As Duro, he can be damaged. Gold card going to connect, but it looks like they're a little bit afraid of what could be lurking in the dark.
By the way, he still doesn't have his second Mountain Drake yet, nor a Mountain Soul.
Oh no.
Imagine how little damage they will do to him after that, as this is, by the way, if there was going to be a contest, which there wouldn't be, you have to fight through Ren stacks and Smite.
Yeah, no, you're not going to, it's not a 50-50 in this case. So the Mountain Drake will be taken down. And Wolf, you know what, it's actually kind of crazy. This is kind of a beautiful juxtaposition of what happened in Game 4 in the T1 versus DK series. But it was the other side, right? It was an absolute blowout. I like this version more because T1 can come back in Game 5 and try and turn it around. Side selection will be theirs in that situation.
The difference in the game state, too, is that the Smolder was kind of completely online, and then one hook had to be the miracle to save the game. Now it's just Duro hooking whoever he wants, and it doesn't matter. They won the early game. That Varus is not online, as we saw in the base.
Canyon almost okay, just finds the impale onto Gumayushi somehow! And obviously he's going to survive with over a third health. Yes, reading the room. I'm going to try and read the room as well.
I'm ready I'm like, you and I wanted Game 5, and we get our wish.
Yes. This is going to be the inner turret taken down here. Without Gumayushi, there is not a way to defend.
I mean, I was already, like, at the beginning of this game, I was trying to do the Faker flexibility narrative. Like, he's playing TF, he was ready to play the Sylas. I thought this was likely to be Gen G failing in another early game because their early games looked so weak, Canyon looked so weak, but this has been his best game we've seen in playoffs.
Yeah,
he's 19 out of 20.
Oh god, another hook! And it even caught Jonas Strong by surprise as Doran just goes down. Ona now dancing around behind the Baron pit, but Keen, he's a bouncer! He's gonna try and stop him. Ona might be able to get in, but it's not gonna be the steal. It's somehow Cassiopeia that actually gets it as the hook finally won. I see it miss. Good sidestep there from Carrier. Does it matter? No. No, it doesn't at all.
No.
He's still dead. He's going to buy a bit of time. That was such a cute flash. Such a cute flash. As Canyon going to pick up Faker, throw some rocks at him. Ruler looking to bounce his way over. And will be able to get in range. The Blast Cone is going to be able to buy a little bit of extra space.
Carrier is still running away, by the way, in the top.
Oh, okay. Well, Keen will find him. So there we go. Bought some time.
Yeah.
Things are getting a little silly here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, okay, so let's talk about, I don't even want to talk about these play. We'll talk about one. Okay, this one little impale. Yeah, got him. This is actually the worst way to go to Game 5 if you're T1, because right, the series looked like you 3-0'd it, like you said. Game 1, you basically won the game, but then you ended up losing. Made one mistake, lost that one, but then you won 2 in a row. You're like, I'm way better than Gen G. I'm on match point now. Then you have to play this game out where there's no chance. There's like no chance. There's no way back in. Like, Owner's going for this Hail Mary. Gumo went for his Hail Mary in the base because you know you're 10,000 gold behind. We're going to Game 5. And it's just like Gen G are slash dancing on you as we go to Silver Scrapes. Momentum is completely Gen G's now in this series. Did this with Red Side. The Callista pick worked a treat. I wanted to say I trusted them for the confidence in it, but I thought maybe we were just going to end here and Gen G say no. Ruler 8-0-8 on his iconic Callista.
And for me, this whole game is just Duro. This guy on this Blitzcrank, just incredible. I think that Canyon has come back alive. Chovy's come back alive, but Duro is just a man possessed on this robot. Let's see whether he can find another hook as they do get the knock up onto Ruler. Take him down immediately. The Impale is only onto one. Chovy still there for the DPS, but T1 finding kill after kill as Chovy, the handshake is fantastic. Owner is going to get taken down, but they take out the Cassiopeia. Can Canyon be damaged? Is still a question that we're all asking, and Gumayushi, he might be able to answer it. He does have the bailout, and as it turns out, no, he cannot be damaged. Canyon is immortal. He finds more rocks, and now he's just gonna get to work, trying to use this lawnmower to take down Faker, not the Nexus. All three of them weren't enough, and the Scorpion will bring us to Silver Scrapes.
Canyon's got a heart of steel at the end of this game. Gets the kill on Guma, the snipe just before. And maybe Canyon was absent in this one for most of it, but he said he is not just going to let T1 take his spot and Inspire away. He and Duro getting the carries fed in this one. And Gen G bring us to 5 that I think most people didn't think we'd see after 2 dominant T1 back-to-back wins.
Oh my god. And Chronicler said it in his little quote thing that we had the lower third for earlier in the day. He thought that this polar bear was going to exit hibernation. Well, just in the nick of time here in game 4, backs against the wall, and that is the Canyon that we have wanted to see all playoffs and haven't really at all. Gumushi did a lot of damage
to a Skarner that he could not hurt, but
yes.
number went up, but health bar did not go down for Canyon.
22k on a Skarner is...
That looks like old Skarner before they nerfed his Q damage.
Yeah. Even Kerry did a lot of damage in that game, but my God, that was
It says, put on Silver Scrapes, Atlas, and you know what? I think we will.
In fact, we just did. Thank you so much for holding up that sign to give us this glorious transition into one of the greatest pieces of music of our time. We are going to go to a short break. You guys can enjoy the Silver Scrapes. Then we will have the space break this one down. And then, of course, we'll have the pivotal Game 5. We'll see you soon.
빼야겠다. 우리 카시 아래로 와. 우리 카시 있어. 아래로 와. 야, 빼면서 와야 돼 이거. 무조건 빼면서 봐야 된다. 카시. 이게 불리네. 독이 안 맞아. 왜 카시가 멀었어. 근데 두 개 끼긴 했어. 근데 뭐 바로 방금 풀 빠졌다. 바둑스랑. 야 이런 끝내. 뭐야? 스파노가 태산인데? 야 스파노 봐라. 뭐였어? 역대급을 발판 스카너네 이거. 아니 뭐야 이거? 스카너 태산인데 뭐냐 이거? 아니 뭐야? 일이네. 이러면 집에 안 갔지. 아니 너가 집 가서 이렇게 한 거지? 아 그런가?
T1, Gen G, high stakes, and a bowl of soup. What more could you ever want for in the final match of 2025 here at Lowell Park? It is Game 5, tied up 2-2 between T1 and Gen G. It is the greatest rivalry, and it is living up to its name here. T-Gon alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and my goodness, it has been a great, great Sunday.
What a time for the polar bear to wake up. Oh my god, that game was disgusting from Canyon, but obviously the man of that match was Duro. The crank coming out hot again, and that means that we go to game number 5 here. And that was probably the most one-sided game in this entire series, which makes us wonder, what's next? Because I think T1 have actually looked better in the first 3 games, but then T1 gets knocked out, basically flat on their face in like the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Honor being so good on the Rift, but you see Canyon just smashing 1v3 at the end as well as Scanner. It was insane play. I mean, like in the game 3, at the end of the game 3, we were like, oh man, it's gonna be 3-1 to T1, but never say 3-1 to T1. Never say that in the Gen G T1 series. It's gonna be game 5. It's gonna be fully stacked BO5 here.
Yeah, Helper and Lin, both coaches for Gen G, just astonished with the types of hooks that Duro were finding, the spirit of Mad Life coming thoroughly true here in that young support, just stunning everyone.
Yeah, Duro's a big inspiration, and he lived up to the greatness of Mad Life, you know, the original hook champion king of League of Legends. And I want to remind everyone of the stakes as well. We are currently playing for the play-ins, right? Like, there is also the chance, again, both of these teams, they won the LCK title very badly. But if you don't win here, not only do you not get a chance to go for the title, you also will have to play the number 4 seed of the LPL.
So it's either MSI back-to-back champion or Worlds back-to-back champion.
Yep, that just brought each other to game 5.
Just, you know, LPL.
Yeah, and T1 also obviously runner-up of MSI. Almost beat Gen G in those 2 series, so it's such a banger. The stakes are insane, and it all will come down to this final game.
Well, one thing that the LPL will have is tape, because there's been a lot of games played and a lot of champions shown. So let's take a look at the fearless bans that have happened so far within 4 games. I would say generally a lot of the power picks are gone, and we know which ones will probably be banned.
To be honest, I think that game 4 draft by T1 was like, I think that was kind of
it was a
terrible
it was
draft,
a miss.
I would say, because it was so obvious that if you pick Renata, they're gonna pick Kalista Blitzcrank. When they picked Renata, Zaya together, we knew that Ziggs is gonna come. I think it was kind of same situation, so it was really one-sided by draft. But game 5, we have to talk about the mid jungle, because this is the matchup that it matters the most today. And I think it's going to decide by these 2 players.
And here we have highlighted some picks. These aren't necessarily tied to player, right? I think that a lot of these will be shared by both players. Some are more associated with one more than the other. But this is these are all still open. Now, I do think Aurora and Azera probably remain on the ban list as they have been thus far. But there is still so many potential combos. And with how important jungle in particular has been in this series today, I think that whoever gets the better mid-jungle 2v2 and actually plays toward it, which is something that Gen G, I think the potential of 2v2 was maybe finding game 3, but even then they didn't play towards it.
So yeah, if you want something that it scales better and be boring, then you can just pick Sejuani Victor. Or if you want some combination between mid-jungle, you can pick Yone Maokai, which is already proved that it's good. And also, I think you can pick Lee Sin Lissandra, if you can actually just let your jungle to carry the game.
I'm also looking towards that Zoe. BDD obviously had an incredible game.
Lee Sin Joy?
We saw, Chovy Zoe is what I'm looking towards, and Canyon's Lee, even though it didn't work out, if he's in good form, which I would have said, not so sure, but that Skarner game was obviously incredible. That is another opportunity you can go towards, and Chovy also had a much higher impact in this one, and that for us was the big question coming in today. Can Canyon and Chovy bounce back? It felt like in that game 4, we for the first time saw them in the form that we were expecting. But obviously, T1 will have side selection going into the final game.
Yeah, the reason why we showed up the graphic is that even though it's game 5, fearless draft, there are so many champions are left over. So I feel like you just need to be smart at it, you know? Just be smart about what you want as a mid jungle.
And for that side selection, although Gen.G selected red side, T1 go back to the blue side. Again, a lot of the time, when it gets later into matches, into best of 5s, we see these teams opt into the red side. T1 go the opposite way, which means they must have a power pick as their first pick in mind.
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to end up being. They might go for a completely different ban strategy. We often see that as we go towards deeper into the series. I also think that it's insane. We haven't even talked about the fact that Keen blind picked Sante, right? Like, there are so many other threads, but we only have so little time to talk about it. So for me, the draft is going to be pivotal. And as good as Keen has been, obviously the standout of that last game was Duro.
Yeah.
And I think that Carrier has also had, particularly the Alistar game,
definitely
incredible performances here. But for me, what gets your bot lane ahead is jungle.
So I think there's no more hiding. I think they should pull out everything they've got here. And I just want to see like Aphelios Thresh against Kai'Sa, something on the bot lane. I think it's going to be banger, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the head-to-head one more time between these two squads throughout 2025, because they have battled not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8 times! 8 times this year, and it has gone the way of Gen.G. However, this 9th time, looking so close here.
It is so insane to me that we keep getting this rivalry, and it keeps delivering. These two teams really push each other every single time. I can't wait to see what Game 5 draft is going to bring, and I can only hope that we've had a fair amount of Game 5 in Fearless, a little bit one-sided, but we had the one-sided game in Game 4. So let's get an all-out banger.
Across the world of League of Legends esports, this is championship weekend in some of the major regions, and we have nothing better than a championship bout here on this Sunday. It is T1, it is Gen.G for the final time in LoL Park of 2025. Millions of fans looking to see them over at Inspire Arena, but only one can move on. Let's get into it. Game 5, get your phones out. It's Silver Scrapes.
Thank you very much, Digon and gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 4. And yes, here we are. Phones are out. Wolf. Phone out. We got to do it. Got to do it as well. Got to join in. Here we go. And you just point it backwards. Just point it backwards.
My flashlight isn't working.
But turn your flashlight. I can't just be doing this by myself. I look stupid. You can see it.
I'm trying.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. He was No, you've got it the wrong way around. Other way around.
What? Oh.
Other way. Yeah, there you go. Now, yeah. I'd say nailed it, but I think we colossally failed it.
It's okay.
But that's fine.
How blessed are we to have the biggest rivalry in esports? Game 5.
Every single time. 100% scrapes rate.
It's just...
Not going to say that again, I don't think.
It's crazy that we end up in this situation. Momentum means nothing for these two teams when you could just have a performance like that with your back against the wall as Duro, the young player, the newest player here of these 10, on this stage in front of this massive crowd, in front of millions, as Digon mentioned, watching at home, online, at bars, restaurants, on the train. Everyone's watching this. You can't miss this. And Gen.G don't miss. They don't mess it up. The draft was risky. They pull it off. And now T1 choose blue side for the final game of the series. Everything will be decided. And these next 30 to 40 minutes for the rest of this tournament. It's a year-long LCK. It's not 2 splits.
Yep. And we have to remember as well, like, no matter what happens here in this game, we get a phenomenal time in both of the best of 5s that we're going to see in the Inspire Arena. Because either it's Gen.G looking for revenge against KT, who put them in the lower bracket in the first place, or it's a telecom war.
Yeah.
And then we could have a rematch of the LCK final of last year in summer, which was HLE versus Gen.G, or it's T1 being able to get their revenge after they got 3-0'd by HLE to be in the lower bracket themselves.
Same for KT. Looking for revenge the same way.
It's so cool.
Smolder banned here by T1 on blue side. Kai'Sa banned as well. There's no way they go 3 for 3 and knock the Zeri out here as well. Certainly.
That is a lot of 80 carries that are banned away. As the
Nautilus is still available. Bard is still available. Those are the big support picks here.
Yep.
Bard is no longer available.
Nope. Will we see the Aurora being the final ban on Gen G's side? Feels like the most powerful thing that is still left up, possibly blindable as well in theory, especially with the flexibility that you do have.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong ban. The Rumble as well is still available, and Aurora is so strong into it. So with this Aurora ban here for T1, maybe the Rumble ban ends up being the final one for Gen G.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do decide to take that one away. The Maokai and the Ziggs were both banned by T1 in the last game. They also banned Rumble. So very different champions now left up and available. It's a very different train of thought being taken by T1 moving into this draft. And we'll see what Gen G are going to do to pivot themselves, as it will be the Trundle taken away.
So saying if you pick the Rumble, we pick the Ornn. Pretty clear statement here, I would say, from Gen G. With that final ban, it just removes the ability for Owner to carry on this Trundle pick as well. And it's going to be Ziggs to be hovered first.
Oh my, the Ziggs
If you
first
told me
pick.
that T1 would first pick Ziggs this year, I would have laughed loudly.
Yeah. I don't know whether I necessarily like it. They didn't look fantastic on the Ziggs game, the only one that they lost in the DK series previously. But they haven't looked good into the Ziggs compositions either, so that is going to be the pivot. The On is still going to be a consideration regardless.
Rather than the Rumble, want to have that safer pick for Keen in the top side here.
Okay.
And we'll see what comes with this, because you get one part of your bottom duo here. Even lock away a support right now. Like you could go, for example, Rakan or Nautilus and then grab Zeri on 3. And just hope to get through the laning phase and then scale up later on with this Ornn pick and the ornaments that come with it. They go for the Rakan.
And this is actually really cute, because the Ornn is a decent matchup into the Rumble. Rumble, I think, is the worst enemy of Rakan. And so to lock them both away means that if they do decide to make the Rakan's life difficult, then you've got the Ornn already there to try and save that matchup.
The Poppy already gone, the Talia gone. I do agree with you. Jace to be the consideration here for Doran in the top lane. There's a lot of poke here in this T1 draft already. A lot of range, a lot of poke, a lot of safety in lane matchups thus far. I really want to grab a jungle pick for Owner right now. It's been very thinned out. It's difficult to predict what we'll see.
Yep. We have to remember as well that the Ziggs is theoretically a flex pick. Could go into the hands of Faker in the mid lane. As
the Chase, same story, right? So,
yep,
definitely true.
Very good point.
I think this Maokai is also technically flexible as well, especially into Rakan.
Oh, yeah, true,
so,
actually. This is likely Carrier's pick.
This is similar to what we saw in Game 4, where T1 keep the draft very difficult to read for Gen G.
Okay.
See if an 80 carry pick just gets locked away here now, or if they want to lock up jungle instead. Chovy can save his pick until much later on if he wants to. This draft is still very flexible for Gen G in terms of what scaling picks they're looking for.
Oh, Nocturne going to be the consideration here. Gives them some hard engage, allows you to get in on top of this largely poke-based composition from what they're seeing so far.
It's one of the only jungle picks left that can get past the Maokai ultimate reliably as well. So in terms of the zoning that either Carrier or Owner can provide here, you can just simply get past it and get that backline access onto the Ziggs or the Jace. It does make a lot of sense here in this draft. As the bans, I wouldn't want to be in the coaching staff position here. Very tricky when you don't know really where any of this stuff is going 100%.
Yeah.
Again, it's likely to be Ziggs in the bottom lane, likely to be top lane Jace and jungle Maokai. Take away the Zoe as they agree. And that's even more poke, even more range in this draft for T1. The Zeri felt like an eventuality. I thought we were going to see that locked in on 3, but instead they wait, they take the Nocturne, and the Zeri is now gone.
Yeah, and I think Ruler wants to make sure that he knows he's laning into a Ziggs before he makes a decision. I think that I can respect that that train of thought, but it does now mean that his champion pool is going to get ever further thinned, as 3 champions have now been banned away. As one final ban here, and it will be the Victor taken away from Faker, who, as we know, could still just be playing Ziggs in theory, but likely to be the Gumushi choice, as that's where it's gone in the past for T1. One final ban, will it be, like, you could ban Jinx if you want to, just stay on the hyper carry train?
Ezreal, technically possible here to be banned. You know, anything that scales well is something you don't want to face here on the hands of Ruler. Ban the Lissandra. Okay. Which works really well with this draft, actually, and can Snap get onto the back line with the Nocturne fairly easily. Vayne was not really what I had in mind, especially with the range issue. I think this is not going to be real. Surely not.
I hope it's not real. The last time we saw it was Diablo, and it did not look fantastic. But let's see what Ruler does decide to do, hovering it just for the minute.
No way.
Time's ticking down. Lucian, Rakan.
All right,
make us feel all that fantastic, but we'll be locked in here.
Still waiting for a scaling damage pick on this Gen G draft.
Lucian, theoretically a flex pick as well, actually.
That is true. That is very true. Unlikely, but true.
Yeah, we do need magic damage on the side of Gen G.
I think that the Aurelion Soul I mentioned last game might still be relevant here in this draft. So much is taken away. The Yone.
Oh my goodness.
Which still leaves us somewhat unsure, but again, it's likely the Jace top, the Yone mid, and the Ziggs bottom. I think it's all but certain.
And now we need confirmation on where the Maokai is going. We're expecting that one to be in the support position, but we are hovering over Ona right now.
I mean, they could lock Sejuani, I suppose.
Yep.
It's actually kind of an angle.
I mean, Sejuani Jace Yone is a pretty devastating top side of the map, especially when you have Ziggs.
Owner looking for the Lilia.
Okay.
All right, well, this is a draft.
Man, I'm impressed with what T1 has put together. I'm not like... When I see T1 with a Ziggs draft, it doesn't necessarily make me feel, oh yes, this is going to be fantastic, but you look at this just from a power and potential of the champion's way, man, it looks pretty impressive as Mel is being hovered.
I mean, this is a pretty strong scaling pick, and with all the squishy champions on the side of T1 and the front line you have, you can't just pop people. But he'll play Vex!
All right, it's been a while. But the Vex is going to be locked in here for Chovy. This is a champion that he's really enjoyed in the past.
Man, Gen G love their all-in drafts in the second half of this series, don't they?
Yeah.
So, I mean, for those who don't know, because we haven't seen Vex in a long time, she has a fear in her kit, but the main way she's going to be played in a draft like this with the Nocturne and the Lucian is trying to blow up a single target with her ult and Canyon's ult. They should be able to find, if her ultimate hits, the target, then blow it up with the Lucian follow-up. They have the Ornn as well. But there's so many damage threats here on the side of T1, and if you commit in, there is no cancel button in this draft for Gen G. There is no back out. There is no, okay, well, we'll play it slow. We'll look for front to back. It is an extremely all-in draft, which worked for them in the previous set, but here, once again, very, very all-in. You wouldn't have thought this draft would transform the way it did when you saw the Ornn pick. Well, they went heavily onto the dive.
Yeah, kind of haywire. The Lucian pick is the one that I have the most, trepidation about on the Gen G side. And T1 side of things, I love the draft. I actually think it's fantastic. I think the Lilia was a great last pick to put up there. Maokai, great into Rakan. Historically, gives them a great engage option there as well. But Gen G do have a lot of tools, especially in the engage. The Ornn Horn plus the quickness can really get some work done. Man, these are some fun Game 5 drafts. Let's get onto the Rift here. Game number 5.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the final game of this series. Inspire Arena or go home, and then you have to play in the play-ins against the LPL 4th seed. Both of these teams will be at Worlds, but one of them may only be there for one series.
Yeah, insane. We started the year with Doran and Zeus swapping teams, and Tank Jace was the meta, the very beginning of the LCK. All the way back, LCK Cup, early days of LCK. And Doran had some of his best performances on Tank Jace back then, but we haven't really seen this pick be relevant in several months. And it takes Game 5 Fearless to bring it out again here. We are going to see that lane swap. I guess we can call it the Viper lane swap from now on that we saw from Hanwha Life Esports. He was the first to do it. He gets to keep the name. And will be in Ornn going to the bottom side. And now this Ornn pick makes a lot of sense. They did the similar strategy with the Cassante on the bottom side of the map. Now you are playing into Ziggs, so it's not a fun time.
Yeah, and Jace certainly going to be able to hold his own a little bit better than a lot of other champions here on this top side. And maybe the Gen G bottom lane not going to quite be feeling as good. But early game for a Ziggs, not exactly going to be a lane bully, you could say.
Yeah, Duro can obviously offer a lot of sustain for this tanky Ornn pick here in this weird lane swap scenario.
Yep.
So Keen can continue to be relevant about Guma hitting his bombs, and we can weave in autos, especially with his empowered passive, to see how much damage he can get done. This Vex pick was kind of a Yone counter pick for a little while, but hasn't really been very common. Was more of a counter pick for picks like Ahri and stuff back in the day. Haven't really seen it too much, but it was one of Chovy's kind of tech picks. And after Vex was irrelevant, he kept playing it. It's his first time playing it here this season, but does have a history of picking it when other teams would shy away.
Yeah, I feel like this is like a Knight and Chovy pick.
Yeah.
In my mind. They're the two players that I think will always just have Vex there, is how that one kind of goes.
He's 4-0 on the pick.
Damn. Didn't know that it was quite that impressive for the Vex stats. Thank you to production for letting us know exactly how he's doing thus far.
Ruler so far putting off a strong performance with that trade there in the top side into Doran. Duro's now joined him here. Significantly less experience, the lane swap, but won't be able to come up, and now the lane swap has kind of completed its journey.
Yep.
As we will see Doran teleporting down bottom side to deal with this Ornn.
Kind of interesting as well with putting the AD carry in a solo lane for just a little while, as we do have sepia mode for a few moments. A little bit of a pause, but it does give us an opportunity to have a bit of a chat about what I was going to say, because it does mean now that the Lucian will have an experience lead for the whole laning phase, right?
Yeah,
so
it gets you
he'll
level
hit
3.
that level 6 first, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it gets you level 3, and you avoid the annoying part of the phase where you're just trying to last hit, and it's hard to queue the Ziggs because he has range and he can kind of lob those bombs at you. And you don't want to all into the Maokai or anything like that, so it's very tricky. But he gets to skip all of that, as we saw with the Smolder. So we'll get confirmation about what this pause is about as soon as possible.
Looks like it's on the Gen G side.
And luckily, nothing really has occurred in this game that would warrant a...
Yeah. We've had worse pause timings, like immediately in the middle of a team fight and stuff like that. That has happened in the past. Thankfully, not this time.
The only thing I could think of that would be big or weird is like some sort of lane swap detection thing that was created some sort of discussion, or like something didn't interact the way that they would have expected, but I don't think that would have been triggered. So I think it might just be something simpler than that, but we'll let you guys know when we do have confirmation, or maybe it'll just be resolved very quickly.
Yeah, Duro had something that happened, and we'll let you know exactly what that was, but it was Duro. He's not, as you can see right now, communicating anything, so obviously we do have some checks going on, and then we will be able to get, hopefully, back into this game as soon as possible. This is the way. The Game 5 way.
Yeah.
You know, because we need to have this little moment to have a bit of a reset, because everyone was pretty anxious, you know. It was so high octane in game number 4.
You and I both were Gen G predictors. What was your scoreline that you gave?
Mine died in game number 2.
Okay.
Because I was a 3-0-er.
I went 3-1. I thought T1 was going to get one game, but it was a pretty strong Gen G favored set of Preds. In fact, the Korean side completely unanimously Gen G, right?
Yep.
But I said at the beginning of the show, like, my brain is telling me that should be what happens, but like my heart and my waters were telling me that this is going to be a historical series, right? And it feels like we're leaning closer to the historical series here, right? We went to 5. T1 looked like they were going to upset early. Like, they had the lead in game 1. They win 2 back-to-back dominant games. And if you're just tuning in because you heard about the hype, you know, everyone's tweeting about this, everyone's talking about this, that's where we were.
Yep.
And now, Gen G, risky draft in game 4, bring us to a 5th game. And now, it is a pause here at 3 minutes as we're resolving an issue with Duro.
Yep. And we'll just have to see. Potential bug report has been put forward here by Duro, and I assume we are going to be checking that one out just to make sure whether it is indeed legitimate or not.
There was a moment in the Viper Delight game where the lane swap detection was triggered, and like Delight realized and like immediately left the lane. There was some discussion about this on the KR side when that lane swap did happen, and like, obviously, if you're in the losing side of the lane swap, you get your farm for free and stuff like that. With, you know, this very rarely happens in pro play or in solo queue unless you're getting trolled by somebody in your game. So I'm not even assuming that's what he's talking about, but like it could be something like that because the support will often be the one who realizes this first, that something has gone on. So he might be just investigating or checking that out. That's all speculation on my part, by the way. We'll let you guys know as soon as we know exactly what, in fact, he is speculating for himself. And just letting you guys know it was him who...
it looked like everything was kind of going fine, but I wasn't like 100% locked in on is the lane swap situation going okay. I was mainly just like kind of having a good time. So we'll just have to make sure as Faker another opportunity to go for a bit of a reboot here.
Remember, like if you're T1 or T1 fans, it's been such a roller coaster of a series because Faker knows that if he maybe makes a different decision with his teleport in game 1, like they could have 3-0'd the series, right? And you have those 2 back-to-back wins, and then you get completely clobbered in a one-sided game 4 before you go to 5, where it felt like you were just so close. It felt like it was a done deal. You had this series on lock, and for Gen G, it's been kind of like, oh my god, maybe we still have a chance. Oh, okay, now it's 5. Like we're still in this. And so it feels like when the series started, momentum was definitely in Gen G's favor, but it's a dead even game state, as you guys could see from the stats at the bottom of your screen. As the fans aren't taking it too rough here, as you can see as well, just continuing to cheer and support.
Yep. Because it is a bug report, though, it does mean that we have to do our due diligence and make sure that everything is okay. So it might take a little bit longer here.
Yeah,
as far as the pause is concerned.
The reason why we normally have these long pauses with bugs is because these are such weird and unusual interactions that you have to really investigate them fully and check everyone's POVs. And integrity is the most important thing, of course, for a series like this. So thank you for your patience, everyone at home.
Some very cute pictures.
Yeah, some nice little drawings here. The big thing with Chovy is Bisang means emergency. And it's like Cho-Bisang. It's a big meme. It says emergency, Chovy's here.
We've had a few emergency Chovy's here situations on both sides of the equation, as it turns out. In the last game, it was a little bit of he's a very scary snake, and the other times it's an emergency, where's Chovy?
Yeah.
Has happened just a little bit. We'll see whether this is going to be the dream that will come true, as it'll be a 3-2 for one of the teams. We'll just have to see who it's going to be.
I gotta say that Guma Yushi fans are out in force today. We saw in his walkout, so many people trying to take photos, grab those high fives. I went to get coffee right before the show. There were a ton of Guma fans grouped together with Guma jerseys on.
Yeah, I actually took the train to work with a whole bunch of Guma fans because everyone had the Guma jerseys on. It's actually kind of cool that everyone gets like their favorite player on their T1 jersey or their Gen G jersey or their team jersey.
Yeah.
And so you know which specific player they're like most of a fan of. Obviously, I feel like the default version is just the Faker one that you do see a lot of, but there were a lot of Guma fans.
The sign must have been written after the game 1 loss, so it says lose, win, win, and then win. So like 3-1 win, but they changed it to like, okay, win game 5.
How do we fix it? Oh god.
I love these Doran photos.
Yeah, he's turned into a bit of a rock star going over to T1. And honestly, all power to him, especially with the fact that the gameplay has gone along with it as well. As it's kind of nuts.
It says mid and it says like basically mid and bot going boom's not my problem. It says like that's not how you play top, by the way, like on the little expression there as well.
Oh, Wolf, there's another really good thing about this pause as well, is that we know episodes of the Pog State are generally better when the day is longer, for example.
And sometimes Dagon eats food.
Yeah, why is there Dagon cam?
Guac? Nice.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta guac in the pause. It's bro colored. He's gotta get his bro in somehow.
I can't remember what I was saying.
But you said that I don't remember what you were saying either.
Sorry. Normally,
the pause is good because
because we have the Pog State that we're filming afterwards, and the longer the day, the better the Pog State episode. Or at least the more insane we are. As players, I believe, have gotten permission to go to the bathroom. We are making sure that we let everyone know that that is what was happening. So Doran and Carrier, I believe, have gone to take a little bit of a break.
How do you suppose they keep them from talking about the game?
I think because you stay in comms with them. I think it's, when they're in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, true. But if
do
they
need
only
the Pog State episode about this.
maybe they have to be walking a certain amount of distance apart.
Well, I suppose it's possible you could like hold one player and then like one player goes in first and then after he comes out the other player can go in.
Yeah, something like that. There's the other thing as well, as we are getting cheers, so I assume someone's come back. Yes, Doran making his way back in.
Okay, back. Okay, yes. And then I think someone also on the Genji side left, if I am not mistaken.
Wait, left the building?
Keen.
Keen. So Keen's gone home. We are going to have somebody else come and play. I think it's Yundo, as I think he volunteered to be top lane. Keen just had another appointment that he had to get to. Carry up back to the roar of the crowd.
I could see a world where like Doran and Carrie, it's a game 5, gotta go to the bathroom. Carrie has a notorious finals bathroom toilet issue, but Keen is, I could imagine he's like brushing his teeth right now. He's like, you know what? It's about, just keep trying to stay, keep my hygiene up,
Yeah. It's like, I just forgot after lunch, it's fine. It's just bothering me, Sometimes you just...
I mean, look at the water stacks, across these players here.
Oh, there's some serious hydration going on. This is perfect spokespeople for keeping hydrated.
I will inform everyone that casters were not given permission to go to the bathroom.
Yep. We have not actually gone to the bathroom. I think maybe if these were wireless headsets, we could have almost got away with it.
Yeah.
But no, that is not how that one's worked. As you may have noticed, we've been speaking this entire time. Also, don't need to go. For your information, Wolf, I'm doing okay.
So, I want to say that of these two teams who've been in high-stakes situations like this the most, I feel like these are two teams that would be almost the least affected by an extended pause like this at 320 into a game, right? I think that a lot of people are probably worried like these players are probably not having the greatest time. They obviously can't talk to each other about the game and stuff that's going on right now, so they have to just kind of sit there in Zen mode, as we saw from Faker moments before. But I think that these teams, especially Faker, has been in this situation like a million times.
Yeah.
He knows how to do the Faker reboot, and I'm sure that they will get through this just fine. I don't know what's going on with his dog that keeps being shown, but it's very cute.
I feel like that dog has been on the broadcast a lot more than it should for the amount we don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's got some more things crossed out.
It's the meme with the like raging face behind the happy mask.
Yeah. It's actually very cute though. I think a lot of us are probably feeling that way.
Let's go get revenge on KT, that sign says.
Mm-hmm.
A Genji fan, of course.
See whether that is what they're going to figure out. Speaking of figuring things out, I want to speculate so bad, but I feel like I get in trouble when I speculate about like the kind of bugs that could happen. I know we already have a little bit about the lane swap stuff as Ruler comes back, does his heroes wave to the crowd.
I mean,
he's like, yep, all good now. Bathroom was successful. We nailed it.
They were quite staggered, the bathroom breaks there from Keen and Ruler.
Oh, yeah, so maybe you're right. Maybe they're not allowed to go in together.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's
Did I just open up a new
integrity.
competitive integrity concern today?
No, I think...
That's a ref! Where's he going?
Wait.
He's got the info I need! Come back!
Maybe going back to talk to all of the bug experts that are out there with their nets, collecting all the bugs, making sure they know exactly which ones are operating and which ones are not.
Well, with the rise of this new Viper lane swap tech, like, if it is a lane swap issue, it's good that we're sorting this out right now and figuring this out, because this could be something we see in Inspire, this could be something we see at Worlds.
Welcome back, Keen. Yeah, it could be another one of those. If it is that and it's like the timings were a bit weird or something like that, it could be that like it just came in and Duro kind of messed up getting to lane a little bit early or something like that, but
yeah,
not entirely sure about how it has worked.
But with the way like lane swap, the lane swaps get detected and the client doesn't show up on the observer client as far as I can tell, so it's hard for us to show like even footage later to explain what happened. If that is even what's happened, we don't know. Duro could be like, my unsealed spellbook ain't working. Like, we have no idea, but...
Oh, I've got another theory. This is a little bit more tinfoil hat, maybe up your alley, Wolf, okay? Yeah. So since this pause has started, the amount of viewers on twitch.tv has gone up 20,000.
Yeah.
For us, and I think like 30,000 for Kate.
Controversy and pauses always bring more people.
This is the thing. Maybe Duro just wanted more people to watch his Game 5 against T1, and so that's why the pause came in. He had to like, figure out a bug to come up with.
He alt-tabbed in the game and he was like, I see there's only approximately a million billion people watching that. That can't be right. There has to be more.
Yeah, it needs to be a million billion billion, not a million billion.
Yes, give or take, like across all streams, like about a million billion.
Hey, as a Cadril fan, speaking of which, from Jakarta as well, that's pretty cool.
Hi, Cadril.
Hi, Cadril. I hope you're coping with the pause well, as well, my friend. As we're doing our very best to.
He's like one layer removed from the pause information from us.
Yeah, exactly. So it's even more difficult. Maybe he's got his own technicians that are on it. Maybe he has people that are on the inside. I'm not entirely sure. Well, I feel like this is unfair because I feel like
he can rewind and look at what.
But he can also listen to us right now a little bit, and we can't hear what he's like. We're not having.
Yeah, and you know what? Like when I translate the signs, I'm translating the signs for all of his streams. Like translate something back to me.
Yeah, but like I guess I could message him on Twitter and just say like, "Hey, how you doing? I hope you're doing okay." I'll just send that through.
Maybe he gets in our Twitch chat and responds.
Ah, maybe. Nah, that's fine. I'll just. I think just doing it via a messenger type situation. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, buddy. You're doing okay. I'm a slow typer.
It says it's me again.
This pause is rough. There we go.
He sent it.
I sent it.
I wonder if
wow,
ready to send it.
He's responding. Golly gee, who would have thought? He's a long way away.
He does listen to us.
I didn't know that he'd respond that quickly. I thought my carrier pigeon had to bring the information more speedily.
Oh wait, hold on. Clipboard's out.
Oh, hang on. I almost saw what was on the clipboard. If we enhanced that, like in Super Troopers, we'd be able to have all of the information that's on that clipboard.
It might just be like a list of the fearless wins. I don't know what's on that clipboard. It looked like a Excel file, so I don't know if
Cadril has a little bit of added speculation and information. That's his suspicion. Quite rough. Suspect this pause has something to do with Aduro getting a cannon top lane with his support item and maybe lane swap detected.
Ooh, one extra layer on the lane swap detection with the support item to getting the cannon.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's a bit more specific. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know whether that is necessarily some... Oh, we are going to be resuming soon. What that means, I am not entirely sure. But we have determined that no bug has actually occurred, and we will just be going about our business, but with a little bit of a break. Let's just catch everyone up, Wolf, with what has happened in this game number 5 thus far. A lot of water has been drank by our players. That is definitely a thing. Also, it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
Yeah, it's game 5. Genji.
Some laning has occurred.
Genji won game 1 in a comeback. T1 won 2 decisive, one-sided games in 2 and 3. Genji pull out the Callista in game 4 with the Blitzcrank performance from Duro to bring them back in to this series in 5. We had the level 1 lane swap from Ruler.
Whoa!
And we're back.
Video games have occurred once again on our screens. It is a joyous occasion. And let's see how it is going to go from now on. As we do have some Australian lanes, Gumushi and Kerry here towards the top side of the map. And it's just really good to know that everyone that needed to go to the bathroom has gone to the bathroom. And so no one's going to be uncomfortable and they can focus. That's why the pause is sometimes a really good thing. Oh yeah, there's a Vex in this game. That's cool.
Yeah, the Vex was
let me just look. Draft. Yeah, there's a Lilia.
Yeah, Lilia also chosen, true. Cool. T1 held several flexes until that Lilia was locked in. Speaking of the Lilia, trying to come over here and steal this Raptor camp away, but will be unsuccessful.
Yeah.
We had the victim of the lane swap really be that Ornn sort of in the bottom lane for a little while. Actually looked like he was going to channel it back, but does not go for it. And we're in an even game state here. T1 with a slight gold lead.
So if you are confused about why things were paused, there was a suspected bug, but the bug wasn't actually a bug, and then we resumed the game.
And we don't have full details on it, but I'm sure the information will come out eventually.
Yeah, there'll be a statement about it, and we'll try and keep you informed if we do get any added information, but otherwise we'll just go along with the game.
Yeah, I think Cadril's speculation is probably closest to anything we have, and let's move on. So, Yeah, this is a bad matchup for Yone.
Faker is in a little bit of trouble, but he is up a teleport, so actually just good use of health bar.
Yeah. Chovy may stop this back, however. Not quite with the cooldown, as Faker actually decides to stay, because teleport takes so long. You don't just get that wave for free. Nice dodge here from Faker.
Yeah, it wasn't a cannon wave, so he couldn't actually buy the extra time, but it still feels dangerous.
I mean, now he's just going to lose a plate as well.
Okay, well, Chovy laning very effectively here at the beginning of this game number 5.
And
But same can be said for, Gumushi chilling in his lane as well.
One more lane
Lilia.
stop, or back stop.
No.
And, he hits it as well. Faker hits level 6 first, but won't necessarily matter here. Hopefully won't have to use it defensively. Chovy has 6 now as well. But this is also, I wanted to mention this earlier, maybe it could have been a talking point in the pause, but Faker not known for his Yone, even though he does have that world skin on it. That was really best performance on the pick. We saw him struggle with the pick a lot over the course of many Yone metas.
Yep.
And simply dealt with it by just not picking it most of the time. Is it get stopped again?
Man, this is really frustrating. This time, at least, it is a cannon wave, so we'll likely only miss 1 minion, and then should be able to pick up the wave. But
His
still,
beak is getting worn out, man.
Yeah, no, it's kind of ludicrous. And actually, he's going to stick around as Keen having a pretty good time, actually. Like, is even on farm and is just kind of hanging out. So the on into the Jace is working for him as he finds the ulti onto Doran as well. Not going to get the Searing Charge off or anything like that, but has a health advantage here in this bottom lane, although the minion wave was already taken away.
Conducting himself quite well.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, in the bottom lane.
I love a good train reference.
That one, yeah. As Faker will find himself a little bit behind in farm here, but Chovy is like, do I ult for it? He's like, nah.
Finally, Faker is allowed to go home.
Chovy did get a extra back off during all of that. Now the wave is pushing towards him as Doran is caught.
This is not where he really wanted to go for the honey fruit, and Chovy is right in position. Doesn't quite find the Q, and does find the ulti to pick up the kill there. Chovy might actually be able to find another one, and then does hit it onto Faker, who will be snapping back, but just a bit of damage, you could say.
The lane is such a terrible spot for Faker at while all of that was happening, but he couldn't impact the skirmish there.
But first blood going over to Chovy just because Doran wanted to get some honey fruit.
Yeah, that was kind of greedy from Doran there. Walked face first into an ultless Nocturne, but Nocturne still got that fear, still has that backup from Chovy.
And
this is a pretty rough start here for T1 in this early game.
Yep. And picking up assists, a huge deal for Nocturne. I feel like Ultimate Hunter is something that we talk about all the time, but also just any sort of acceleration towards that level 6 is fantastic. And speaking of which, he does have it now. As Carrier Gumushi getting this wave shoved towards the turret. Not necessarily finding too much as the Satchel is going to be able to get Gumushi to safety.
Yeah, stop that brittle proc.
Yeah.
Canyon's going to get this dragon, but it's going to be an exchange here, 1-for-1 with the grubs. There's a Chemtech dragon, so pretty high value to grab this one early. Means that chances are the soul will be more impactful. Again, could still be like an ocean. We'll find out momentarily whether we'll know what that second dragon is.
Triple grub Ziggs,
Triple grub for Ziggs, plus, the side laning Jace. This is not a strong side laning composition here for Gen G, but the fact that Ziggs can just, if you win a team fight, walk up to a turret and explode it is definitely a potential issue. But this is an all-in dive draft here for Gen G where you basically want to be in control of the map non-stop. If Ziggs gets to hit a turret, the game state is not good for you. It means you're not doing the thing that comp is designed to do.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to collapse on a Ziggs who wants to try to greedily hit a turret in the mid lane or later in sides, because Guma, of course, took teleport on Ziggs. And so that's where the Nocturne Vex comes into play.
Oh, Dura looking for a bit of an angle, but Faker a bit fast on his feet, especially with Boots 2 now put together, so isn't going to get caught out. Like ships in the night, Carrier and Dura are just going to pass by one another, but Chovy gets a really nice combo there. And half the health bar of Faker is going to be missing. Red buff is going to be foregone for the moment here by Canyon, but so far you can see slight gold advantage or something like that there for Gen G, but I think the grubs are going to be very important for T1, so that is a great pickup to start things off. Otherwise, things even on the rift between the two squads. Kind of what we want here in this Game 5, although kind of want chaos as well. I don't know. What's your favorite type of Game 5? Like a really close back and forth, mainly macro experience as the culling is going to get soaked by Gumayushi.
I like it when two comps scale. We kind of have like trading dragons, and it ends up being like one of those 40-minuters where you maybe go to Elder, or maybe it's a lot of team fighting, or it's team fights where like only one member of both teams survives at the end of the fight and we reset and do it again. That's the kind of Game 5 I'm usually into. As long as it's not a one-sided Game 5, I love any type of Game 5, but I don't think we're getting the insane scaling game here from the draft that we see from Gen G. I think they're going to be fighting a lot. It's going to be a lot of tension, and it starts now.
Paranoia comes down. The Nature's Grasp does come on through, but it is so much damage onto the Lilia, and she just gets obliterated. Keria now finding himself in an awkward spot as Chovy flashes over to pick up the feats of warfare. And even there's trains coming into the top side of the map. Doran to try and boop Keen away. Keen just trying to have fun like the rest of his friends on this map, but he's a top laner in the end, and so he's just going to have to go back to Biffo
and this is
stuff like that.
The exact type of combo and setup I talked about that's strong into the Maokai pick, as Guma is trying to grub his way to another plate.
Could be a bit of extra money here, as that one is very, very close, and yep, should be going on over. As Chovy finds Faker once again, 2-0-1 though on this Vex. Chovy is going to be very scary in this mid game.
So the Nature's Grasp is used against a lot of melee and dive compositions for complete zoning, right? Where you say, you want to come towards my carries, you want to come towards the back line. This just completely nullifies that. And even as a support, you don't need items to make that sort of impact as Keria in this game. But that last skirmish allowed Gen G to just, with these champs and go straight through it, do exactly that. Now, on the reset, by the way, Guma and Keria, with those 3 grubs, are going to get the whole turret!
Okay, there is just first turret. This is what Ziggs is supposed to do.
Yeah.
Somewhere, Orcs is like, oh man, Guma gets it. He's figured it out.
You use the Vex and the Nocturne ults on that skirmish, and then there's no one to answer the Ziggs, and so sure, you won the fight, but T1 walk away with a gold lead here. As we go back to this, these two T1 members, Keria and Oner, are very isolated. Teleport's coming through, but look at this, you just go straight through as Vex. Do not care. Chovy has to flash for this kill as Keen may be in trouble.
Yep. Speaking of flashes, Keen does have to use his as he avoids everything else. No bowling ball going to connect there. As Canyon continuing to farm things up.
He's nearby with his ultimate, so T1 need to be careful about trying to overextend here. They're not going to do it, though. They're just going to send Ziggs to the other turret with plate money.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice knock up there from Kane. Actually, Doran taking a little bit of damage as Dora's going to make his way in. Keen getting a little sleepy, but then decides to breathe fire, and that, as it turns out, wakes you up. And so not going to be having a nap.
Yeah, whenever you eat something spicy, you get a little drowsy, you have that one burp.
Yep.
It'll wake you up.
That's exactly how that one goes.
That could have been a disaster there for the side of Gen G had they not had the Nocturne there, because it could have been a lot of potential money going over to T1. Still maintaining gold parity in this game, but they defend it well. Canyon, right time, right place on that Nocturne. Has his experimental hex plate completed. Same to be true of Oner with this Liandry's. A lot of poke between the Ziggs, the Lilia, and then the Jace as well here. It's not tank Jace anymore. Just standard Ghost Blade into the Muramana. So a lot of poke, a lot of burst damage in this draft here for T1.
It is a bit of a finesse draft, though, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like
it's a keep-away draft.
Yeah, it's still one of these drafts that doesn't really want a straight-up brawl, which is precisely what Gen G do want almost this entire game, right? They want to throw their Nocturne in. They want to get that culling over the top. They want Ruler to be able to actually fight in close range.
This is my favorite type of draft disparity, is we're going to see another attempt to get Keen here, just thwarted by rotation up. He's going to try to turn this around.
Yep, looking for the train. They will be able to knock up Doran, but the nature is grasping. Knocked back. Great satchel there from Gumayushi, but the quickness is so good as well. Chovy over to the top, and it is going to be the Drake being taken by Canyon, and somehow all of Gen G does survive. Keen just a bit too tanky.
Has just a 5-man attempt here by T1 on the top side of the map means Gen G get the dragon for free. The defense is there. The turret is still quite strong at this point. So many low health bars there for T1. Nobody dies, but the dragon goes over, and they're not able to secure the turret here for the Ziggs. Skuma's just looking pretty good on this pick, by the way, in terms of where he's going, how he's playing this pick so far. Excited to see where he takes things next. I know not everyone's excited about the tier that he has in his inventory right now. But in terms of how much money he's been able to pick up, he has an 800 gold lead right now from grabbing plates, from trying to apply that pressure with his squad and take these turrets off the map. A lot of plates went down, and he's still clearing waves in mid lane and zigzagging it up. But this is my favorite type of draft difference, right? Where you have one team that's trying to outrange and poke, the other team that goes all in. It's two completely different identities with very different win cons. One's playing defense, the other is just constantly on the attack. And Gen.G, if they're going to not let this Herald go over, they are going to have to be on set attack right now.
Yeah, they don't have the quickness though. Duro missing that ability to engage, and it does look like T1 should be able to grab this, and there it goes. Their second objective is going to be locked down. T1 with first turret and Gen.G with feats of warfare, and so the next objective will get feats of strength for either team.
And I think with this Herald, it's likely second turret will be T1's as well with this Ziggs pick. Looking for this top one, maybe.
Yeah, Keen looking for a little bit of an angle there, but a lot of T1 members in the area.
Look at the zoning tools this draft has between the bombs on the ground here for Goom, Karia's ult, and his saplings. Sure, the Vex Nocturne can get past that, but on these small skirmishes aren't really fights, they're just positioning and scuffles around vision, scuffles around like this zoning. There's so much value here in the range that T1 can offer Gen.G. Gen.G have to kind of play around that very defensively as, okay, Faker potentially collapsed on.
Let's see what Gen.G can actually get done here as he does bring back the soul, but there's the paranoia. The fear comes on through. Mega Inferno Bomb to try and offer some damage back, but it's not going to be enough. Faker is just going to get taken out. Gen.G do find their man.
Unfortunately, Ziggs was not pushing a turret at that time, so Guma's not going to get a cross map out of this one. We'll get a stop on Canyon's back, so get something at least, but I mean, even though Faker reacted so incredibly well there, has his flash and his ultimate, the range at which this comp with Ornn, Vex, and the Nocturne can engage is just insane. It looks like this is something Gen.G has been scrimming a lot with how practiced they are on it. Yone seems so safe. Like, how can you catch me with so much mobility, but ends up getting caught just the same there. Everything layered on top of Faker, and he is blown up.
It does mean, though, now gold is basically even between the two squads. No objective to pick up after this kill onto Faker, so it is just a kill onto Faker.
He unbinds, so they know exactly where he's going to be. He still ults incredibly well, but like the Ornn can redirect its ultimate to find him there. There's a Vex ultimate.
Yeah, and Canyon actually went all the way to find him as well. I think he was trying to snap back just after the Nocturne gets there, so he doesn't actually have to worry about it, but unfortunately didn't quite work out, and even then I don't know whether it would have been enough. Does mean that Canyon doesn't have to invest his flash into the play. As Chovy looks for a bit of an angle there, redemption for some support onto Doran, and that is going to be out of turret picked up. The Ziggs just doing precisely what he wants to do, as no second charge, but still getting enough done.
Yeah, he gets this turret here, the turret is down. Mentioned when the Herald went over, that was likely going to be the outcome. All of the money for Gen.G is on this Vex right now, whereas the rest of the gold is split pretty evenly in advantages for T1. The Ziggs pretty big, the Jace doing just fine, still going to offer a ton of poke later on. The Lilia going to be doing some power farming, 20 farm up on Canyon right now, but it's about whether the Ziggs survives when we get to a real team fight. It's the easy part now to kind of walk around the map and hit turrets with 3 grubs and Satchel and with a Herald support. It's like, okay, free money, but what if the coin purse goes boom? That's what Gen.G is relying on with this draft, with this setup. There's so many squishy targets to dive on. If T1 are grouped, it becomes a little bit harder because you grab one target maybe, but there's so many other threats. That's what they're kind of relying on when we get to those fights later. But if you get isolated in sides, if the Jace is picked alone and then fights become 5v4s, that can be the hard part for T1. But so far so good in terms of setting the Ziggs up for success.
Yep, it's working thus far. But like you say, having the entire lead on Chovy is a little bit of a worrying situation because he has been pretty good at the video game in his career. So, I mean, if you're ever going to put all your eggs in a basket, probably go with that one.
If it says Chovy on it, it's a pretty good basket.
Yeah, good basket, that one. As Nature's Grasp coming on in here, it's a big commitment. Mega Inferno Bomb onto said Chovy, but he isn't going to get taken down just yet. Now the paranoia, now the re-engage, and Doran is just dead. Still these health bars from Gen.G are so low. Canyon having to get himself out of there, and Owner just spins on top of this Rakan. Canyon somehow lives for so incredibly long. Gumayushi is so healthy as well. Somehow, it's a Genji advantage in the fight, but it's T1 that get on top of this dragon.
I think they're thinking better of it though, Faker.
Oh, the fear does come on through still. Faker not going to die to one combo, but isn't going to be able to take the dragon. Never mind, T1 won the fight, right? It was 2 for 3.
It's 2 for 2, I believe.
Oh, was it
in
2
the end?
for 2?
And
okay.
so when we go into this fight, the initial setup here, the sleep goes down, the bomb is layered, so much damage onto Chovy, but they can't kill him. The redemption's
so good.
And then look at this turn onto Doran. He's deleted. The follow-up charm to come through here from Duro as well is massive, but then Owner's like, these health bars are low. I'm Lilia. Goes in there. Canyon lives for a really long time in this fight. Eventually taken out here. Keen also so incredibly low, but they can't chase anymore. They don't have buttons. Faker's melee doesn't have his ult. You can see even that's why Chovy went to try to trap him there and blow him up with that combo. A little void thing that could not. Oh,
and it is the dot going to be enough to take down the turret on that top side. So the entire outer ring has now been removed by T1. 0 turrets picked up for Genji.
All right, well.
And somehow gold is still pretty even. Otacon has spawned as well.
Otacon's up. I mean, the game felt slow. We had that long pause, but we're starting to zoom towards the mid game now.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
Ruler chunked out here. T1 want to try to turn off this Otacon, but they don't have their critical ultimates just yet. But if they can buy enough time and use the control vision around this zone right now to kind of poke away, they will eventually get those ults, but this is why Genji group up faster here, and we're going to see Doran just head back to the side lane, and I think the Otacon idea is now a thing of the past. T1 not going to be starting up. Genji do have control over it now.
A bit of damage there coming out from Ruler, but not too much more is going to come of this. The Otacon has been started.
And he's just going to buy an item before he goes in.
Yeah, Redemption coming on through. That is going to give them the information that this has been taken, as there are a lot of presents, but they're not being woken up as Chovy off to the side. Faker comes on in, there's the paranoia. They're looking to try and turn this. Chovy lands the ult, gets in there, and both of the carries just get destroyed as Lilia and Yone go down. Doran tries to get out, but now Carrier not going to be so lucky. Feats of strength come in as well for Genji as they take the Otacon, and that looked like a much better fight for them.
Yeah, much better fight for them. The Otacon they take is control. They stop T1 from taking it. They dissuade them from doing so. Get the group up there, and the collapse is so strong with this draft. The turn is amazing, and the Nocturnal, the paranoia makes it so difficult to outplay this moment. Unfortunately for Owner and Faker here, they both stand on top of each other, which is exactly where Duro is going to come in and engage on them. Doran has to flash away. Carrier is just left alone, has to TP out, but the Otacon is a success for Genji. Also, we'll grab Soul Point in this game. When we first saw the Chemtech Dragon, we were like, we don't know what Soul it's going to be. It's an Ornn, again, with Mountain Soul. Another Mountain Soul game here for Genji, and
oh my,
they have Soul Point.
And look at the Essence Reaver, it's already upgraded. Keen's level 14. And so the ornaments are going to start really stacking things up, and so it's going to feel a little bit like this snowball is rolling even faster than we expect. Faker doesn't quite find the knock-up here onto Keen. Does manage to hit him with a bunch of buttons, but Keen doesn't seem too perturbed by it with 2 items already completed.
Yeah, when you factor in the extra XP for an Ornn, feels really good.
Not to mention the standing gold situation, right? Like, it's only 1,000 gold lead, but that's because Genji hasn't taken a turret.
Yeah.
There are 3 that are already on the floor for T1, so as these structures start to go down, if Genji can hold on to the level of control that we think an advantage like this is going to be able to get them, and it could get even worse, unless T1 can find themselves a turnaround. Catch Genji overstepping. That's what this composition does so incredibly well.
Yes.
If you step too far forward,
you can't side lane.
Yeah, you're kind of ruined.
And oftentimes the Maokai just prevents collapses from happening, but not into this draft. It can give you a little bit of zoning, don't get me wrong, but
that looked like Ruler did a barrel roll.
Yeah.
That was very
This
cool.
was a ballerina right there.
It was a bit sideways.
It's very funny looking.
I liked it.
So you can see the gold leads. We keep highlighting this. Chovy is the most fed member here for the side of Genji, but everyone else is very competitively close. And it doesn't matter if you have leads from the turrets you took early if your carries blow up instantly in a team fight, which is what happened in that Otacon exchange. And now Genji just want to control this bottom side of the map where the dragon is for the next 3 minutes here. Very difficult to start Baron with this comp for T1 unless they have full control.
Yeah.
They're just going to surgically start removing turrets off the map.
And this bottom outer is going to get taken. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to deal with the wave. And this is what this composition from T1 does very well. It's why Gen G have been unable to take turrets thus far, is because the existence of Ziggs is a huge deal.
Yeah, and there's not really that much trade-off. There's nothing to fight for yet here. The Baron is not going to be started by T1 in 15 seconds, so you can commit your bomb there.
That's a 2-level advantage in mid.
Again, happened on...
A level and a half. Let's give it a level and a half.
Yeah, well... It's a level and a half, you're right.
Yeah.
No Rod of Ages this time to get the triple we saw previously, but Gen G now just kind of going, all right, like we have big lead, we have the combo working a treat, Chovy has that extra arm guard, all we got to do is secure this dragon, and the longevity of this comp with the ornaments and the Mountain Soul makes that late game feel a lot more palpable than it did before. It felt like before you're like, oh, 1,000 goldie, that's nowhere near enough with this draft, but certainly it is going to be about the team fights. It's going to be about the setup. How much poke can T1 get done before Gen G all in on top of them? Can they use poke to try to control objectives? These are the questions they're going to have to answer as a culling comes out from Ruler.
Wow, that's doing a lot of damage, as Ruler has a ton of farm in this game. He's ahead of the clock by 20 CS, which is kind of ludicrous.
I mean, they did a lot of damage here. They have control of this Baron pit now.
Yeah, Kane trying to look for that knock-up. Doesn't quite get it, as he could theoretically go to sleep, but I don't think they want to use it on Justin Orn, who can mitigate the CC. Faker here towards this bottom side of the map.
Chovy
trying to get that split to work.
He should be able to get this turret with the TP there to the mid lane. Okay, it doesn't have really a thicker wave. I thought he had a bigger one here. It does have another one coming, but it's going to require response here from T1.
Yeah,
Faker is backing.
I'm not going to be invested into this or anything like that. As Canyon moves over. Watch out, Eep there from Ona. Will do a fair bit of damage, but doesn't quite find the pirouette. As Bowling Ball collected there by Canyon, who does take a little bit of a nap, but not hit by the sweet spot of that one. Redemption does come on down here as Paranoia coming on through yet again. Ruler finding the angles there, and Chovy connects so many ultis. There's the fear onto Faker. He's unable to actually make his way forward. As Duro not going to finish off Doran, who is on his last legs in this fight. The ulti from Faker comes through, but it's onto Keen, and he's basically immortal on this Ornn. Ona still able to get some work done, though, as now he's spinning around this battle. Keen just headbutts Doran to get him out of there, and Canyon and Chovy, the last men standing on their side, whereas it's Gumayusi Ona holding down the fort for T1. Another very even team fight in this game.
All right, these are the kind of even team fights I was talking about. I'd love to see in a Game 5. Very scrappy, very split up for T1, but each individual player playing it so well, especially Owner. It all starts off knowing that the spell shield for Canyon is down. They commit the sleep and the bomb. He also gets caught by the root here. Duro is low, but then look at how fragmented T1 is. Keria gets jumped on here by Chovy. Chovy then takes a bunch of the health away from Guma. Torrent's flash here, though, is phenomenal. He can offer a little bit more damage in this fight. As look at Faker as well. Gets the extra shield. Duro narrowly escapes initially, forces Owner's flash. That's a big catch, by the way. That's a big win that Owner has to flash there, as Keen does get that final moment there. Gets the kill onto the Jace. Is finally shut down. But like the big win is for T1 that they have the better set now for this dragon fight. They have the zoning, they have the range to back this up. The vision isn't lasting forever here as Gen G takes that away from them. How much poke can they land before Gen G start this dragon up is the real question. Keen?
Yeah, how good is this sleep going to be as well? There's a knock-up and Keria just dies! Mega in front of him, also not able to do anything! As Gen G, they did push the Paranoia button, but now the Redemption comes down. They're basically full health, and the ulti connects onto Guma! He gets feared, and you can understand why he's scared, because this Gen G are on the warpath in this game! Faker gets over the wall, but Chovy is lurking, and he will be able to finish off the Yone. The resets come on in, he finds the ult, he finds the Q, and there's the double kill for the Vex. Gen G, they take the soul, and now they're looking for Baron.
They're looking for Baron. They have a 3,000 gold lead. That collapse onto Guma was maybe the winning moment here for Gen G in the series. His owner looks for a trap here, tries to put those health bars low, tries to dissuade them from doing a Baron, but he's got no flash and no chance of stopping Gen G from taking this one down. They give him no entry, no angle, and Gen G might have just done it. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, but with this comp and the Baron they have, the standing gold you mentioned is going to be massive as Keria goes in here a little bit too deep with a grasp there, and then he's just instantly taken out.
Like the Dwarves of Moria, Wolf, you're exactly right. A little bit too greedily and too deep.
And then Guma is just left alone as Faker's trying to disengage. He also was denied his ultimate.
Interruption there. Missed that one the first time.
And he does not want to go back to his body, and he won't because he's taken out before he could even snap back. Doran then just the victim of another Chovy ult reset. And this series has had a little bit of everything in it, but this dive comp from Gen G, the unique Vex, this comp, it looks like they were saving just for a situation like this. They didn't necessarily want to show it today in this series, but they bring it out.
Ulti just barely missing on Aguma there, who does have a fair bit of wave clear, but unfortunately against Baron up minions, the Ziggs loses a whole lot of that power.
Chovy and Canyon absent in that series against KT. Canyon woke up with a Skarner game. I think Chovy's been here this series pretty much all along, but this Vex game, 4,000 gold against his opposition. The Cassiopeia as well, 3 levels up in game 4.
I think the last two games, Chovy has definitely made his way back. The first 3, honestly, still looking a bit absent. Canyon as well. This is what happens when Gen G are firing on all cylinders. As the train has left the station, there's a knock-up onto Carrier. This tree not lasting very long. The knock-up immediately afterwards onto Doran as well. As Keen manages to find that angle, and now Chovy is looking for the ulti. This time he connects it. The ult from Faker to try and pick him up though, but unfortunately, these wallets be heavy. And down goes the Ziggs with no response.
They clear the wave. They buy themselves some time in this game, and they're certainly going to need it. 40 seconds on this Ziggs, 30 on the Jace, and the map is falling around them with this Baron buff wave coming through. It's just a matter of time before this base is cracked open. Looks like Gen G might have their opportunity for revenge on KT, and potentially then revenge on Hanwha for the Summer Finals in 2024. One last opportunity to defend for T1.
Bit of a face plant here from Keen, but we'll see whether they actually have the damage to take him down. I don't even think Nexus turrets are really doing anything to this on. First Nexus turret will be taken out as T1 clearing out the wave, and with everyone respawning and some lower health bars, it looks like Gen G are trying to get themselves out of there. Faker going forward though, looking for an angle. Bowling balls connecting as Ona doesn't quite have the lilting lullaby, and it's a flank TP angle from a Ziggs. Chovy is going to find him, but this health bar is so... Oh my god, he just died in an instant! He walked around a corner and just... Chovy went boo! And he's dead!
And that's the end of it!
Oh my god, Faker is now taking so much damage. The train drives on through there. They're getting the fears. Ona's going to be taken down, and the Nexus will follow. Gen G will avoid the play-ins, and you will see the MSI defending champs at the Inspire Arena for a rematch against KT.
Gen G has the opportunity now to defeat KT in revenge in that lower bracket finals, to then have the opportunity to do what they couldn't do in summer last year against Hanwha Life Esports. It's summer again, and Gen G has a path to the finals. And this is going to be an incredible end to a year of LCK, Atlas.
Oh yeah, and we were so close to the team that was the most dominant all of 2025 not even being in the domestic finals. It's actually insane that that was the timeline, and T1 bringing them so incredibly close. It just shows, like, I don't think anyone really understood just how impactful the KT upset was going to be, nor how incredible the resurgence of Hanwha Life Esports was.
And I think also, for T1, this series was theirs for the taking. They were so close to a 3-0, they almost did it. And T1 fans will tell you, as they look at the 4th and 5th stars on those jerseys, that sometimes hardship right before Worlds is a sign of good things to come. I think that's what you're going to have to tell yourself as a T1 fan who won't be going to Inspire Arena, who won't, well, you could still go, but you won't be watching T1 there. You won't be watching them lift an LCK trophy this year, but maybe Worlds is still on the cards.
Yeah, and much like Obi-Wan, I had that feeling, right? You know, we were flying in the Millennium Falcon. I had that feeling of the whole LPL crying out in anguish as they realized that their first seed had to face off against the defending world champs in the play-ins.
And the LPL killers themselves in T1.
And it could have been Gen G, which would have also been a pretty horrible option, but T1 have kind of made it their business beating the LPL.
This series there were a lot of risks taken in draft. I think we can say T1's Game 1 draft that didn't leave them a lot of outs in the late game. But I think the boldest drafts were Genji's Game 4 and Game 5 drafts. The Kalista and then the Vex coming out here for an incredible dive setup. And it felt like Genji were better prepared for these drafts. They had the idea, they had the concept with it, and the execution was incredibly crisp in these last two games, which were the most one-sided games, I would argue, of the series.
I would agree. And I think that they had absolutely no idea about the drafts in games 2 and 3 especially. Like, we would have conversations afterwards where like, why did this even happen? It's very silly, like the Jarvan situation that we had. And if it had have been a Game 1 win for T1, that would have been the whole conversation about Gen G today, because it would have been a 3-0. That's the position that we're in. That's why best of fives are amazing, because it gives the opportunity for teams to find the angle, find their way back in, and then Fearless gives us Chovy's Vex in Game 5.
I mean, Guma's early game was great here. Obviously, Doran has a lot of experience on this Jace pick. They played it a ton earlier this year. Owner's Lilia. You guys remember that game from earlier this year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think no one's going to be saying that Owner didn't have a good day today. I think Owner's still very, very strong.
This T1 draft was strong and definitely had some win cons, like a lot of them, in fact. But Gen G
they were doing them. Even like Goomer on the Ziggs, getting around, taking all the turrets, building leads.
It was just Gen G was better in the final game. Their preparation came through, the lane swap, everything.
And this was that was the sad part, where Guma goes for the flanking teleport. Bit of desperation, and then Gen G get to march their way down this mid lane. Yeah. Still making calls to grab all of these kills here in this game, as Rule looks like he's having a pretty good time. But look at this, not a whole lot of celebration. Gen G understanding that they're going to have to get better than this if they want to make sure that they can get to that LCK final, because they need to go through KT before they get there, and they didn't have a great time.
Who you got for POM, Atlas?
Well, if it was POG, it would be very easy in this game. But who do I have for POM? I have Duro. It's Duro. There's no question.
I locked in the Duro vote.
Okay, good.
The final All Park Day, Justice for Supports. Duro's phenomenal performances in the last two games. I had to vote for him. I wanted to consider a Keen vote, a Ruler vote. But
I don't know how I even thought about it. I like saw the big boom boom line, and I was like, I had the Chijijik brain, you know? I was just like, oh, it's got to be Chovy.
It might be Chovy for voters who aren't sure, and like they watch this Game 5 and they're like, look,
I think
that was the man of the
vote.
series when you win the. I don't even think I'm mad if Chovy gets it, and he does.
Okay, never you mind.
He also had a phenomenal Galio game in Game 1 to help them turn that game around. I think on the Cassiopeia was fed a lot of kills by his support player.
Oh, I think the Cassio game was pretty outstanding. It was also his first ever professional Cassiopeia game, which kind of blows my mind. I even feel like I've seen him play it before, but as it turns out, I haven't, because that was his first one. Unless he played it in LCK Cup. God, I
don't think so. I
aren't included. But
I don't think so.
But the problem is that I now have to ask that question.
Yeah.
You know, have I seen it? Was he wasn't at Kesper Cup, so at least we know that he didn't play it there. But big congratulations to Chovy. I think that his Galio remaining undefeated, absolutely fantastic. And the Vex game, I mean, maybe that POG should overflow into POM.
I'm sad.
Just how dominant he was.
I'm sad that we're not going to be sitting in these chairs for a few months.
Yeah.
Have a long off season. But I'm happy that we had a game like this for the last time. We get to sit here and hang out and talk about League of Legends together.
And we needed to make sure we extended the amount of time Mao had in LoL Park for his final day in LoL Park, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because like
that's why Duro really paused.
Yeah, we don't have any content ready for the Pog State, by the way, Mal. So there was no real reason. We were just like, how do we make him stay for even longer than we could before? And so that's what we came up with. So I hope you've got a plan of things that you want to talk about there, Chronicler, in the Pog State, because we really don't have very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a whole playoffs behind us and like lower bracket or finals or worlds coming up. It's really
no
just all
world
about
speculation,
Chrony.
no power ranking stuff or anything.
Maybe
like that.
Chronicler's got some predictions for us.
Oh, he does really like those. That's how we celebrate Chronicler. Just like we'll do a whole bunch of predicting, and then he's just going to have a really, really good time, I'm pretty sure. As we are getting things ready for, I believe, the full team interview, as well as everyone making their way out. And so it won't be just Chovy that we're chatting to. We will be able to see, have a conversation with another one of our POM candidates in Duro, who I think was so, I don't think he was solely responsible for the turnaround, but that game 4, he was so outstandingly good and playing with so much confidence. I think it leaked, and the rest of Gen G were confident because of it.
Yeah. I still think Gen G don't look infallible. Like you said, there's a lot of improvement that needs to be made between now and next weekend because KT's still a very strong team.
Yep, they certainly are, but now it is time for the interview with the victorious Gen G.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the full team interview with Gen G, who just took a 3-2 victory and will be Inspire Arena bound. And please welcome Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruler, Duro, and head coach Kim. Keen, you just beat T1 and booked a spot in the lower finals. How do you feel? How did you feel about when you broke the Nexus in Game 5? Honestly, it was such a struggle, and we actually went through so much to get to this point to break the Nexus. And since the last KT series, what did you review and fix? I think we had lost pretty much all of our team fights, so I think the team fighting and draft were basically our own focus. You know, after stealing back Game 1, you dropped the next 2 games, but Game 4 and 5 looked very good. So how did you stay locked in? You know, getting to Game 4 and then we just historically have been able to close out these long series well. So I think we just tried to stay focused until the very end, and we knew that we would be able to pull it off. How happy are you with your performance today? I don't think I was very clean. I don't think I was playing too well, so I think I was just pretty much average today. And you will head over to Inspire Arena to face KT again. So, what's your mindset for the payback? Last time, we lost 3-2 actually, and next time we meet them, I will get my revenge. Next up, we have Canyon. A 3-2 victory to get you to the lower finals. How do you feel? You know, winning always feels great. And I'm just really happy that we're able to continue our run. We have to talk about your Kiana pick. It feels like whenever Kiana shows up on stage, it just doesn't go well. So what is your read on her? Kiana is actually pretty decent in this current meta. And that is my overall read on her. So do you think you can utilize her in the future? Yeah, she has a lot of her own strengths. So I feel like, yeah, I definitely can find some angles to use her in the future. And in Game 4, your Skarner was terrifying, and that synergy with Blitz was actually pretty big. So did you expect that smooth of a sailing? You know, rather than thinking that it was going to go well, I think that was just a pick that we went ahead just based on how the draft was going, and that's just how it played out in the end. And you will meet KT in the lower finals, so what is your mindset? You know, it left a lot of regret our last match against KT, so we'll make sure that we are prepared well this time around so that we can have a great performance. Thank you for that, Canyon. And next up, Chovy. You went full distance to advance to the lower finals, and you got POM, so how do you feel? No, it feels great to win today, and you know, getting the POM, I don't really have much thoughts over that. You know, it's always a 5-game series against T1, so what were your key prep points? For today's match, rather than having a set key prep point, I think we just try to make sure that we can play well. And in game, we just really try to pay attention for that objective control and macro. And in Game 4, You know, during your R5 pick, it looked like you were considering Kassadin, but you locked in Cassio instead, which had carried. So what was the reasoning? So just from the enemy's comp, it looked like they had very short range. And it was because we really wanted to pick a high damage output AP champion. So what about your Game 5 Vex? It looked like the enemy's comp really had a good poke comp, so against Yone, Vex actually has a really good time laning. And I felt like Vex actually is quite useful especially in team fights, so that's why we ended up picking her. So you're off to Inspire Arena, so what mindset do you have? We'll make sure that we do well in this Inspire Arena to make it all the way to the finals. And Ruler! There was just so much on the line today, from deciding who gets 4th seed and who gets to go to the Inspire Arena. So what mindset did you play with today? You know, because there's really no safety net, I was a little worried, but we just tried to stay focused in our game. And you just reached the big 3,000 assists, so what are your thoughts? You know, I reached 3,000 assists, which is kind of cool, and I just really started thinking about how I want to play even more, and I want to stay in the scene for a very long time. And in a win-loss, win-win series win, what do you think was the turning point? I think in Game 4 with Kalista and Blitz, how the game went well was pretty much our turning point. And what are your predictions for the rematch against KT? Back then, I feel like we had very low points, going all the way up to Game 5, but this time around, we will keep our form to make sure that we defeat KT this time. And Duro! You know, it was a lower bracket match with no safety net. So what was your mindset coming in today? You know, losing today meant that our season would be over. And I feel like because we had nothing else to lose, we had to put in our all and prepare well. And I think that's just really paid off in the end. And in Game 4, you pulled out your blitz and hard carried. So, from the draft, were you sure that this pick would work? You know, first of all, I think I just happen to be fond of all these grab and hook champions, and this is just something that I'm really familiar with. So this sort of picks are something that I'm always really confident with, so I felt really comfortable and great. Yeah, your hook accuracy is off the charts, and even the analyst stats, they actually mentioned that the claw machine ban is incoming. So what is your secret? I think I just have to predict the enemy's movement, but what's more important is that you need to be proficient with this champion. And I think I just have to have faith in myself when I play. And in Game 5, in the early stage, you missed the cannon and your heart may have dropped right there. So what happened? You know, in the League of Legends, the swap patch, it went from 3:30 to 3 minutes, and before 3 minutes I had to stand at the very outer turret, and I actually have to minimize the minion experience until game 3, and it looked like the experience was a little off, so I had to pause and I had to talk to the referee about that. So you stayed calm here and quietly hit level 6. You'll meet a KT Roaster again at the lower finals, so how confident are you? Last time when we met KT, it left a lot of regrets, but we'll come back in a stronger form, so we'll make sure that we win no matter what. Lastly, let's talk to head coach Kim. You punched your ticket to Inspire Arena, so how do you think? How are you feeling? You know, it was a tough match, but I'm really glad that we were able to win. Going to Inspire Arena. You know, the only thought that I had today was that if we lose today, we can't get a revenge against KT. So I just really wanted to get a payback. You know, after game 4, you must have been quite nervous. So did you see it playing out as a back and forth series? How did you feel? You know, after game 4, we were talking with the coaching staff and we were just saying, you know, the players are really struggling. So we wanted to really make their lives a little more comfortable by giving them engaged champions. What would you like to say to your players then? You know, all year round, they have been playing so well. I'm so thankful for them. And in the end, I hope that we are the ones who are smiling while lifting the trophy. Are you guys happy? Yes. So, against KT, what do you think will be the biggest key? While losing to KT and all the feedbacks, the takeaway was that, you know, we have to admit our loss and try to adjust our gameplay. So I feel like we just have to always be in the position where we're learning, and we will make all the necessary changes in order to win against them and get our revenge. You know, there are a lot of fans that are cheering for Genji, so any message to your fans? No, I'm just really grateful for all the support and all the fans who are cheering for us, and I hope that we get to all celebrate Genji lifting the trophy together. And that's the end of the interview with Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
And after an absolute slogfest, it was Genji coming out on top. They will move on to Inspire Arena. They defeat T1 3-2 with all the theatrics, all the drama that this series deserves. That also means it is T1 as our 4th seed moving into Worlds, playing against the LPL 4th seed as well.
Seen that one before. Interesting.
I know what happened.
Interesting.
For the last 2 years.
Yeah. T1 4th seed. Rough end to summer. I don't know. What could it mean?
What could it mean? Well, you know what it does mean? It means that they didn't win today, so they can't get POM. It does go the way of Chovy in the mid lane, thanks to our friends over at Media Soup and Chijijik. I'm not even going to hide it this time.
I mean, I think Chovy was an okay vote, especially I'm saying this because my co-analyst voted Chovy. But for me, I think that Duro had a performance that blew me away again in a high.
Because, you know, like we had the analysts ask, right? And we predicted all the other picks, right? Lilia jungle and Maokai flags and what else? Nocturne jungle, and we even said Yone is gonna come in. But what you know, we cannot predict Chovy's pick, and he brings in Vax and he 1v9s.
That actually might be the most impressive thing in the series, I would say, if not for Duro's Blitzcrank hooking, which actually saved the series. Because having impact on Vax consistently, I think is actually so hard, but I can't believe this man debuted at the end of last year. Like, this is a player that when they're down a series, an elimination series, his team's like, here's your Blitzcrank. They give him all the tools in the draft to carry, and he just does it. So I think that is something that to me just warrants repeating, because that's not normal. Like, that's insane for a player that has been around so short, and in a team of literally some of the best players of all time.
Based vote by the base man of the hour, as well as with Wolf, Duro cranked this series performance up to 11. Again, I thought it was going to be the play of the supports who would pull out the unique picks and make the impact. Duro wins that game 4, pushes it to a game 5 where they get over the edge. Go going with Duro as well. Once again, in the toughest moment, he hooks Genji's victory. Go with another stellar comment.
Classic.
Yeah. Go knows what it is. Let's see. What else do we have here from our Korean side? Cloud Templar going with Chovy. Vex I've ever seen, right? Vex?
No. In Korean, V and B has the same pronunciation, so best Vex.
Best Vex. Best Vex.
Thank you, Adit.
Thank you.
Very nice. I like it, it's true. I think that Vex is one of those champions that you often see, and then laning phase is great, and maybe you get a kill or two, but it kind of ends there. Not this time.
No, definitely not. And then finally, Prince going with Ruler. bit of the bot lane bias. ADC who stays calm even after losing a cannon minus.
I mean, great comment. Prince himself gets it on a very fundamental level, obviously, but I think that Ruler was also one of the players that to me didn't necessarily stand out, but I also have no notes. Like, outside of getting ganked early in the Jhin series or in the Jhin draft, but like, let's be real, that draft had a lot of issues anyway. I think that he just played a perfect AD carry series here, very dependable, and always ready to make it count when it matters, and no Ruler spots. You know, he's not getting caught, he's doing his job.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the gold graph here from that last one. It was just a spike.
I wanted to bring this up because we've had so much discourse about Game 5 in Fearless. This is a little bit fake because there is obviously Otacon, there's Ornn, right? There's a couple of dragons.
Yeah, 3 dragons.
It wasn't quite that close, but the fact that we get to Game 5 Fearless in an elimination game and up till 27 minutes, it's basically dead even. Like, you can't wish for more. That's insane.
That's probably the best Game 5 that we can ever have. Absolute cinema.
All right, there you go. That is the end of this series. It is a 3-2 victory for Gen G. Maybe not in the way that many people predicted it, but still a 3-2 nonetheless. Gen G coming back after being down 2-1, looking sleepy at the final moment. The bear finally woke up from hibernation, Canyon making an impact, and the rest of the squad. And there it is, our 3-2 predictors over on the Korean side, and Mr. Brendan Valdez getting that one right.
Yeah, he's not here today, but his prediction is the best. So I'll gloat for him. Great job, me. I can't do a New Yorkian accent, so it doesn't sound great, but yeah, hats off to you, Valdez.
Good job, Valdez.
Forget about it.
But yeah, again, congratulations,
Come on, that deserves a chuckle.
Picking up the victory. There's your chuckle. And as we take a look at the bracket, that does mean our Inspire Arena in-person event is set. It is a rematch of that upper bracket round 2 match 1. KT versus Gen G with revenge on the cards for the best team in the world, trying to bounce back against one of 2 organizations to beat them. And then waiting in the grand finals is the reigning LCK champion, Hanwha Life Esports.
I think Gen G being in the bottom of the bracket means a lot because like you have to play 2 games in a row, right? So let's say if Gen G goes into the finals, they already showed up so many stuffs in the draft. So that means I think HLE can actually prepare something against these picks because he already showed up Vex today. And I think that also goes same for KT as well. They need to show before the finals. So I think it's going to be really hard to predict here.
My favorite part is that last year, it was KT that played the final qualification series, and they were the ones that sent T1 to 4th seed. And then T1 beat all the LPL teams and got first. KT upsetting Gen G here. That's the only reason that T1 is 4th seed.
Yeah, again.
Perfect.
KT just having their strings across all the storylines and now have the opportunity to write their own in the history books, trying to get back to the finals for the first time in many, many years. Gen G, very familiar with the finals and synonymous with finals throughout this year. It is KT versus Gen G, our next match, next Saturday. So we're off for a whole week. So we've got ourselves Challengers playoffs as well. BNK Fearx will be awaiting the lowest seed loser from our upper side of the bracket. And if you want more LoL Esports major region action, currently happening right now over at the LCP, it is CFO, the Flying Oysters against surprise team, Team Secret Wales in the grand finals. It is CFO up 1-0. Go check out our friends over at the LCP. But before we close it on out, we have our best moments of the week. Not only was this series a banger, but we had what felt like the cap on a fantastic run of Hanwha Life Esports here. Delight letting everyone know what the business is. He is the Giga Chad in the bot lane.
Okay, come on now.
And this is the winner.
It's Peanut.
This is the winner.
Oh,
get the tears out right now.
No.
So emotional.
Oh, Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut. He said in our post-game interview yesterday, gosh, it was yesterday, that he knew throughout the year that this was probably going to be his last run at it before heading over to doing his service. And to have that level of weight throughout and then go through the struggles, as he acknowledged, feels pretty difficult to do. And to be able to kind of persevere through that is pretty awesome. So let us know in the chat how much you love Peanut. And Delight, but mostly Peanut. And now, before we close it on out for one more time here at LOL Park, it also is our goodbye to our long-tenured friend here on the LCK. Mr. Chronicler has put together a fantastic career and done it the right way. He's done everything the positive way, the hard way, taken the high road, and has been a friend to all of us and an inspiration throughout LoL Esports, representing the LCK on the global stage. And so for the final time here in LoL Park, let's give our applause and plaudits to Chronicler.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to keep it together. The montage really got me. That doesn't help. Thank you very much. We all knew this was inevitable.
Just raining on
Yeah, I've obviously tried to prepare some stuff, but it's hard. Thanks, Max. This is very nice, actually. I've had such an incredible time here for the last 5 years. It's been an absolute pleasure working with everyone of the team, both behind and in front of the camera. I've had such a good time. It's been such an honor. I've always been such a fan of the LCK, so being able to be a part of the history myself means the world. And I'm going to miss both all my colleagues, everyone at the LCK, and the fans so much. I love League of Legends, and it's been an incredible journey. So thank you guys so much. That really means the world to me. Yeah, that was great.
That was great.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Woo!
Thank you, Chronicler.
Even throughout the tiers, an absolute professional. Chronicler, wishing you the best of luck, but not done yet, right? We've got ourselves 2 matches over at Inspire Arena to crown ourselves the 2025 LCK champion, heading on over to the international event as well. We have so many photos left and so many videos of you supporting D+, supporting the LCK. That was...
I don't even know.
That one as well. Oh, man.
I remember that. That was when I grew the beard for first then. That was bad, but not as bad as the mustache.
Max and Wolf, I'm putting you guys on the spot. What is a favorite memory of yours with Chronicler?
I feel like there's probably no man that I'd rather go bald beside. This man right here. On the spot, Wolf.
I don't know, I think it was probably the first time I met Chronicler, where he was super down to meet us like right away, and we hung out together and caught up and got to know each other. And even before that, during the Kespa Cup that was happening, he was texting us, getting involved. And I was super new to League of Legends at the time, and Chronicler really helped me, learn the ropes and learn the game super fast. It was super helpful to me, and he's always been a good guy, a big positive force at the LCK. Even when sometimes we get a little bit negative, he's never negative. He's always the positive force.
Yeah, a true Neela of our team. It's always tough to be happy, but I mean, he always did it for all of us throughout everything. Predictions when the space was just the open area, the open space here in LoL Park before it came a studio, the Shiwu support, the D+ support, but again, just loving every second here in the LCK. Oh gosh, that's right, Anima Squad was
Yeah, Crony, I think all the segment that we made together here was professional, enjoyable, and I don't know. I'm gonna miss you so much. Thanks for everything, Crony.
Thanks, guys. That's so sweet.
Yeah. Chad has been...
It's gonna be a great Poke State. Yeah, watch Poke State. We have like an hour and a half of playoffs content. It's gonna be absolutely peak. Can't wait.
It has been a heck of...
Is Makeup still here, by any chance?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's been a heck of a career. It's been a heck of a run. Chronicler, thank you so much for everything that you've given to the League of Legends community. But y'all, that does it here from us for LoL Park. It is our final week here in 2025, but the action does not stop. 3 more teams, 1 more champion for the 2025 legacy. Again, today it was Gen G, 3-2 over T1. We'll see you guys in 7 days to see who will be crowned 2025 champion. Until then, take care of yourself.
stronger.